long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to this week's Moderator Monday. I am Sara, the Raging Tomato, here to send us off into a spiral full of crazy. Who knows what's going to happen? We've got a great lineup tonight. I'm super excited. We've got Neve, we've got DL Saint, we've got Team Fatty, and of course, the Prawncess. I'm excited. I know Team Fatty and Neve actually kind of duked this out once already. Neve and Fatty had a debate about the manosphere and like if it's doing harm and things of that nature. So, it's it's kind of interesting to put them in this realm where I think things get more heated and you have more voices in the jar of crazy. Mama Tomato, she might be listening. She's kind of been things for her have gotten a little busier, so sometimes she can listen, but she can't chat. So everybody just send like line up the chat full of tomatoes for Mama Tomato. We know she's kind of here, something or whatever, but in any event, she asked me today. She's like, "Oh, it's Monday. You have like what is it, Mad Monday going on?" And I said, Mad Monday. I said, you mean Mod Monday? And she said, yeah, Mod Monday. And I said, yeah, but mad isn't that bad of a word to use. And I thought, we could start calling this Mod Monday madness, because that's what it is. We're not here to solve the world issues of whether these things are right or wrong. We're not here to have intelligent discussions and come up with conclusions and results. No, we're here to argue our points and what we believe in and so on and so forth. And I give people the space, the time, the place to do it. And I think it's really fun. I think it's really catching on. Mod Monday is a thing. People look forward to getting that invite. People are asking for the hot seat. I'm so excited. This is exactly what it's built up to be. And I can't wait to see how much further it goes. So, on that note, I hope everybody can hear me. I had to unplug. See, Manda's got me. Lauren's got me. Yes, tomatoes, please, everyone. Throw tomatoes at me. Throw tomatoes at me on behalf of Mama Tomato. If you're not sending in tomatoes, I'm just going to boot all of you from the chat, and then you have to just watch. Anyways, how have you all been? It was quite a weekend. We had a fun show with Hung Lo Wang. He came back for seconds to discuss a little further on Saturday night sip and stream about the sperm donor community and all of those things. I'm trying not to TOS it so early on, but in any event, it was a fun, interesting conversation. The panel had fun. The Provo came on, Flow State was here, Rachel's Ghost was here as well, as you all know, one of my favorites. And we had a great conversation. It was really fun. So I hope you all were able to tune in. If not, it's still available, but I will probably put it behind the membership paywall by Saturday before the next sip and stream kicks off. So you have the rest of the week to get some time in to tune in on that one, and then it goes behind the paywall. All right, roll call. Keith Fletch coming in. Let's get it, little mater. Salute to you. Took me forever I had to ask what that 07 means, ladies and gentlemen. And Uncle Guns coming in with the pin with the win. Relationship for romance or pills for your plight. Pick your poison, most will for sure. Spheres of rage or dates at night. Is either one a cure? Live from the tomato patch, it's Monday night. I love you, Uncle Guns. You kill me every time. Big Jake's Ranch coming in and says the RP, the red pill, is good for the individual, gaining knowledge of the game and how to play it, but bad for the collective. Less relationships with actual trust, fewer families, erosion of innocence, etc. Very nice. Potato tuning in. I know the Prawncess is connected, so any of you over on the Prawncess's channel is probably wondering who is on this screen and where's Prawncess? What did you do with him? But yes, he's just connected his restream already. So we're delighted. Everybody that does join the panel always has the ability to restream. I never mind about that. I'm always excited to give the exposure outward and to give you an opportunity to interact with your viewers as well. So yes, Prawncess hit it up early. I believe Neve might be restreaming right now as well. She's connected differently, so her chats are not going to fall in. And then Team Fatty, I think he was not sure if he could restream tonight, but if not, his viewers are always welcome over here. We love his chat. They're always lit. And of course, DL Saint, when he does tune in, if he wants to connect as well, he's more than welcome to. But everybody who is here, hello, hello. And Michelle, you all know who comes up with these wonderful topics. Actually, a piece of information that we are going to go through came from her tonight. So this is all really great. Everybody, the dono for Michelle does get dropped into the chat about every 10 or 15 minutes or so. Please hit that link. Send her a few bucks. Buy the girl a damn coffee. She's working super hard for you. Lots of work goes on behind the scenes. I don't know if anybody is aware of that, but yes, it's a lot of work and effort, and she's putting in way more time than she needed to ever. And shout out to you, Michelle. Nicholas Woodall tuning in as well. Hello, Sparky. Hi, James Farley. Osveron, you're on early this evening. Interesting. I'd be interested to see your take on this. Broken System, Broken Trust. Welcome back, my friend. Charles Coulter. Asimanda. Lauren. Oh, is there feedback still? Oh, too much gain. Well, it's still... Maybe if I just turn it... I wonder if my coffee mug was picking up on it. Let me know if maybe that's just the piece behind it. Okay. Thank you, Neve. I appreciate that. Prime tuning in as well. And let's see. Kitchen Mandan. Let's see. Tyrone Church. Welcome from Prawncess's side. Avoided Hornet. I'd love to see your take on this tonight as well. Adam 87 coming back. Sam just can't stay away. Welcome back. D the Degenerate over from the Team Fatty side as well. The Trib one. No. That's actually funny though. Oh, poor choice of words, right? If I had known that was going to be a thing, I probably would have chosen my words wisely. Seagull Rock Squawk. Yes, welcome back, my friend, over from the VC community in the house. See, and Prawncess saying hello to his people. All right, I think I got what's up, Knight and Bishop? Your volume is low. Now it's too low. Okay, I had it up. Now let's see what that does. I had it up, and it said feedback, so I turned it down a little bit, but we'll see what happens from here. All right. Hello to everybody. And yes, here's Neve. She is actually backstage right now because she's connected in that way. So she's doing her thing on her side. So if you guys do want to go over to Neve's side and say hello to her over there, please feel free to do so. In the midst of everything, please, for all of the panelists, be sure to like, subscribe, share. They are here to bring you content and good content for that. So send some love. What's up, Resto Chesto? New member in the house. That was so incredibly GAGY. Sorry, I apologize. I just got really excited. All right, folks, I'm ready to get started. Are you ready to get started? Let's go over a little topic review. Again, I am super excited for this one. I think it's going to be a really harsh topic to go through, and I think there's a lot of one side here, one side there. It's a very split decision on a lot of things. And, so hopefully we'll really be able to get through all of this in such a way that people don't hate each other by the end of it. We love you all. Anyways, all right. I hope you can all, there's my screen. And here we go.
I'm single now. Thank you, Red Pill content. Thank you so much. You have praise the Red Pill gods.
Chaotic Truth, I don't understand why you just like drop in. This is like really conflicting because I've messaged you several times offering you panels, and then you just like drop in on any channel and just be like, link, like ever so demanding. No, please, no, hey everybody, what's up? Not even like you didn't respond to my stuff that I offered you the other day. You're just going to have to play by the rules. Now you're going to have to wait until the hot seat opens. Like when you don't respond to people or you dip out on panels you do commit to, like we're probably going to limit our ability to be ever so humbling for you at that point.
The Red Pill ruined my life. In today's video, we are going to discuss why and what happened. So, for one, it definitely skewed my perception on women. And yeah, for the most part, people can say it's, there's some truth, right? But what's a half lie? It's a damn lie. So, yeah, and, I can sort of go in detail of what sort of happened in my relationship. So I was dating this girl and everything was going well for the most part. It was peaceful, it was calm, and then I ran into the whole Red Pill manosphere content and I guess like female nature. So I was just like learning about all the stuff, and at the time like I didn't really think too much about it, right? It was more like, okay, sure, like I'm being put on game on how to sustain a relationship.
Okay, so he's in discovery mode. He's already in a relationship, but at the end of the day, he's like wanting to learn more. Maybe how can I be a better boyfriend, or how can I, have a long-term relationship, or how can I up the game, or something. He's in discovery mode, and I think most men kind of start this way. It doesn't sound like he's like a lonely incel or anything like that, sitting at home, nothing to do. He already has a relationship. And he discovers the Red Pill. Let's go.
And like what to do, but in turn, the more Red Pill content that I watched, it just sort of started to skew my mind, and I really started to just hate the girl that I was dating. And it wasn't per se conscious. I wasn't like, damn, I hate this motherfucker, right? It was more like, damn, I kind of don't like the things that she told me. I don't like this, I don't like that, based off of what the Red Pill content is telling me to do. She might, it just isn't gonna work. And all the stuff I started like making up in my mind, oh, she's this, she's that. And ultimately that perception of women, and the girl that I was dating at the time was definitely a influence in our ultimate demise. I'm single now. Thank you, Red Pill.
Thank you, Red Pill. I'm single now. You were here to help me do better or be better or, make my relationship better, whatever the case may be. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. He was like, it sounds like he had a good thing going already. And then this kind of like skewed his thought process, and everything he started thinking in terms of this relationship began to change based on, the red pill influence that he was receiving. Sad news, you know what I mean? Like, because it sounds like he was actually trying to just be a better person in his own sense that he was seeking, like be a better man or be a better boyfriend or whatever the case may be. That's what it sounds like to me, and it just didn't work out, so things like that happen.
Thank you so much. You have praise the red pill gods. Thank you. So that's one. And then B, most of the content that you kind of see, but most of the content that you watch, right? It's very biased. It's only showing a certain caliber of women, aka low quality women who are superficial, who are money hungry, and who just are not mentally there.
No. We're not going to no next topic. How did you come to that conclusion?
Next topic.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Next topic.
Whose show do you think you are on?
My show.
Get the fuck off the show, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You're not going to disrespect the platform. Like
I remember that one too, actually. Hi, CEO. How are you? Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. You're still not green yet, though. It makes me sad you're not green. Yeah, so what he's saying is basically like the red pill that he was watching specifically, and there are some actually reasonable red pill channels out there, but this one specifically was just it's full of like low quality women who can't name 3 countries, for instance, or women who like are just very attitude oriented. They're yappity. I mean, even women that I wouldn't want to like be around, you know what I mean? Like it's just they don't like I would never say it's okay to act like some of these girls
like that. Ridiculous.
There you go, Frank Castle.
Oh my God. All right.
And you're not, most of the time it's some like OnlyFans model from like California, Miami. Like it's those low quality women watching content like that, and just like, because look, we have to think, right? The majority of content that we see on the internet is what sensationalized. It's a lot more amped up than it would be in real life, right? Like on like when you watch that content, right? It's just the majority of women coming from men talking about how they hate men, how they don't like them, how they want all men to die, how they want men all to fucking cut their dicks.
And that is all like that's a very hard leaning in the other direction. Like nobody says that kind of stuff's okay. I would even go as far as saying like I would disavow that. I would say absolutely not. Like that's not how like we love men over here. We love to love men. Men are great. Now that doesn't mean all men are great, but that means we love men. At least the good ones, the ones that are disrespectful, that treat people like crap. Not even just women, but treat people in and of itself like crap. Like you can go F off, and I would say the same thing to other women. I have said the same thing to other women before, women who have come on here, but overall, I think there is in general a mutual respect between men and women in the Gen Pop world. Like I think the red pill content creators reach out to a different group of people, and they utilize the branding of like the hyper feministic, I'm a female with blue hair and I hate men and men don't deserve this and women should be everything perfect and all this crazy, like that's just far beyond normal. That's not normal, and I don't think that's how most women think. So he's right, like utilizing these types of women as examples, like that's just, it's not going to get anybody in. You're showing the epitome of a woman, and giving them kind of what I would consider to be the epitome of a man in terms of like some of the advice that they give.
Off in their balls. It's just like a bunch of crazy unhinged moments, really dark moments of women, damaged women who are coming on the platform and just talking badly about men. Ultimately, what that does to your mind is you start to actually turn into a version of a woman-hating feminist. You see?
Michelle, can you, in chat, can you explain to Chaotic Truth what I was saying earlier in chat, please? I don't feel like trying to explain this one again.
See how that whole thing works. You watch the content and slowly you're like, oh, women, da, 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 all these hoes, da, da, da. Like it's just all types of stuff that's just slowly corroding your perception of women, right? And I didn't start to realize this until like after the breakup. Like I started to go out, I started to actually like how the dynamic of women and men work in person. You know, like the majority of women in real life, not online, are actually nice, genuine people. Obviously, yeah, like it depends on like where you like live. I mean, I live in the Midwest, and the women are not like the women on, you know, like a show like Fresh and Fit or like a Rolo Tomasi, I don't know, like podcast or something, like a, you know, Andrew Tate, like they're just not that type of women.
I agree here. And, you know, and I spent a lot of time in the Midwest in my teenage years, and there's a stark difference. Like I came from the city of Baltimore and went all the way out to the middle of Podunk Nowhere, Missouri, where there was 1.5 headlight or street lights. And the women are incredibly different. And I actually miss that kind of, I would say, community of people. Totally different take, totally different style, like lifestyle and the way they talk to each other and treat each other. But the men also are very different as well. Like, so I think regionally he might have something here. Now Fresh and Fit are Miami based, and we've all seen what they bring on screen. And I think that we can kind of like chalk that up to be like, that is definitely a regional issue, because if I went out to Podunk Nowhere, Missouri, I would never run into girls like that. And if you did, they like nobody in town would like them. So, yeah.
Genuinely friendly. They're nice. They don't want to sock me in the freaking eye. Like they're just genuine women. And I mean, you know, online they're like, oh yeah, women are all sluts. But the majority of women that I have encountered in person, they don't want to come off as this like unhinged, slutty. Ultimately, like they want to come off as like relatively wholesome, fun, and genuine people. But online, everything is so amplified. It's an echo chamber of your own bias. That's what it ultimately comes to, and it becomes this.
I feel, and this guy's channel is fairly small, so I feel like I don't think he had to look too far to come to this conclusion. Like he's a normie. I wouldn't consider him a YouTuber or a social influencer of any sort, at least not from what I've seen on his channel and everything. It doesn't look like he lived in this arena or fought the fights like we do in terms of like red, blue, black, whatever, MGTOW, all of those different variations. It sounds like he just genuinely stepped in, started poking around, and then realized like these people are crazy. You know, or at least didn't realize it until it was too late.
Self-fulfilling prophecy on how you see women, and then you're like, you know what, I should just be single for the rest of my life, or I should just not get into a relationship because women are just so trash and they're not good for anything. But you know what, right? There are great and bad women everywhere in the world, right? Because it really comes down to like human nature, right? And how people are raised, how damaged they are. It's so many different factors about the human experience, right? And so you have to sort of go through a little bit of shit to find the good women out there in the world, because good women are still out in the world. And I'm just saying, the moral of the story is, my boy, go out, talk to women, talk to real women. Experience that for yourself. Don't sit around in your fucking dark room watching red pill content for 8 to 10 hours a day, bruh. Get a life, my boy. Just go out, do stuff, hang out with friends. If you don't have friends, go out and try to make friends. I know it's difficult, I know it's scary, but with that being said, like, your life will significantly change if you genuinely take action, and if you genuinely want to see change in your life, it will happen. I know for a guy, you definitely do have to put in that work, because women that go out, men are just flocking. They're just flocking, and that's just how the game goes, right? I mean, even if you are one of the most attractive guys, like the majority of the time, women are not coming up to you. You have to go to them. That's just how the game works.
So, at the end of the day, I think he just kind of learned a hard lesson the wrong way. Yeah, hot seat starts later. We're going to get the panel on first here in about 20 minutes, but hot seat starts about 30 minutes after that. We'll let the panels build their foundation and their establish their arguments, and then we'll start messing it up. So that's exciting. I stopped at a gas station in Missouri, and there was a semi-truck show and a country show, and it was really cool. Yeah, no, I do like Missouri. As hickish as it might seem, and whatever, like being back out here on the East Coast made me actually appreciate the Midwest even more, because out there everything just moves at a slower pace, and everybody's taking their time, and everybody's just relaxed and like friendly, and it's a community. And when you introduce yourself to somebody, you ask, oh, what church do you go to? That's the, like, hi, my name is Sara. Oh, hi, Sara. What church do you go to? What church do you attend? And then you say the church, and then you start talking about that church or this church or whatever kind of thing. Oh, what do you think about their Wednesday nights? Like, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Totally different span of people out there. But it was on a much slower pace. And then I came back out to the East Coast, and I was like, man, everybody screams and like talks really loud and really, really fast. And then of course I picked that back up not long after. Okay, so what I have next actually is our darling Michelle was in some type of group thing on a platform, okay? And somebody had posted basically asking if anybody's has any familiarity with like traditional, like TradCon style relationships and so on and so forth. And of course this sparked Michelle's little ears, and she's like, okay, I'll bite. So she bit, and ended up in a nice little messaging back and forth with this person. Of course, I've removed their name. We won't say their name or any of the sorts or anything about them, but this, they did give permission for us to share this. Obviously but Michelle went digging a little bit, because this was all kind of the fresh and fit. Oh, can you see that? I don't think you can see that. Well, I'm going to read it anyways, so it's okay. So this girl messages Michelle, and she says, since you're involved in content creation, do you know who the fresh and fit people are? He pays them to be his mentors, and I'm happy for bettering yourself, but I just don't know. Haha. He wants me to meet them and talk to them, and I really, really, really don't want to. Can you tell me what a good man in this mentality would be like? So obviously this girl has a boyfriend who has, for kind of context, who has began to kind of like push these like red pill rhetoric, talking points, traditional style, XYZ, yada, yada, yada. And she's speculating about it. She's not sure about it. She's not sure how she feels about it, so on and so forth. So that's kind of where we're at. And of course, Michelle says, he wants you to go on a podcast? No, he pays them to speak with them in Zoom or something, and he wants me to do a session with them. Michelle says, I see. Sigh. Oh my God. Because Michelle knows what's Michelle knows. Like, she's been here already. She knows what's up. Did I skip anything? No, I don't think I did. All right. The girl responds, at times he seems like two different people. He seems super sweet and kind and attentive, and then he will be like, fuck your feelings, do what I say. Michelle asks, let me ask you this. How are you feeling in your relationship? I know you've been told that's not relevant, but how are you doing? The young lady responds with, until a week ago, I felt good. I thought communication was the issue and it would take time to smooth out. And last week, he just blew up at me for asking a question. And the question was about him wanting me to do something sexually. I'm nervous about, and I asked if we could do something to make it less hard on me. And he blew up and said, I don't respect him and that I don't really love him because I wouldn't question him if I did. Does this sound familiar to anybody else? I don't know about you, but this sounds really, really, really familiar. Super familiar. Does that sound like Fresh and Fit? It absolutely does. Then she says, and now I feel scared and not stable, like it's just a matter of time before he blows up. That's kind of a scary predicament to be in. So he's asking her to do kind of things that she obviously has said, this is very uncomfortable for me. I don't like this, can we try something else? So she's trying to accommodate him in, appeasing him and pleasing him and trying to do his thing, or her thing, for him. But we also have to respect the idea that if something hurts or it's uncomfortable, like, we need to adjust and maneuver differently, work around it, figure it out. Because if not, ladies and gentlemen, that's how you end up with charges. She says, like, he's coming over today. I told him I wanted to give him kisses, and he said I can't until I suck his dick. Like, what the fuck? She's not even allowed to kiss her own boyfriend unless you kiss my pee-pee first. This is like, just reading these blew me away. Michelle responds just the same way I'm responding. Wow. I'm so sorry that happened to you. The fact is, someone who cares and values you will be considerate of how they are making you feel, as well as the facts. Let me ask you this. Is sex just for him, or is it for both of you? And here she got herself a winner. She said, it is for both of us usually, and that's a new thing for me. He's the first man to make me have an orgasm, and I'm about to be 30. All right, we got something good out of it. And Michelle responds accordingly. Well, having a skill set is good and definitely hard to find. Unfortunately, his attitude isn't true. She says, yeah, I see times where he really cares, so I don't know if he's between who he is and what he thinks he should be. That's a good way to define that, actually. Michelle gave some advice, and then she even mentioned the idea that the Fresh and Fit guys have no business giving sex advice. They need to go back to telling guys to better themselves and go to the gym. She also made mention he is actually starting to sound like an alt guy than a Fresh and Fit guy. It sounds like he uses the red pill ideology in the kink lifestyle. The problem is the kink lifestyle is based on mutual respect and consent, and the sub holds the power. These two things do not coincide, only for him because he gets his way. And she said neither of those guys, being Fresh and Fit, have stable relationships. They are not traditional. And I do agree with that. They like to act as if they are traditional, but they're actually not. They're very much, we just saw them, like, recommend getting an abortion, like, and okaying that and putting their seal of approval on that. That's not traditional values. No, if he was a traditional value person, number one, he wouldn't have been screwing around. But number two, he would have said, okay, we're getting married. This is my baby, and we're going to be a family. We're going to make it work. That's what he would have done. So the girl responds with, I agree with you. They are into multiple women. Yes, Fresh and Fit. They're all about go get your 50 virgins. Michelle says, if they knock someone up, they will tell them to abort it. Yep, I forgot she actually said that. Does that seem traditional values? And the girl responds with, and so is the guy I'm seeing, but he says he will refrain from it out of respect for my feelings if I can provide him what he wants when he wants it. So basically saying, I will be a traditional man if and only if you give me every single thing I want and demand and desire, and yada, yada, yada. I won't go hoeing around if you just be my hoe. So Michelle has questions. She says, do you believe that is true, or is the BS meter going nuts? He won't even respect what you want in bed and made demands of what you don't want. And I think that's a good point. Like, he's already making her uncomfortable in a sexual manner, which means it's like, if if you can't even respect me enough to say, oh, that hurts, and instead you say you're going to do it anyways, that's not respect, not by any means. She says, I want to say he will be good to me, but I know I have a problem with trying to see the good and have faith in all that crap. I was in a 10-year marriage, and this is my first real relationship outside of that. So obviously she got a divorce at some point, and she's getting back into the saddle again, wanted to get into the dating market, and she's just, it is new territory, right? I was married for 10 years as well. So it's like very new territory in terms of like trying to establish where the market is and like how people are doing this now. And Michelle says, so much for respecting your feeling when facts don't care about your feelings. And let's see. Yeah, nobody cares about feelings. XYZ, XYZ. I'll just move on from that one because we are a little shy on time. Oh, and this is a big part. She says, and he thinks he should be above my kids, and I can agree in long term, but I can't do that yet. Here's where I think the guy went wrong. Number one, yeah, she has kids, and I don't know if they've been dating. I don't think it was ever established. I don't know if they've been dating for 2 months, 2 years, or anything like that. So I can't put like a true foundational stance on this, but I don't think like dating a man, even if you were 6 months in and it's definitely getting serious, he's meeting the kids and you're going on in that direction, like she's not gonna just put you above her children for anything unless you are actually being dad, right? If you have moved in, if you have like you are paying bills, you're taking kids to appointments, you're doing like now you've become a team effort in that aspect, then yeah, maybe I could see that one going that way. But I don't foresee in dating, like just dating, I'm going to presume this is still a fresh relationship because she has so many questions early on. I'm going to presume maybe they've been dating like 4 months. No, you're not getting put before my children. Yeah, there are times where I can be like, you know what, I'll take a Friday night out instead of, doing something with the kids tonight because I haven't seen, guy that you're dating in a week or whatever. And it's like, oh, I want to get out. So I go get a babysitter or whatever. So in essence, you're putting the man first. I could understand that. But in terms of like the priorities of the children, like, I don't think a real man would even say that or recommend that or want that to be a thing. All right. And then Michelle asks, is he helping with those kids and providing for the kids? Why the fuck would he be above them? Is he taking any kind of responsibility for them all at all? And her response is, well, he plays with them and is kind to them and hangs around more than their dad does. So I guess that's what he does. Ha ha ha. Congratulations. You are a playmate. Good job. And so Michelle questions, okay, so he wants you to back burner your children's needs for him, but takes no responsibility. That's all your responsibility still, correct? And she responds with, yes, he uses my past marriage on why we can't go off of my choices. Someone kill me. Someone please. Just throw a water balloon at me. Drop a bunch of tomatoes in the chat. He says because of her past marriage that she's no longer capable of making good decisions. Look, we all do stupid stuff. We all make bad mistakes. We all make long-term bad mistakes, but that doesn't mean we don't learn from them. However, I think she's going to learn very hard from this one. And apparently he claims he's been single for the last 2 years. I think there was also mention that he had a criminal background. He actually went to for a domestic violence, he was mean to some other girl. I'm going to try to skip through some of these, but yeah, so there was a domestic violence thing going on, but yet she had a 10-year marriage. That didn't work, but she's, really bad at relationships when he can't even. So anyways, I'm going to let these skip through the rest until another video that I found. But in any event, it's like, there are women out there that are dealing with this very same concept. Like they're dating guys who are like, these are normal women who've never even heard of red pill or know what it is or anything like that. So they're very conflicted and confused. Like if a guy starts saying alpha, beta, red pill, this is tradcon, yada, 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 whatever. So it can cause issues there. All right, let's see. We're going to rock through this one. I think I already have it.
So his name was Jared. We grew up on streets near each other, and our families knew each
Preface to this, and this is the last video, and the panel will be up here in about 6 minutes, is this woman basically had a best friend growing up. They were friends for 20 years, and she watched him basically change into something completely new and different. And I cut this up a lot because she talks a lot. I know I talk a lot, but she talks a lot in like tangents everywhere. So I had to cut it up, but don't worry, you're not actually missing anything important. I left the good stuff in.
each other before we were born because we were all homeschooled. So obviously when we were little, I had a big old crush on him because he was the only boy my age I had ever spoken to, but he had no interest in me because he was a little kid. So for a lot of the middle years, he goes back into school. We don't talk. He's in the grade above me. But once we get into high school, we actually reconnect somehow. And I forget how, but I'm a total nerd in high school and he is like a hockey jock. He gets dumped by a girl who absolutely shatters his heart on college, and we actually reconnect because we match on Tinder. And at this point, he is emo, right? He has all the bracelets. He listens to heavy metal. He is very atheist. He has a lot of Satan stars and whatnot. He is the...
All right, so he's, we found ourselves a little emo boy. She's been friends with him for 20 years. They went through homeschool together. They were middle school together, high school together. And then I don't know if they went to college together, but apparently some girl broke his heart at college. All right, now they've rekindled. I guess they were probably in still the same area, matched on Tinder, and were like, oh my God, you're still around. Where you been? What you been up to? And they kind of try to give it a whirl for a hot second, but it's nothing. I don't know if they they don't really like date.
The furthest point in the universe from the typical red pill boy. So when he's back in town, we actually go on some dates and he gets really sick. So I bring him over some soup and like some cookies that my grandma, who I was living with at the time, homemade. And we have some really cute, like cuddling, watching TV, nothing else sort of dates. And it was just like old times. And then after that, he actually kind of rejects me by ghosting me a little bit, but he wants to remain friends. And I'm fine with that because we were friends our whole life. And the more I get to know about him in that point, the more I realize it's probably for the best because he's in a lot of therapy at that point, which is very important because he has such bad anxiety and depression and things like that, that he can't even leave his home to go out in public. And also, he's still obsessed with this girl who has blocked him on everything and he won't tell me why. But one day he says he found her address and he wants to write her a letter because he thinks it'll be super duper romantic and win her back. He had this tendency to...
That's kind of cringy, by the way. So it sounds like he was still heartbroken over this girl, but they kind of went on a couple dates, but they weren't really dates, and decided that they were fine to be friends. No big deal. And she's like watching him do all of these crazy things.
To do that, right? Like romanticize all of his actions when from the outside, like this girl has blocked you on everything. She has told you not to contact her. And now you're tracking down her address. And I tried to explain to him that that's kind of terrifying behavior, but I don't think he listened to me. I do think he sent the letter and I don't think anything ever came of it. But at this point, he decides he needs to completely change his life. I think his therapist suggested getting into working out.
His therapist suggested getting into working out. I don't see anything wrong with that. But what I did find, and maybe you'll pick it up too, is that this person has a pattern of doing what everybody else is doing or doing what people tell him. He seems very incelish, very impressionable, very gullible, very just like, how do I figure it out? Okay, just tell me what to do, and then does it. But the application is just poorly done. Right. The delivery it could even be perfect. It could be perfected, but the execution of what he's doing is terrible.
Which is the beginning of the slippery slope. So again, he's still in college, living mostly in his parents' basement. He's spending thousands of dollars now on gym equipment and getting
living in his parents' basement, confirmed.
Really into working out and watching like male motivational videos, to which I believe around this time too, he decides that he doesn't need to go to therapy anymore. And I was like, no, you still can't really leave your home, dude. And you have a lot of issues. Like you definitely are not done with that. But again, he thinks that after like a short period of time, he's just completed therapy. And around this time, a couple of his friends ask how we reconnected too, because it's a question to ask. And I jokingly am like, well, we went on a couple dates and Jared rejected me. And he insists that never happened. Like he refuses to, like he denies it to his core that he ever rejected.
And I will say in advance, I think this girl's pretty kooky too. But the story she's telling has enough details in it to where like, I don't think it's untrue. I don't think it's too far-fetched. I don't think it's too hyped up or anything like that. But I do agree. If anybody thinks she's kooky, I agree.
rejected me. I was like, it's fine. It's funny and I'm fine with it. But anyways, we're seeing other people. We're just friends. And around this time is when I met Basement Eric, the one who SA'd me and tried to kidnap me and keep me locked in his basement, right? So that causes a lot of damage. And my brain doesn't trust me to be around boys anymore. So eventually I have to explain to Jared like why I'm always sitting on the opposite side of the room or not really seeing him anymore. And he decides again in his brain, which he has made himself out to be a good person in the scenario and coming from a good place, that he can fix me actually. Because you just didn't get hugged enough as a child and you aren't shown the proper amount of affection. So he starts forcing me to like cuddle with him and hug him, even when I tell him no and to stop. And from all the working out, he's becoming a very large man that I can't fight anymore. And so it's starting to get scary when he doesn't listen to me. And he also starts making this frequent joke that we need to go out on like formal friend dates because like I just deserve to be loved and shown love, which again, I believe came from a good place. But I was like, no, like I've been on real dates. Like I've been on fine dates. It's fine. I've been on a good date before. Like I love.
I think like telling you that you weren't hugged enough as a child or something, that we've all heard that in the red pill rhetoric as well, like with the why women are so damaged and stupid and crazy and traumatized and become OnlyFans girls is like, you know, their daddies weren't there for them or they weren't hugged enough as children. And, you know, so that's just, I feel like he maybe had been watching something to that degree and was trying to help a friend, but again, applicability sucks.
Love you, dude, but you also still refuse to leave your home to go to most places, so it wouldn't work out anyways. So because his behavior towards me is actually making my issues worse at the time, I'm in a lot of intensive therapy myself for this, I have to distance myself or make sure that his other friends are around whenever we're hanging out because he doesn't do any of this stuff in front of his other friends. And an interesting note is now that he's moved home after college, instead of hanging out with his more left friends from college, he's just hanging out with his high school friends that all are on the right. And that starts to really speed up his change in behavior. And around the time we're both dating and seeing other people, and he'd also slowly started using like alpha male, beta male lingo. Like he's hanging out with his gym friends 24/7. They have daily fitness, eating, you know, they have everything mapped out on an Excel spreadsheet. They're constantly on the grind. He's he's leaning into alpha, beta, all that terminology. I'm starting to get increasingly worried. And then he gets a new girlfriend. And this girlfriend is super religious, super conservative, right? And all of a sudden, out of the blue, Jared suddenly is talking about being religious and going to church.
Meanwhile, remember, he was like an atheist, Satan lover, emo boy. You know, no, and we all do dumb stuff in high school, but that is a really dramatic change. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it.
He's going and playing tennis and doing all these things that I've never heard of him doing before. And he's starting to say some of the concerning things he would just let slip when he was one-on-one with me out loud now. I remember our very last FaceTime, he FaceTimed me after he was playing tennis with his girlfriend. I was talking about a date I had gone on, but we didn't really click. And he starts going like, you need a beta male because you have like an alpha energy. See, I'm an alpha male, so I need like a beta housewife. It's like, I'm just stunned by everything that's coming out of his mouth all of a sudden. And then at some point, I kind of must have made the comment that I was like a little bit concerned about all the conservatives and the things he's been hanging around for him to say this. And he utters the phrase, well, technically, like, voting conservative is the most alpha male thing you can do, right? Because, like, you're voting to suppress minorities and women. You're maintaining your seat.
That sounds familiar. Repeal the 19th. Tell me something. If you're an alpha male, do you have to say you're an alpha male? Do you? That's cringe to me, but whatever.
At the top. And in that singular moment, all hope in my body left, and I disconnected from the conversation entirely. Did not try to continue to engage. I just made a natural exit.
Natural exit. So she, you know, again, I do recognize this girl is pretty kooky and cringy, right? She's a little woo-woo. You know, and she obviously has her own personal issues. But what I did pick up is just a big pattern of this man being incredibly impressionable. And in terms of the red pill, but not only just the red pill, I think also in other variations of trying to shift societal norms or trying to shift narratives or agendas or push prompts a specific way. How can you do that? Well, you have to start with the people that are easily impressionable, you know, and the most easy to persuade or get a hold of are those who are they're hurt. One of the things she said was this boy was like yearning and pining for another woman who obviously rejected him and to the point where he wanted to send a letter. He wanted to find her address. She specifically blocked him, asked him not to talk to her ever again. And, you know, here he is still seeking out her address. That's cringe. But he's brokenhearted. So what do we do when we're brokenhearted? We need to validate our feelings. We look for people out there who are going to validate our feelings. If somebody out there is saying, you know, women are this and women are that, don't you worry. It's not you, it's them. It's not you, it's them. You're not creepy emo dude Satan worshiping. Like, it's not you. It was her. You know, and I think that that's kind of a big piece behind it, is finding those impressionable people. Now, I'm not saying all red pill content creators are wrong. I'm also not saying all red pill talking points are wrong. I think there are some great pieces in there we can all take away, but I think you also still have to be capable of making an informed decision, doing your research, and really like paying attention and not just honing in. But when they're coming at you and validating your feelings, you know, like she hurt you because she's a monkey branching to somebody better, or women only want the 666 6-pack, 6 feet tall, 6 figures. Women, you know, will only use you, and they never, you know, like all of these different things. Hi, B-Love. You know, like when you're validating their feelings and making it okay that this happened to you, well, you've caught my attention, right? Because it's like, you agree with me? It wasn't me. I'm not wrong. You know, like that's going to make you feel better. And when people make us feel better, what do we want to do? We want to tune in and listen to more, because it continues to make us feel better. So I think there's a lot of, and I'm going to bring the panel up here in just a couple minutes. One of our panelists had to step away for just a moment. So I'm just going to kind of buy time and talk to you for a few minutes, and giving them an opportunity to get back to their seat. Things happen. People have, you know, personal life going on around us. Remember, most of us stream from home. We're not in professional studios, and, you know, we often are not, yes, I see you. I see the other three. We're good to go. And where's Prawncess? Prawncess, you need to get your butt back here. I'm waiting on you, buddy, as well. You need to get backstage, Prawncess. But anyways, so I just think that we need to kind of like recognize that there's an impressionable group of men and women. I think this is another reason why feminism kind of like sailed in a way where making women feel better for being the old cat lady, or you know, Prawncess, are you coming, my darling? I'm waiting on you to get backstage. And I think that like feminism, that's how that took off, in ways that it wasn't intended, you know, in ways that it should not have happened like this. Yeah, everybody yell at Prawncess. Everybody light up the chat. Got you. All right, now I'm just waiting for one more to step back to their seat, and then we'll bring our panel on. But in the meantime, again, I love you all. I'm so excited. Actually, we'll go ahead and do this. They'll be here just a second. And we can just do some little introductions of everybody. Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel? Are we ready to bring them on and see them yell at each other? I hope you are. I really hope you are.
Release the Kraken!
All right. Oh,
Hello.
Hello. Why does that not put it the way it's supposed to be
good.
put?
I'm not yelling at anyone, just so y'all know. I am not yelling.
Oh, I see why I got to change the seat up. Put you up there. You down there. Sorry for just a second. My layout got adjusted from the other day. All right. Well, we're just waiting on Fatty. He stepped away for just a minute. But he will be back shortly. In the meantime, and yes, you're totally going to be yelling at somebody. And let me get that tomato off of there for you, my darling Neve. Where's the, oh, they're up here. There, that's better. Okay. Anyways, hello, everybody. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. Sorry, that didn't work. All right, let's go ahead and just start with some introductions, and then when Fatty gets back, we'll go into kind of our opening statements and take off from there. But for now, let's just introduce yourself, your channel, what you do, why you're here, and we'll go from there. Starting with you, DL.
Oh, what's good, everybody? I'm DL saying I really want to know podcast. Last time I was here, I was wearing a Fresh and Fit t-shirt. Today, I'm wearing Critical Drinker. Nah, to be fine. We'll see. You know what I mean? They came for me when I had my Fresh and Fit gear on. We'll see if anybody comes for me because I'm a fan of the drinker. I met him in real life. He's not a personal friend, but I have met him. I'm a retired air traffic controller. I'm a single dad. YouTuber. I think I'm the resident red pill dude. I think is that the plan? Is that who I am?
I'm pretty sure you are. Or
Okay,
at
cool.
least
Yeah,
lean a little further in that direction.
Looks like I'll be the red pill dude tonight. And yeah, it's you know, I'm the guy that I like to have discussions. I don't want to debate. I'm not here to scream team this or team that. I want to have a talk, see what's going on. If we can help some folks, fine. I'll leave the yelling to everyone else. Like, I'm just not on that right now. That's just not my thing. I really want to try to help folks if I can. Watching that video with old girl, I definitely got some thoughts on that. I got my pad ready. I have my notes ready. Hopefully we'll have a good time.
I think it will be. I think it'll be a good one. We'll have a few moments, but I think it'll be a great discussion. I love that you brought your notepad too, though. You nerded out. That's the way to go.
Come on, man. I'm a pro. We'll be doing all this. And my home is my studio. IRS, I hope y'all listening. My whole entire house is my studio. I want 99.9% of that right off, y'all. So
right.
That's what we gonna do.
I wish I used my whole basement, but I do use like just a specific room down here. And I kind of thought about that later. I'm like, man, if I use the whole basement, that's literally like half of my house. That I could have, like a third of my house that I could have written off. Hi, Fatty.
That's what I'm talking about. You better put some light stands up or something. Ain't gotta be no lights on there. Like it's gonna be. I got light stands up.
I do feel like I kind of do use the whole basement because when I record for the News from the Manosphere stuff, or I guess it's the Panel Sphere now, but like there's a whole nother section of the basement that I use, and then I have my green screen set up on specifically like a whole quarter of a wall. So I guess I could write off the whole thing since it is my little play space. But all right, Fatty, did you kind of give your opening statement, DL, or do you want to kind of expand on that a little bit more?
I'm done. I'm okay. Just here for, like I said, I'm here for peace and love and all that. I came for peace and love last time.
Peace and love, and you definitely didn't get it.
Well, it turned out we homies now. I got a whole nother crew because of it. It is what it is.
You did. Fatty, do you want me to pass on to Neve, or are you ready? You want to go ahead and go?
Yes. How are you doing, friends? I hope you guys are doing good. My name is Fatty. I'm nephew of Uncle Fatty. And like the difference between a villain and a hero is that the hero is remembered by the best things he did in life, and the hero is remembered by the worst. I think the red pill is exactly that. Is a superpower. You can choose it to be Thanos if you want to. You can choose it to be Superman. It only depends on what you can do. It's not good or bad. It's just something that you can use for the betterment of your life and society, or to fuck it up. So that's that. And I'm poor. I don't have a basement, and like
no.
I'm not using. Yes, I'm not using a part of my house, and I'm very mad that I can't put StreamYard on dark mode, and now I look like a ghost. So I appreciate you, Sara, for inviting me, and hello to Saint, Neve, and Prawncess. Let's have fun.
It was good.
Fair enough. Good, and to you, Neve, my darling.
Well, the pettiness has already begun, I guess. But it's wonderful to see everyone again. I think I've seen everyone on this panel at different times. And Sara, always happy to be here. It's been a couple of weeks since I've been able to make it, but I'm happy to be here nonetheless. I wouldn't regard myself necessarily as anti-red pill by any means. I think I'm just pro common sense, and red pill and common sense, they're just, they're just not compatible with one another, in my opinion. So I think with just, working through a conversation and getting to the heart of why people believe what they believe, I feel like we're going to probably come to some pretty real conclusions about what the red pill is doing for relationships.
Fair enough. And to you, Prawncess, last but certainly not least.
Thanks for having me again, Sarah. I think it's my 3rd time on here. It's always a lot of fun. I'm a streamer. I say that with a question mark because I've only been doing this for like 2 months now, but it's a lot of fun, so I want to keep doing it. I do run a speed dating show, but I'm definitely not a red pillar. Actually, I love to talk shit on the red pill. That's most what I'm here for. Are we doing intros and opening statements, or just intros?
Go for it. Yep.
Since if we're doing opening statements, I definitely agree with more the Neve side of this, where I think the red pill is usually dog shit. I think all the good parts of the red pill you can get elsewhere. We'll talk about this more in depth, but I think there's lots of bad cases of really bad coming out of the red pill. Happy to give those examples later, but we'll dive into that in just a minute.
Fair enough. So at any point you guys can open the floor, but I do kind of want to ask you about the first video. If everybody was able to watch it, Fatty was probably sleeping, so he probably didn't watch it. But if you did watch it, what are your thoughts on that first video with the guy saying the red pill just ruined my relationship, just completely destroyed it? I was in a relationship already. I started watching it, and then now I'm single. What are your thoughts?
It sounded soft. Already. It was not the red pill that actually broke him. He was already broken. He couldn't even go into detail into what actually made him look to his girlfriend some type of way. He couldn't explain nothing. He just used it as oh my God, I started hating my woman and I didn't even notice. But what did she do? What was the thing that you started noticing after you actually got red pill? So once again, it's like, those people that when they want to do house renovations, they don't clean nothing, they don't fix nothing, they just put a layer over everything that is rotten and they just go ahead and do it. And then 10 years later, 5 years later.
I think the house is a bad analogy, but how about we use the pill analogy? Yeah, usually someone takes the pill and there's bad effects from the pill, you don't blame the patient. Usually it's the manufacturer of the pill's fault. Why would you blame the patient for their reaction to the pill? The argument is whether red pill is ruining relationships. In this case, it ruined this guy's relationship.
It's called an analogy. You use it to actually make the public understand what you're saying. For example, you don't.
Yeah, but it's not a very good one in this case.
You didn't even let me finish. How do you know it was a good analogy, sir? Right?
I think mine's better.
Like, do you
treat a pill and you get sick?
Do you use a headache pill to treat a head tumor, a brain tumor? No, right? Like, you don't do it. You go to the hospital and they will actually give you a right prescription.
Medication? Yes. What are you asking?
No, sir. If you have a headache, right? And you say, let me go to the pharmacy, get something for my headache, and they give you a prescription pill. But in reality, you actually had a head tumor that can be resolved with no medicine. You actually have to go to the hospital and get treated. This is what I'm talking about. A lot of these people, a lot of times, they have broken pasts, they have broken brains, they have broken relationships, and they are trying to medicate themselves with things that only are going to treat the surface level, while below it, there's a bunch of rotten shit. That was my analogy. I apologize, Princess, because you didn't get it the first time. You got this.
I still don't get it. Neve, can you maybe parse it for me?
For sure. Well, the impression that I get is that maybe he's not even interested in women. I mean, there was a lot of zesty energy coming from that man. And I think that, there's a lot of potential in maybe him being a latent homosexual. But I would argue that that's actually more representative than the red pill, than it seemed on the surface, okay? So you might want to write him off and maybe lean towards what Fatty was saying and saying like, yeah, he's got a lot of underlying issues. Maybe the problem isn't the red pill. And I would rather, maybe double down on the idea that it absolutely is the red pill and that there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of other guys just like him, looking for healthy ways to explore their sexuality and kind of realizing maybe the red pill isn't the place to do it. So yeah, I think it's
you might be on to something, sis. But I would say something with that guy. First of all, if you're in a relationship, why are you watching red pill content? Most guys that I come across in this space, they fall down that rabbit hole trying to find answers to something that went wrong in a relationship. This guy saying, I was in a perfectly healthy relationship, I was happy. I'm like, why are you watching this content? And then, yes, there are some bad actors out there. There's some bad advice being passed around in that space. You feel me? Like, there's bad advice being passed around in life, the game of life or whatever. This guy, to Sister Neve's point, Like this dude right here, I'm wondering. I'm like, bro, you sure you know who you are and who you want to be with? You know, it didn't make sense to me. But he was trying to put like, okay, I started watching this content and then my relationship went bad, so it's the content's fault. I don't know, bro. I think it's, you know, there was some ideas being shared. There was some, you know what I mean, some ideologies being thrown out there. Guys are giving examples. What you do with this information is on you. I don't really see how that's on, you know, that's, you know, it's not going to be on this content, you know, who you were watching and who you were talking to, wherever the case may be. I deal with a lot of guys out here asking a lot of questions. The first thing I ask them is, you know, what's your mission, bro? Like, what are you trying to do? And it doesn't sound like that he asked himself that question. You know, and in that, yeah, he did seem real zesty. I was kind of watching that thing. It just, a lot of it just didn't seem, you know, what was he looking for? What was it about his relationship that he wasn't happy with, that he would fall down the red pill rabbit hole looking for answers? It just doesn't make sense. But hey, that's just my take on it.
Amen.
And while we're in kind of a pause here, Michelle comes in with a $4.99. And ladies and gentlemen, please start kicking off those donos, because according to Tomato Jr., my lovely son, he told me, Mommy, you're going to make $1 billion. You tell everybody to send you $1 billion tonight. So thank you, Michelle, for kicking it off right. DL, I need you to talk to the boy in Culture Club. The girlfriend messages were covered.
Right. And I was like, I jumped on late. So are we talking about dude in Culture Club, or no? Is that a different video?
That's next week's topic.
Might be. So but yeah, I sent Sister Michelle. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm lost. But you guys gotta forgive me. This is the third podcast I'm doing today. Uncle Saint had to go out and do some work.
Damn,
so
3.
yeah, I might have got them mixed up.
Fair enough.
Well, Sarah, do you mind if I ask a question to the panel?
It's your floor.
Because I feel like this is going to come up inevitably. So I want to ask, what is everyone's definition of the red pill? Do you have a rough concept of how you kind of define that? Any volunteers?
I'll go first.
What?
I think the red pill creators are the sort of people that voluntarily advertise their allegiance to the idea that women are inherently problematic. So I would say red pill creators, you know them because they'll tell you that they're red pill within probably the first 5 to 10 minutes of them talking. And if they're not red pill, you know, then they can coincide on some beliefs. But you know, their red pill creators are generally not shy about it. You know, they're not low key about it. They generally will tell you within the first few minutes. So red pill is, I don't know, characterized by, I would say, a group of angsty, predominantly online men who like to take very, very niche dating culture and then project it onto everyday men.
Red pill is the reality. It's not just applied to women. Is you acknowledging the reality. And a lot of people, especially men, when it comes to dating women, we're in the dark. So people grab whatever that situation on the Matrix where you have to choose between living in a fantasy world that you'll never wake up, which is the blue pill, or choosing the red pill and see the reality where the rabbit hole goes. And that's the reality. And respectfully, like, if you're going to be honest about it, and we talked about this before, men that are red pill are better prepared to be better husbands, fathers, whatever, than they are when they are not red pill. Actually is applied on a good, healthy man that actually has a stomach to digest it. And I think what happens a lot of times is that we talk about the person that couldn't digest the red pill and throw it up, instead of focusing on the male that actually had the stomach to digest it and to use it on his real life.
And speaking of digesting, Rude Mud Crab, we all love crabs over here on the East Coast, and it is still technically summertime. So red pillars are the vegetarians of relationship advice. They just don't shut the fuck up about it. Thank you, Rude Mud Crab, for the $5. Appreciate you. Anybody wants to respond to that, you're more than welcome to.
I was gonna say the vegans earlier. Go ahead.
Say the vegans. I think I've been in this space a couple years now, since I retired, so almost 4 years. I think if you ask 100 red pillers to give you a definition of the red pill, you get 100 different answers. Right? So it depends on who you're talking to. So I'm gonna give DL Saint's version of what the red pill is, and it's straight from the movie The Matrix. Right? Do you want to hear more comforting lies and just be told about the Disney fairy tale or whatever? Great, take the blue pill, stay where you are. Do you want to see how deep the rabbit hole goes? You want the code, take the red pill. We're going to give you some uncomfortable truths. Now, having said that, are there grifters out there? Yeah. There's people going to run your pockets no matter what, men, women, everything in between. It's an opportunity to make some money. People going to try to make that bread. What I try to do with the red pill is, hey man, let's talk about some things that maybe mom and dad or maybe your aunties or uncles didn't tell you. Let me share with you some of the things that I've seen. When it comes to sexual dynamic, when it comes to, mating strategy, when it comes to politics, when it comes to the corporate world, when it comes to the streets. Let me just tell you and show you what I've seen. Now, when I give you this information, don't get mad at me. You asked for it, right? You asked for it. But these guys who go in and they make it just us against them kind of thing, I don't agree with that. I don't subscribe to it. It's bad. But even those guys, every now and then, were hit on some points that are factual and that can keyword help. But unfortunately, we have a lot of Americans that just don't know how to think anymore, right? I'm older. I'm in my 50s. So we had to deal with stuff. Like, we got punched in the mouth. We had to deal with hearing no. We had winners, right? First, second, and third place. That's all you got. Anything outside of that, you're a loser. We had winners and losers. Now everyone gets a trophy. Now everyone's special, right? So, and when they're faced with that reality in the real world, they're no longer under mommy and daddy's protection. They're out here in the real world. And it's like, bro, you stink. Bro, your fashion is off. Bro, you don't know how to talk to people, right? These are red pill truths. It's like, bro, if you want to be seen, you're going to have to work on this shit. No one is obligated to talk to your weird ass. Mm-hmm. Right. This is what's coming from me, from my side of when these young guys come to me. This is what I'm hitting them with. I'm gonna hit you with what I got hit with. Right. You're not gonna get a trophy, bro. You're a loser. You're a weirdo. You know what I mean? Like, and like, you're so weird, in fact, that I'm gonna need some money for you to even come talk to me, homie, because I can't be standing next to you. Now, I'm not gonna run their pockets. I just want to see if they're willing to do the work to go earn the money that they need to give me, and then we go out together. So that money is being spent on me coaching them in real life. But that's just DL Saint. I'm not the rest of the guys out there. There's some bad actors and there's some guys, who are trying to help. So that's my take on the red pill. When I hear the people say a whole bunch of, the negative stuff and all of the whatever, I don't argue this stuff because I'm like, yeah, you're right. I've seen it. I've been out there listening to dudes. I've seen the guys go out and pay professional women to come sleep with these dudes. And, and the guru or the coach is paying the girls to come do this. They're, taking notes straight out of Mystery Method and giving them PUA stuff. And these guys are all like, oh man, this really works. It's like, bro, he's running your pockets. Because when this is over, like, you could have bought your own girl. You could have rented your own chick, right? And when this is all said and done, you're still, and in fact, you're worse off now. You're a weirdo with a little bit of confidence that's misplaced. Like, there's nothing worse than that. So it is what it is. Is there some good information out there? Are there some guys out there, some older dudes that can help you? Yes. Right,
because I'm not getting my definition.
Let me interrupt real quick, Prawncess, if you don't mind. Yep. The Tribe one coming in with the $5. Thank you so much. Red pill was the answer for harmful feminism. Definitionally, is that a word? Definition. By definition.
That's what Jackson would say. It's a word tonight.
Definitionally, it was meant for understanding truth of society, but it is now a hate group, in my opinion. And speaking of super chats, Michelle actually messaged me and corrected me what she was referring to in terms of the Culture Club. I think she meant Castle Club. The Castle Club for Fresh and Fit. She said the guy that was in the messages that she was interacting with the girl, he was in the Fresh and Fit Castle Club. And I believe, are you some type of manager or any sort or have anything to do with that?
I run the city groups. So there's Castle Club. Fresh and Fit has this platform they created, and within there is what we call the city groups, where we have groups in different cities spread out across the globe. We're about like 20 or so cities in 5 countries where, you know, fans of Fresh and Fit and fans of this space get together in real life. And, you know, we help these guys grow. Like, we can, you know, it's good to see people I'm the guy that wants to see you in real life. I want to see how you dress. I want to see how you act in real life. I want to hear the dumb shit. And a lot of these guys say a lot of dumb shit. I want to hear the dumb shit you actually say when we out in public. And we can correct it right on the spot. Like, bro, don't ever say that dumb shit again.
Don't ever say that dumb shit.
No, don't
Speaking
ever
of
say that
saying dumb shit, I'm teasing. Prawncess, I'm going to come right back to you after this. LFA Live, we drew him out of his cave, ladies and gentlemen. He only stops by when we have a reasonably good topic, but I don't think he's anywhere else playing in YouTube. The Manosphere's definition is a study of dating and relationship stats. Of course, most content creators cherry pick the most appalling stats to get views. But does that mean the study is wrong? Okay, and I'm going to take it back to you, Prawncess. It's all yours. And then, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to jump in the hot seat backstage, the link is now pinned. Please feel free to jump back there now. I've already got one in the hot seat ready to go, and we'll be bringing her up in here in just a couple minutes after you, Prawncess.
And Prawncess, pleasure to meet you, bro. I don't think we was ever on the panel together, man. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Not yet. Nice to meet you too. And definitely, I find your definition more acceptable than fatties. I definitely can't agree with the whole truth sentiment, just for one main reason. There's so many people that identify as red pill, and yet they all have very different opinions about what red pill means or even espouses. So if that's really the truth, I don't know why there'd be so many disagreements and infighting. Just to provide some context, and let me know if anyone disagrees, but I did some research about the origins of the red pill, and usually, obviously it came from the Matrix term, but it kind of really started on online forums and Reddit back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, and I think it's not too different in that where it's not too different from today, where I think it's a lot of men that are way too online and they really need to touch grass and have had their heart broken probably one too many times, and they have kind of just grown to hate women a little bit too much.
Yeah, but you are doing what everybody does, which is always the lowest common denominator. It's like me saying feminist is the 8th of men, because there's this group of feminists that 8 men. So that's why I'm going to stick on. And instead of having a good faith conversation and a level-headed conversation about feminism, I'm going to pick up the ravaged feminist and I'm going to put in front of the camera. That shit makes no sense, and that actually proves there's a bad faith conversation. It's like me saying, this is what you're saying, right? Cars, instruction drivers are bad because millions and millions of people die driving cars every year. That makes no sense. A car is a tool. You are going to use it to put out fires, to take kids to school, and unfortunately, some people are going to die on the road. But
I know analogies, but more correct analogy would be the factories outputting cars that are malfunctioning, and then people are driving these cars. And I'm saying, well, it's kind of messed up. The factories giving out all these broken cars.
Prove your statement. Prove your statement.
Prove my statement?
Yeah, prove it.
The guy, we watched the video. Before he didn't watch red pill content. He started to, and then his relationship failed.
Yes. So did he explain why his relationship failed? Did he say, this is what he make me do and this is what broke in my relationship? He didn't say nothing. He literally didn't explain nothing.
I don't need that. I know
of course
red pill content was introduced. I know that's the defining factor.
When you come in and you go to the doctor, you say, doctor, this is where it hurts. And the doctor says, "Oh, you have a boo-boo here. Let me see
I'll tell you what I mean. By your own words,
if you can diagnose, if you can, no, 1 second.
You said red pill gets stuff right and wrong, right? Did you not say that earlier?
No, I said that red pill can use.
Red pill gets everything right.
Can you let me actually say what I said? Red pill.
Ask a yes or no question.
Oh my God, red pill is not good or bad. Is a tool. You can use that shit to be Superman, or you can be Thanos. It's like water. If you drink too much water, you will die from water poisoning. Even water, that's supposed to be the most benign thing on the planet. If you drink too much, you are going to die. It's the same as the red pill.
Yeah, but if you need to screw in like a screw and I give you a hammer, I'm inherently setting up for failure.
No, because I have a bunch of things in my wall that I literally use a hammer to put it on the wall, and they're still there years and years later. So you can't.
You cannot keep with analogies,
sir,
dude.
You have to stop to interrupt me every time.
You said it's a tool. I'm saying it's not the right tool for the job. You get the analogy?
Okay, so that's the point. So that's the point. You are going to prove it, right? This is how adults talk, princess. I have a hammer and it didn't work. So I have to find a replacement, a screwdriver, whatever. You are going to tell me what is the replacement. Since the hammer doesn't work, since the red pill doesn't work, you are going to find me a group, a space on the internet where men actually can go and learn about women in a safe and healthy environment. The hammer doesn't work. What is the tool that we replace?
There's a lot. I don't even like this fear, but there's a lot of pickup artists that don't like the red pill and don't identify as red pill. So you definitely can learn that without going down the red pill.
Pickup artists from pickup artists.
Yeah. Do you disagree with that?
You know, pickup artists. The only thing they do is teach you how to get laid, right?
Do you understand what you asked me? You asked whether you can get feedback on talking to women. Do you not agree they can get feedback in these circles?
Sir,
or is the problem you think they're going to get some wrong feedback, just like they win the red pill?
You have to have integrity when you talk about it. DL Saint literally said they have a group where they teach men how to move up in financially, go to the gym, and a bunch of things. So let's assume
you think the only place you can learn how to self-improve yourself is the red pill?
I ask you.
Nowhere else is like endorsing working out.
Princess, you ask questions. Let me answer. Let me answer.
Answer them faster. Yeah, it's
no. Okay, I'm going to answer it faster.
Come on, we're still early.
The original question was, tell me a place, and please don't fucking dodge. If the hammer doesn't work, if the red pill doesn't work, tell me a place when 1 million of men could go to learn about women, their behavior on a healthy environment, and a place where actually they don't hate women. Tell me where this place is. What is the Reddit?
I said this earlier. I'll say it again. A friend of the channel, Playing with Fire, is a pickup artist channel where he hates the red pill, doesn't identify as red pill, and you can go there and get some feedback if you're struggling with that. You know, I don't struggle with that, but it seems like you do, Fatty. So that'd be a place where you can go and talk about your issues.
Sir, you are a sassy motherfucker.
So wait, I answered the question.
Speaking of a safe place to talk about things, welcome, Melanie. Are you with us? I know I had you backstage for a little while. Are you with us?
I believe I am. Hello. How's it going?
Wonderful.
Speaking of sassy motherfuckers.
I think you're still kind of new to this show, so I just want to explain the hot seat. It is a 10-minute seat. Now, if nobody else jumps backstage, then I will continue to extend your time until somebody does pop back there. But essentially, you have 10 minutes to direct your thought processes to the panel and do whatever it is you feel like doing in terms of argument. The panel will respond. They might interact with you. They might interact with each other, however works. So I just want to make sure you had an understanding of that thought process there. And then also, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Lauren for gifting the membership. I think Live, Love, and Pray received that membership. Congratulations. Enjoy your lottery winnings. And also another quick shout out. There's over 100 of you watching. That means there better be 100 likes, subscribe, shares, whatever the case may be between all of the channels who are currently connected. So I hope everybody enjoys. Do your job as a viewer. It is free. And remember, you can super chat to boot people. You can super chat to extend people's time. As far as the hot seat is concerned, the 4 main panelists up at the top of the screen will continue to stay on screen for the rest of the evening. And don't forget, we go into open panel. I think it's around 11:15 p.m. EST. So like an hour and 15 minutes from now. So, all right. I leave it to you, Melanie. Go ahead and kick us off.
Hi. So I found that all to be an interesting discussion, by the way. I did try to watch the video at the beginning, but I just had trouble following it personally. I have really bad ADHD. It was just me. But
every YouTuber does.
In general, like I noticed that a lot of red pillars say that men are constantly, like, in some form or another under attack, being degraded, stuff like that. Do the pro red pillars on this panel believe that men are constantly being degraded by a more feminist culture, or can we have feminism and men's rights at the same time?
You can have both. The problem is that feminists use that as a zero-sum game. If the men win, we are going to lose, and they suppress content, either being on Instagram, YouTube, whatever the platform is. You are never safe if you express your views about women, while women can openly express their views about men. even if they're extremely negative. They can do it even on mainstream when the Ozzy Osbourne wife started laughing about them cutting somebody dick and throwing it into the bushes, and everybody left in that studio. That's something that will never happen if it was a woman mutilation, and this happens on the mainstream. So yes, both can coexist when feminists and women think is a zero-sum game, where if the guys are informed about women are going to lose overall.
Yeah,
okay. I think
both can coexist. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, DL, the question was pointed at you.
Okay, so I would say yes, that both can coexist. However, you know, a lot of guys are upset about the mainstream media, about the blue pill or whatever, and it's like, yeah, they're against us and they're against all men and all that other stuff. It's like, oh, so you telling me that life ain't fair, homie? Is that what you telling me, player? You telling that to a black dude from the hood? Life ain't fair? Man, you better get your shit together, bro. Like, you really want to get better at this shit, or you just want to come over here and complain? And I would argue that 80% of the guys in the manosphere, they just want to talk shit, go on Fresh and Fit After Hours or whatever podcast, or on Access Vegas, and try to slam dunk on chicks that, you know, 15 minutes later they're gonna be sending them money via Cash App or going into their OF and sending them bread. I don't even want to talk to them dudes. Like, bro, you lost, and it's your fault. It's no one else's fault but yours. You mad at her because she's a strong, independent woman and she won't follow you because you say she's too alpha. Like, well, maybe you ain't man enough, homie. How about you work on that? And yeah, it is unfair. There is a slant. You know, I kind of, you know, I relate that to my Republican friends out there. They're like, damn, mainstream media, like CNN, MSNBC, it's a liberal slant. Yeah. Yeah. Get used to it. You know what I mean? Move accordingly. So, and it's a shame, but I do believe they can coexist. It's just, to what Fatty was saying, the Mano Swamp, shout out to Rich Cooper, he calls it the Mano Swamp, and the Manosphere, this red pill world. We want to give men an opportunity to basically compete in today's globalized sexual marketplace with the tech and everything else. And when we are successful, and the 20% or so of guys actually do the work and they're able to compete, yeah, the rest of it seems the rest of the world doesn't like it. It seems that women don't like it. You know, if you got a hardcore feminist woman versus a hardcore, you know, alpha type dude or top tier man, that top tier man tends to win, I would say 8 times out of 10.
So
I personally don't think they can coexist.
Oh, really?
I think that because I think the red pill movement is a reactionary movement to women getting the options and the abilities to like succeed in life. And so now men have to try and position a spotlight on themselves to try and victimize themselves rather than looking internally and effectively addressing personal, you know, like shortcomings, right? So that's my opinion. I feel like the red pill, when the red pill goes, I feel like, you know, something else will come in its place, and that's been pretty consistent over the last, like, I don't know, 10 to 15 years.
Good point.
You were gonna ask DL something, Ruby.
Sorry, and I'm trying to make sure my thing doesn't keep pretending to talk when I'm muted, so I'm dealing with my mic. Honestly, DL, you said you were an air traffic controller, and I just wanted to show you that, like, I respect that. I was going to do some lame thing where I pretended to be an aircraft on approach, requesting permission to land, but I don't think the audience cares. So,
I mean, you can do it. I'm retired. So, I mean, if you're flying into Van Nuys, where I retired out of, you know, November 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Van Nuys, Sara straight in 16, right? When come out, Timber 299 there you go.
You could land the question.
Oh yeah, and I did want to ask Fatty something after that. You said that it's feminism that particularly like attacks men. Do you never see like the manosphere attacking women, attacking feminism as well? Because to kind of add on to Neve's point, I also see it as a reactionary movement where I don't think a lot of these people want women to have progressive rights, especially in the 21st century.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's
You're muted, Fatty,
kind
brother.
And yeah, sorry. That just to be clear, that was for Fatty.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead, Fatty.
And that's an opinion. The feminism is a reactionary movement. Like, it's literally the most reactionary movement that I literally say feminism is the biggest religion in the world right now.
What are they reacting to?
they're reacting to the fact that women were suppressed for a bunch of time. They weren't oppressed, they were suppressed. They didn't have the same rights as men, but now they have them. So
if the red pill movement is a reaction to women getting rights, and a red pill
no, it's not about
to them not having rights.
No, it's not.
It's
It's
more
not
justified.
about. It's not about that. It's about the fact that men didn't change, but women did. Men didn't change at all. Women want still the same thing with men. They want tall men, providers, protectors. They want the same type of men that their grandma had 1,000 years ago. But
women are throwing a birthday party and men are crying that they can't blow out the candles. That's literally.
Can I ask you a question?
If I am wrong, why don't you let me commit a mistake instead of over talking me and interrupting me all the time?
Can I ask you a question, Fatty?
Oh, okay, Melanie. I'm sorry. We have this guy that is.
No, it's fine. I'm interested in what Neve has to say.
Oh, you guys got it. You guys got it. Go ahead.
Assert yourself.
You don't think anything's changed as far as like the criteria for a man or a relationship in the past 50 years? You don't think it's changed at all?
What did you say?
A second ago, you said it hasn't changed what women are looking for in a relationship. You don't think it's changed at all, even in the last 50 years?
Absolutely not. They still want tall men. They still want men that are accomplished, men with money, men that are reliable, men that have a big dick, men that actually make them look like they want the same thing they had before.
If that's the case, why do a lot of red pillars espouse like how important having a really nice job and how much money is? Why would that matter if before, like back in the day, like when women couldn't work,
if I could just
their job didn't really matter at all?
If I could quickly jump in, why are most households now, do both the man and the woman have jobs, right? That seems to make it seem to me that women want to be in the workforce at least some of the time. Not all women just want men.
Because it's necessary. Because it's necessary. But that doesn't mean that the woman wants to come home and wants to say to the guy, hey, you do this and you go do that and you go do that. Women actually ate that shit.
It's not always necessary. There were female CEOs out there.
But that's not the point, because even female CEOs
it is the point.
want them. No, listen carefully. Even hyper successful women want men that they can look up to. They don't go to the bottom of the barrel and says, I'm a CEO, so I'm going to find a guy that can be a maid and complement my lifestyle. They want another CEO. This is what actually successful women do. They want somebody that is taller than them, stronger than them, emotionally more intelligent, makes more money even if he's $1. That's what women want. So even if women are better,
because
even
when I see a broken man, I want him so badly. Like honestly, broken men at the bottom of the barrel, it's like I can save you. I can take care of you.
Do you think you are most women? No, that's fair.
Family.
That's fair. The same way there's some men that like this ball stepped on and like fat woman, right? You can always find everything. But do you think that most
that's relationship goals. That's not a fetish.
Do you think that most women are like you? Do you think that most women want a man that can step on and they can look down on and says, oh, you bastard, go ahead and do something? Do you think most women want that man?
Yeah, and I think that's really good news for men who aren't inherently alphas.
So you think women want men that are below them?
Sure, yeah, there are plenty of women who think for themselves.
No, there's not plenty.
You really think that you can speak for all women?
No, there's not plenty, because you can find everything. You can find a man that is as a fetish of women that are 400 pounds. You can find everything. But one second, let me actually ask you this, right? And let's be good faith. Do most men like fat women?
Yes, some actually really do. I've met.
You see what I'm talking about? It's always some, because you know the answer, no. The answer is no. So you're having a bad way conversation.
Because the majority of people aren't actually fat. And
most men are being honest about it.
Okay, so let me.
How many women? I have a question before I have to go.
Let me say
how many women?
Let me say this and then you got it. If that's the case, the red pill is good, because some women like to be a dog, like to be domesticated, like to be treated and bossed around and spanked and like. If that's the case, if we're going to go by some women like dominant men, so the red pill is right. You are making your own point. Go ahead, you got this.
That is your opinion. I just want to know how many women you actually asked about this.
Your mama and your sister. You got
0. Got it.
Yes.
That's what I figured.
You never know if somebody's mama has passed or something like that. Always be mindful of using.
My mom died, by the way. So
tell me it's 0 women.
And my mama didn't give me milk since I was a kid. Yes. We all have problems.
So Melanie, before you have to go, you got like 20 seconds left. Runway 16, right? Clear the land. One calm. So what I wanted to say is Fatty was onto some good talking points there. And that was some inside air traffic control stuff out there for you guys wondering what the hell I just said. Melanie knows. That's a little bonus. Yeah. But there is like when you talk about the red pill, the manosphere, you hear hypergamy all the time, right? You hear like the hypergamous nature of women and this and that. Basically, women wanting to, if they have a choice, they will prefer to date financially at their level and up, right? Where men tend to say at their level and down. Professor Scott Galloway talks about this all the time. And a bunch of other scholars talk about this all the time. I've spoken on my podcast. I've spoken to a fair amount of women, not a whole lot, not thousands or hundreds, but whenever I have an interview and I'm talking to a woman on my podcast, one of the things I'll ask, I was like, okay, here's the scenario. You're making $300,000 a year. You have everything you've wanted. Your future is secure. You have vacation homes. You got the cars, the bags, and all that. And you meet a guy. This guy checks every box except for one, right? This guy is making the average salary of a man in America. This guy is making around, let's say $50,000, $60,000 a year. Would you date that guy? Would you marry that guy? Would you bring that man in your life? You love him and all that. He's perfect. He's everything, but the financial thing is not quite there. And I'm not going to lie to you. I think I talked about 10 or 15 women. Every single one of them, all of them were very successful. Every single one of them said no. Their first initial response is, well, so long as he's ambitious. And, he has a plan to get there. I'm like, no, he's making $60,000 a year. This is what he wants to do. This is all he's going to do. He owns his house, right? He has no debt. He's done it the right way. He's just very bare bones guy. And they like, no, I'm not going to take care of a man. And that is the problem with the feminist side of dating as a top tier woman, as an alpha woman. That hypergamy thing gets in the way. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. I'm, if I'm going to make up numbers, and I'm just making up numbers here, guys, I don't have any stats in front of me, but I would argue that probably 75% of women, again, this is just me making up numbers. I would argue that 75% of women who are high earners like that will want a guy to be at least at her level financially. She's not going to go for that guy who is the low earner, although he checks all the other boxes. So I have seen that. Now, the red pillars take it too far, I think. They take it too far, right? They're like, this is every woman that blah, blah, blah.
DL what happens when that timer goes off.
Yeah,
no, she need to get
given a chance to respond.
Yeah, she should get a she should. Yeah. I wasted her time with air traffic control.
So usually the panel will kind of allow the whoever's on the hot seat the opportunity before they go into very extensive things. Melanie, final thoughts, and before you do that, Melanie, just to you, so you know, I only have one more person backstage waiting in line, and so you can simply just I could just remove you if you want to be able to wait back in line again and come back on, and we'll keep doing this until somebody else, so that is still an option.
Cool.
Because I want to hear Mel's response to that. I said a whole bunch of shit.
Well, I'm going to give her an opportunity to like 60 seconds respond to that, and then we'll put her backstage and bring on Spicoli. Go ahead, Melanie.
See, I hate spinach. Anyways, so I'm glad you asked those women. At least that is good that you're asking women that and checking that. At the same time, I think if you want women to be less hypergamous, that way more average men can get into long-term relationships and will be taken care of. You want feminism to encourage more women bosses. Other than that, I think everyone here is making good points overall, even Fatty, surprisingly, sometimes. So love you guys, and I hope to talk to you again in roughly 10 minutes.
Yeah, come back up here, because I'm going to yell at you when you come back. I'm telling you to go around. I'm telling you to go around.
Melanie, hang tight backstage, Melanie. And I just wanted to send a big shout out to Man-Made Media TV. That's Mr. Life and Bad Gemini. We love them both so very, very much. Fun content creators. I love interacting with them, collabing with them. We've had some good streams. Coming in with the $10. No, the red pillars are not ruining relationships. It's just giving men the words to articulate their grievances and desires. But there are bad apples out there that ruin the bunch. And speaking of the $10, get your wallets ready, people, because you can boot him if you so choose. We have Spicoli coming up, $20 for a full boot, or you can start subtracting time, $1 a minute. He only gets 10, folks. You do the math. Hi, Spicoli.
Hey, Sara.
Are you with us?
Okay.
It's going to be a fruitful convo, I can tell.
Can you hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I did ask Spicoli backstage. I hear you, Spicoli. I did ask him backstage to confirm he was going to stay on topic. So let's hope he does.
Well, thank you if I'm not interrupted. Okay, does the red pill ruin relationships? No, on the contrary, the red pill just makes guys aware to the relationships that are chipped away and ruined by feminism, narcissistic, toxic women, and what else? Let's go down the list of what actually hurts relationships. It's the emasculation of men by females. So is that the man's fault? No, it's the emasculation of men. It's the soy boyism of men. All this is caused by females and feminism. It's the transgenderism movement, which Melanie's part of. As much as I love it, it is also chipping away at just the whole milieu of being a man. It's making relationships harder because the more people that trans over, the less women, the less, there's less to choose from, When we have natural women becoming men and when we have males becoming females, it's too much. You got too much LGBT. As much as I love the community, we got too much of that chipping away at the relationships. The nuclear family's being destroyed. Women don't want to have kids. So really, I believe it's not men that are ruining relationships with their red pill. All the red pill is doing is making men aware to the pitfalls. All that the red pill does is make men aware to the manipulative tactics of toxic females and what feminism has done. It's just an awareness. The red pill is akin to a man taking mushrooms or something, or LSD. It just gives him an awareness of what's going on. It doesn't change reality. And the reality is still, look, we know that 2/3 of all women divorce men. We know that the majority of women break up with men.
Coley, Neve, what's the Canadian? Hold on, just a second. Canadian $5. What does that translate to U.S. dollars? Is that 10?
I think it's real close.
It's equal. It's almost equal.
No, it's not. It's 3 something.
Oh.
3?
All right.
Yes.
Let's look it up.
Okay.
Ladies,
all right, we're
I'm going to prove my point. Sarah,
no, someone else ran before we can for a second.
Let me prove my point. I still have time left. I'm going to prove my point. Sarah, I don't mean to harp on you, but Sarah, if we go back to your last 1 or 2 relationships, I'm assuming the one that broke you off. Well, I'm gonna boot
women
you.
All right, Mr. Coley. Let's get Melanie back up here. That was way more productive.
Hello. It was inevitable. It was just with Spicoli. He's like a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about red pill? People are not against red pill for women. And you know what about red pill for women is? What red pill for women is? As soon as they start walking, be careful. Men want to do this to you. Men want to do that to you. Men want to do that to you. Protect yourself from men. Protect. Guilty until proven innocent. That's the red pill for women. Men are trying to hustle you out of your panties. Be careful. Be careful about man nature. And we assume that men can actually do something bad to women. So protect yourself at all costs. We will never be against women have the real information to protect themselves from men. And they get this information since they are kids until they are grown-ups until the end of their life. So why are we against men having the same information about women and pick and choose where to use it and where to just disregard it because the person in front of them actually is not the person that we talk about on these spaces? What's wrong with that?
Do you really think that women being afraid of, like, for example, being alone in the streets at night is not caused by men at all?
No, because on the balance of probabilities, it's more probable that a man is being attacked than a woman being attacked. So men should actually be more afraid during the night.
Men are being attacked by other women, or that
no. Being attacked overall is more probable that if me and a woman are walking on the street, it's more probable than a man attacks me than a man attacks a woman. And I'm not going to justify that by saying women shouldn't be scared about what can happen on them on the street because it's more probable to happen to me than happen to them. It would
you realize women aren't really being afraid of being like sucker punched on the street. That's not really their concern, though.
What?
They're not really being sucker punched on the street. I don't want to go more into.
Can a man be sucker punched on the street?
They can, but that's not the main concern for the women in the
No,
scenario.
you are no. Oh my. No, you are miss.
So how many men are victims of sexual assault?
I don't know. Google it. ChatGPT.
Is it more or less than women?
Well, how many? I guess the real question though is how many actually claim it too, because there was
Yes,
a big
because-
issue with them claiming it.
You don't know the real numbers of
do some things
you
to
don't
figure
know
it.
the real numbers of sexual assault in DV, especially when it comes to men, because men don't report it. Men will feel ashamed of it. They go home and they cry in the car. They don't do
So
that.
you actually believe that there's a cover-up of men who are being sexually assaulted more than women?
No, what I'm telling, no, that's
What is
not
the
wrong.
relevance?
No, there's
Sorry,
not.
what is the relevance?
Well, that the
There-
relevance is that
Can somebody please tie this
Fatty's
into the
acting.
conversation?
Fatty's acting like it's irrelevant. Fatty's
No,
acting
what
like
I
women
said
be-
is, what I said is, if you look at my space, just on my team, I have more than 10 men that were sexually assaulted by a woman at 11, 12 by the babysitter.
Yeah, I'm not
by the
denying that. No,
teacher.
I'm
And
not
and
denying
one
that men
second,
get
and then
sexually
one second.
Your anecdote is great though, but the evidence is is not. That's not the though, right? Do you disagree with
Terrible,
that?
by the way. It is
I don't know
terrible.
what you guys are talking about because you don't let me finish. You like ask a question, I start talking. Somebody asks a question. I
It's
talk.
like dumb,
Because
you're comparing.
you
You're
are-
comparing the red pill to like this thing that's not the same at all. So
No, I didn't. You guys did it, not me. You guys
No,
started talking about
you brought this
You
up.
need
You
to
said,
be
you said the opposite of the red pill is this, and then you went on this rant about women talking shit on men.
What I said was simple. Woman gets red pill as soon as they start walking because respectfully, men are dangerous to them. They are stronger, they are faster, they might do something bad to them. So we tell woman, protect yourself at all costs. Actually, you know what I tell to woman? Guilty until proven innocent. Don't go all, oh, I trust you and all that, and I will listen to you. Protect yourself at all costs because these men are trying to hustle you out of your pennies, so they're going to try to use you. Why can't I do the same thing to men and says this woman want to go on lunch and then
so you-
damn it, man, let me finish.
No, you go off. You're going way too long.
Tangents are a little wild. Your Malaysia flight 370, Fatty.
I thought he was a coffee addict. He's a cocaine addict because there's no way.
You're the one who keeps ranting nonstop. Make a point and then be done with
How
it.
is that ranting? I'm literally being very objective about what I'm saying.
Maybe
he's not
it's-
Spicoli who
no.
tried to take up the entire 10
Fatty,
minutes he's
I have
talking.
no idea what
You
point
know
you're
what?
trying to
Let
make.
me mute myself. You got it, princess.
Be concise.
Oh, you're making Fatty mute himself. Watch out. He's going to be quiet the rest of the panel now. He's going to be quiet. He's going to be mad.
Go ahead, Dio.
So Melanie, to your point, it's horrible. It's horrible when people get, hurt in that way. You know what I mean? It's horrible. Men, women, it is, but yeah. If I were to listen to the most of the people out there, especially on college campuses, they talk about how prevalent that is on college campuses, right? Myron Gaines made this point on a podcast. And a lot of people hate that guy, but this is one of the things I was like, man, you got to think about it. If the college campuses were so open to that sort of thing, why would I send my daughter to any college in America? You feel me? Like that just doesn't make any sense to me. So I mean, all this thing does happen, and it one time is too many times. It's no getting around it for men or for women, but it's more prevalent for this sort of thing to happen to women because men tend to be stronger and this and that. You add alcohol to the equation. But to what Sister Sara was saying, today we see it in 1080p. We see women hunting guys, wealthy men, and making the stuff up. Right. So we're starting to see that now. And it's terrible. It's just as bad as the other thing. There was a special case. By special, I mean it was very popular out there. It got a lot of views of this guy at USC, and he met some girl at the bar. They both go to USC. She agreed to go back to the dorm, and there's video footage of her doing her thing with him. And they go into the dorm rooms. They finish the act. Comes out next day. She says, "Oh, he did this to me. It was without consent," and he got acquitted. But he still got he got kicked out of the school, and it's like, man, that's horrible. And for the so we do have to kind of address that. And this is something that the manosphere talks about all the time. This is something I tell young guys, man, you gotta be careful, bro. Especially today, you gotta be careful, right? There are people out there who might get hurt or for whatever reason use the legal system to hurt you. And once you get accused of that, oh my God, I mean, good luck. I mean, you need millions to clear your name. What's the name of the baseball player who went through that recently?
Okay, since
With
I
this
since I have
woman-
3 minutes, could I please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did it again.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. My
I'm
bad.
actually gonna give
Hey,
you an
and
extra
Saint,
5 now
and-
because
There you go.
Assert
There you go.
yourself.
because nobody's backstage in line. It's a slow night in terms of the backstage tonight. I don't know why, but nobody's back there. So once it hits 2 minutes, I usually start extending an extra 5 to get you going.
Okay.
And by the way, Saint, do you notice how nobody interrupted you? Can you could go 2 minutes and interrupt it? Like it sounds like you guys can actually practice restraint. So do that with everybody on the panel. Don't do that like selectively, please. You guys are grown-ups.
Fatty's
Not
modding
concise,
now
Fatty.
too. Melanie, go
Someone-
for it.
someone keeps going on, long, unsensible rants. DL doesn't have that issue.
Speaking of rants, our favorite ranter comes in with a $4.99. Don Juan, thank you. RP is not bad for women; it is bad for men because they get stuck at level 2 instead of moving towards level 10. LOL. That's where the manosphere leaves red pill. Thank you, Don Juan. And Melanie, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm left with like 2 major questions. First of all, how prevalent is this compared to like legitimate claims? Because I think like we need to understand that before we could actually judge how big the problem is from the outside looking in. But also more so, can you not also see how some people might see this more as like an issue with the legal systems, and maybe we need more checks and balances to make sure that these, like, for example, a lot of times when these claims are made, police don't do a good job investigating. They don't take a lot of evidence. They don't follow up with witnesses and stuff like that. And so it can often seem like a claim is unfounded from the outside. And here's the problem with, like, you're a woman making these claims, you can often become very stigmatized. If say like you're not successful in proving your case and stuff like that, and then people who are inherently kind of biased will say like, oh, she made it up. And this is why like the feminist movement is pushing the believe women thing, not because every single woman is perfect, not because every single woman is worth believing, but because as a default, until proven guilty, we have to believe women in their claims.
No, you don't. It's like you see what I'm talking about is innocent until proven guilty. And this is what we're talking about. You can ruin somebody's reputation just because somebody puts allegations. Tomorrow I wake up and I say, hey, Neve did this to me. And now we are in trouble. And now Neve is in trouble because I have the power of the tongue. Social media is on my side and I can do whatever I want. Women have a tremendous amount of power in 2024. They can ruin the reputation of somebody just for making a tweet, which is something incredible. I want victims to actually be believed, but I want to, there's some checks and balance when that person is literally doesn't have the power to ruin somebody's reputation.
So
That's
sometimes
I want people to accurately represent the court process, because if your court case goes to trial, that's based only on the likelihood of the crime happening. If a conviction happens, then that's definitive proof that the crime happened. So in every single way,
and that's criminal.
The way you approach the, yeah, well, still though, like the way
we're more often talking
is
about
void
civil,
of all
right?
of this.
No,
Void of
we're
all
more
of
often
that.
talking about civil cases.
No, it's just
And
not about
Fatty,
that.
like it goes both ways is what I want you to kind of understand. If what you're saying is true from
But
your
it
end,
doesn't at
then you
all.
should
But
also-
it actually doesn't. It doesn't go both ways. It just goes one way. I guarantee you, if tomorrow I go to social media and I say Sara did this and this to me, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody like, why are you crying, baby? If I go to the cops, they're like, nobody's going to take it seriously. That's why most men actually don't do nothing about it and they don't complain, because they know that the system is not in favor of them. But we have situations like Jonathan Majors. You have situations like Johnny Depp. You have a bunch of situations where just the word of a woman can literally fuck up your whole career.
But
Just
your
because
solution for this is to stigmatize all potential victims and render them as potentially liars.
No, it's not.
For
No,
your
it's
own
not.
benefit.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I didn't say that.
Because you conveniently ignore the intricacies of the process,
No,
and you ignore the process as it relates to the actual victims in the crime. You automatically assume that they are not a victim.
Neve, there's no process on the court of public opinion.
And you haven't provided any sort of substantial,
There's
anecdotes to the contrary.
there's no
regarding
process
women who
in the
make
court.
false allegations. It's an
I didn't
anecdotal
say that,
situation
Neve.
every
I
time.
didn't say that.
I think
Neve,
men
I just have a quick
present
question
these
for Patty.
niche
I didn't
cases
say that.
like Johnny Depp, and then they try and establish
I didn't
that
say
as a
that.
societal issue, a societal problem.
No, I didn't say
That's the
that.
nature of these discussions.
But I didn't say that. I want women to have all the powers to pursue their aggressors, for example, like what is happening with P. Diddy right now. Go ahead and go to the legal procedures. The problem is there's what happens there's no process on the court of public opinion. And you can
Neve,
just
your
come on
videos
YouTube if you have an enough following. You can just go on YouTube. You can just on Instagram say this person did this and this to me, and now you lose sponsorships. You probably get demonetized. You lose a bunch of things just because somebody said something about you that is not proven.
So let me ask something. What do you think about like if these cases had to keep both parties, the names of both parties, like out of the public record? There's all sorts of ways courts can do this. Would that be a proper solution for you?
Yes, I believe in due process. Keep it close.
See how this is a judicial issue? This isn't a feminism issue? Neve, no?
Men are already protected by the stigma of having committed a sexual offense. Men show up to court cases by themselves. They don't tell any family members. They don't tell their friends. They don't tell their workplace. They book time off. Men are afforded that separation from the case, from the time the act is committed to when it's reported, to when it's actually litigated in front of a judge. Men can create that separation. The victim doesn't have that separation because every step of the way through the process, they're forced to relive every single instance of that sexual assault by way of having to substantiate, like obviously, and by providing that proof. So I'm not going to sit here and act like men are being maligned left and right through false sexual assault allegations, because the fact of the matter is we won't even know until they're actually convicted. And if you're somebody with a platform, if you're Johnny Depp, then maybe there's more consequence to this. But why on earth would I accept Johnny Depp as a rule to a very nueused situation? That's
Fatty, let me go ahead.
Let me say one thing. Wait, Fatty, you talked about, let me get in here. Is this really even a red pill talking point? Because I don't know what your followers are talking about. You said you don't leave me out. Let me finish. Because I agree with you that we should wait for the verdict. The problem is all these red pillars are doing the opposite of that. If you look at Andrew Tate's audience, when he's just like, when he got arrested the first time and before any verdicts, his entire audience is saying, no, he's innocent. There's no way this is real. So they're not using your same mindset like, oh, we got to wait for the verdict. The red pillars are coming out there and saying, no, these women are liars, and you have to trust the men. So that's the issue. They're not.
From the red pill talking point, you have to prepare dudes for this possibility, and that's one of the things that, like, hey man, be careful. You have to be careful today, right? More so now than I would say than in recent time. You know, like when I was, back in the 70s and 80s, which was, and this is, I'm not trying to dismiss it. This is a horrible thing, but if you can prove, and this is for the panel, for everyone here. If you can prove that some woman made it all up and you have the proof and you have the evidence, right? It's like, look, this person planned it out. This is who they used to plan it out. This was how they planned to execute it. This is how much money I lost. I almost got arrested. We had to take this thing to the distance. Like, I lost all this money to legal fees. Shouldn't that person face some sort of consequence? If you can prove it. I'm saying, like, if you can prove it, that this person
that's
did
when you
in
would
fact
countersue.
set this person.
That's when they would countersue.
Well, I'm talking about legal ramifications, not just on the civil side. Like, shouldn't you be arrested for that?
Allow me to interrupt the panel for just a moment, because normally I utilize the timer countdown to do the super chats, but since nobody's backstage right now, so we're going to leave Melanie on. I stopped it at 5 minutes so that if somebody does hop backstage, then you'll see the timer start again. But for now, we're just going to leave it open to you. Rude Mud Crab comes with the $5. Title is Red Pill Ruining Relationships? Content: Red Pillars using whataboutisms to cope and justify dog shit red pill talking points. Thank you, Don Juan. Don Juan, also, as a kind reminder to everybody on panel, viewers, chatters, have you read Aquinas? But Don Juan specifically pushes this one out to Michelle. Michelle, have you read Aquinas? It is time for you to read Aquinas. Thank you, Don Juan. Also coming in with the $4.99, as St. Thomas More Catholic told Henry VIII before his beheading, can the king make the earth flat by the stroke of a pen? A Thomas response. Additionally, Don Juan comes in with the $1.99. Andrew Tate has stated the red pill is just people. LOL. Thank you, Don Juan. And to the floor, I leave it back to you guys.
I think you just got one more, but I wanted to respond to. Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Yeah, we'll get it real quick. The Tribe one. With the $5, you can support the potential victim without believing all potential victims. The goal is to believe all facts. Be cautious, careful, and credible. Thank you. That was very insightful. All right.
I'm past this to Mel in just a second, but to answer DL's question, yeah, I think there should be consequences for that, and I think there already are. There are already consequences for like wasting police time, like someone saying you can't do like a defamation or like a defamation or a libel suit against the individual if you really want. So there are already systems in place for like false allegations like that.
So how is Jonathan Majors going to get $100 million back from Marvel Studios? How can he actually do it?
Do you think he's not guilty?
For putting it inside of a car and running away from her? Absolutely not. Aggressor doesn't run away. Aggressor doesn't run away from their victim. Sorry.
Neve,
my bad.
Can I
once again using a very niche situation to try and establish an entire?
But Neve is not about that.
We should not be using Hollywood.
One at a time.
No, it's not, because once again the system is being weaponized against men, and if it was starting to be weaponized against women, I guarantee you somebody will correct it to make sure that women are protected. I want women to have all the protections they need to deal with men. I don't want a woman to actually try to get something from a man because she feels like she has nothing to lose. Like,
question. Okay, that's the case. Genuine question then. What do you think is a bigger issue today? When men dealing with false allegations or women coming forward about their allegations?
Both.
I said, which is bigger? Which is more of an issue?
I'm saying both. I'm saying that is extremely traumatic for a woman to go.
Because the problem is you're emphasizing one way more in this conversation. That's the problem with the red pill. They want to one side every argument and ignore the other side, and you're doing that right now.
Remember when I started the show saying it's not a zero sum? 1 second, Sam. Remember when I started the show saying that it's not a zero sum game, that you actually can fight for both? I want people that actually, like Saint said, are proven that are throwing false allegations to be accused. Like, I don't believe that if you accuse somebody of rape and it's proven that you actually lie about it, you're getting a slap on the wrist, a fine, and 6 months of probation. I don't think there's enough. So I want women to be protected, and I want men to be protected too in case of women are lying on them. Why can't we do both? Why does it have to be a zero-sum game, whereas if the woman wins, the man loses, and if the man loses, why do I have to do that?
Hey, Prime, what I'm noticing...
I'm going to interrupt. I apologize. I'm going to interrupt you one more time. My daughter's having an issue I need to tend to. I'm going to let the panel. Can you panel correctly and not yell at each other and allow each other to have time and space to talk? If you can do that,
Neve is in charge. Neve's in charge. We have to listen to her. I nominate.
I was going to nominate you, DL.
I just need 2 minutes to go check on her. And I normally don't like to step away, especially when it's a heated panel. But if you guys can navigate this yourself for just a few moments, behave. If not, I'm going to come back and spank you all. Okay, I leave it to you.
Is that a promise? I'm about to go ham. And Melanie, go around. No longer clear to land on 16 right. Exit the deltas. Remain clear of Class Charlie airspace. You gonna act like that, shorty? No, I'm playing. I would.
Either way, I just want to say, like, I actually
He's talking.
Sorry, I feel bad because I would like do it back.
I feel bad because DL was talking.
I'm just a shitty drone pilot. Like, I'm not an actual air pilot, so. I really love
that makes y'all evil. Drone pilots, oh man, we're gonna send the FBI to your house. But we'll talk about that later. But here's the deal. What I'm noticing in these red pill trenches, it's team manosphere, team red pill versus team, feminism. And I'm hearing some really good things. Like, we're over here, the red pill guys are saying, hey man, we need more accountability for the women, however few or however many they are, that are making this shit up and risking dudes' lives in this criminal system, either wrecking them financially, or some of these dudes actually going to prison for shit that they didn't really do. And I get you, Prime. Like, you're saying that, well, there is recourse out there, but I mean, on the one hand, somebody could be facing 8 to 12 years in an institution with bad paperwork. I don't know what you know about the jail system, but if you got bad paperwork, something like that, an essay on your record, that's bad paperwork. That's going to be some hard time versus someone who might be looking at a smack on the hand for absolutely trying to ruin someone. So, and then, the people who are on team feminist side or, feminism or team red pill, they're going to rock with their team. No one is bothering to do what we're doing right here. well, let's like talk about it. Like let's, because my question still stands. Should the person who was caught lying, using the system, trying to wreck someone's life, we know they were malicious, we know they lied, it's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, shouldn't they be held accountable criminally? And shouldn't that penalty be more than a smack on the hand? I'm just wondering if I can get an answer for that.
Well, I think that the smack on the hand is more significant than you would think, because one of the first things a defense would look for in an allegation of like sexual assault, they're going to be looking at that alleged victim or the person who's been victimized. They're going to look at a variety of different things to try and, malign that person, malign their intentions. But one of those things they're going to research is if they've ever had any allegations in the future, and what is the result of those allegations. So as a woman, I think if you're making a false allegation, that will, again, end up on your record. And in the event and in the future where you actually are sexually assaulted, you need the support, you need the help. Well, now that's going to be factored into the new court process. And you've already, started off on a bad footing, in trying to prove a case where you might actually need support. So
right, and my thing is, and I want to be careful with my words here, because normally I just rock out crazy, but I want to be careful with my words here because both are horrible crimes, right? Especially just growing up the way I grew up, you have no idea what it's like for somebody to point their finger at you and law enforcement come heavy, and you ain't do shit. Now you gotta prove it. Like, I'm sorry, some people, right? And it's not a white, black, brown thing. It's just some people, normally poor folks, they can't prove their innocence and they're forced to take a deal. And it's a shitty system that we have, right? It really is. So, we got to factor that in too. And I think that there should be some real teeth out there for those people. And again, we don't have the numbers. We don't know how many people are doing this, but I can think of 2 or 3 famous cases where people were proven like this is what they did. They didn't even get a smack on the hand, sis. Just keeping it 100. They didn't get, matter of fact, they got paid. The Major League Baseball guy, he went through all that shit. The girl who made the accusations and everything was proven. He spent, I don't know, he lost about 50 million or something like that and forfeit, revenue from the National Baseball Association or whatever, the NBL or whatever it's called. I don't watch baseball. Major League.
If I may.
Oh, go ahead.
You just sort of lose me because like in these high profile examples, we're sort of removed from like your typical public example, right? Like those women got paid because this person was a celebrity. And I don't think Red Pill should be accounting. Like Red Pill sometimes does feel like, oh, well, Andrew Tate's rich and a lot of his advice is really self-serving, right? So I think it's important that we keep this grounded on like what is actually wrong with the justice system at the ground level, because these examples of rich people, like there's all these other factors that are always at play, like incentives that just don't exist for your average person.
If you are poor, it's even worse. The court fees are going to kill you. Instead of you losing one of your mansions, you go sleep in the car. It's even worse.
Also, we can say the same for someone making an accusation.
No, but that's
the celebrity. Let me get into Friday. The celebrity is dumb.
Every time I open my mouth, this guy starts talking. Every time I open my mouth,
I gotta counteract your
every single time. Look at
you brought up Amber Heard. Amber Heard herself had to pay $10 million to Johnny Depp. What are you talking about? Where like these like no repercussions for these women. I think it is dumb to talk about celebrities because they're not the average person. I wouldn't call $10 million a slap on the wrist. But I did some research. I did some research on what the actual repercussions are. You can get a pretty hefty fine. You can be in jail for up to 180 days. A combination of both. These seem pretty severe to me. Do we really need the
right? But my point on that, Prawn, is 180 days in jail and a fine versus 8 to 15 years with bad paperwork. All I'm saying is let's up that 180 days. If
wait, is it on the guy's permanent record if he's accused or if he's found guilty of it?
I'm talking about all the way found guilty. And here's the thing, but that's what he was facing.
Why would you compare that though? Why would you compare?
I hear what you're saying. Because he was facing that. If he didn't win, if his attorney couldn't pull it out, that's what he was facing.
I agree with that. We should do an investigation, and if there's enough evidence, we should then convict the person.
But
if not, it sucks. But that person goes free.
Should be more teeth on that penalty phase, as because you're saying, I'm gonna get convicted. What, I owe $1,000 and I'm gonna have to do 180 days in the city jail? Fine.
Multiple
No,
thousands.
no.
Multiple thousands.
To answer your question, Dale, no, because like we don't want to have a chilling effect on victims actually being able to report real assaults. And if there's a risk that if for whatever reason the court doesn't believe them, they don't have sufficient evidence when they thought that they did, that there could be a large legal penalty that like more than there already is for this specific thing, then that's going to hit the news. Victims are going to hear that and be like, wow, it's a lot more dangerous for me to report my crime now. The solution to this is the police. Like, I think when you say that it's not getting prosecuted, like it is true. A lot of times police don't follow up on these sort of things. Courts don't really care. There needs to maybe be more in place that when it is identified to be a false accusation, which I think we should have at least a high bar for, then there is like a procedure that makes sure that it's investigated and any wrongdoers are prosecuted.
And let me interrupt you for just a
I
minute.
feel you.
Thank you for behaving. No spankings to be had. Sorry, DL. But Don
No,
Juan
I was
comes in
misbehaving.
with
I need to spank.
Actually, speaking of spanking, Michelle and I are putting together a panel for a Dom sub style topic. I think it's going to be interesting. Yeah, Neve's laughing already. She's like, what? That'll be our holiday special coming up in October. So
I'm just
stay
putting this
tuned.
out there. I'm a switch, but just saying.
Oh, well, I will make sure you get that panel. And it'll
Oh,
be,
thank you.
it'll be more, it'll be the flipped version of the holiday special that we do. So it'll be, I think it'll be a fun topic to do on a holiday because, people are, not everybody's just tuned in on a Monday night, and we picked all of the Monday holidays to do all of our fun, weird stuff with open spots. But anyways, Don Juan comes in with $1.99. Sorry, YouTube took out my quote. Red pill is sad, people. Thank you for the correction, Don Juan. And Russell Russ, that seems redundant, comes in with the $5. Fatty, it don't matter how clear you are with your explanations. They are always going to strawman and take your words to the extreme. Thank you so much, Russell Russ. And Don Juan coming back in. Y'all, Andrew Tate does not equal red pill. And I think Andrew Tate actually did kind of like disavow red pill in a sense to a degree.
He did.
But yes.
He did.
And
I'm not.
leave the floor back
Of course,
to you.
Of course, he's not all of red pill, but to say like he hasn't had a huge impact on the red pill movement would be ludicrous.
I got a massive
even
impact. He did.
Even if he says that, unfortunately, he's kind of like the face of. I mean, there are many faces, but he's one of the main ones. Even if he doesn't want to be.
And those faces are always going to change, right? They're going to constantly change
over time. Yeah.
Yeah.
The funny part is that relationships weren't already broken before the red pill started to spread, right? Before like 2019, everybody was getting along. Marriages was less than 40 years. Everybody was having 6 kids. The man could like earn like a salary to pay all the bills while the woman
2019.
Again, man, I respectfully, man, stop over talking.
Yeah, let him finish his statement.
I'm sorry.
There's like even the title of the show, like relationships were already broken. Like they were already. We need a solution for something that was already broken, and we keep talking about feminism, which is kind of funny because empowers women to do whatever they want to do. Go ahead and do whatever you want to do, even if it's 18 men. Do whatever you need to do. You are free to do it. But then, as soon as men start to do whatever they want to do without hurting nobody, because respectfully, there's no victims. I don't see. This is what is happening to this woman that married these red pill guys. And all of a sudden, instead of telling the same thing that we're telling to women, do whatever you want to do, you need to stop that and go over there. Makes no sense. Either it's freedom for everybody or it's freedom for no one. You're like, and respectfully, Neve, you, for example, are a part of a group that I call Red Pill Hunters that only exists because the red pill exists. You guys have no solutions. You guys have no places where you want to going to send these broken men to get fixed. You guys only exist to talk shit about these men that are trying to find solutions. So every time I ask you, where should we go? Every time I ask Princess, where should we go? Every time I ask somebody, where do these men...
I answered this earlier. I answered your question verbatim earlier.
I think...
You literally called me out and I'm responding to your lie.
Hold on.
I answered your question directly.
You said playing with fire that is clearly either red pill or adjacent. It's like a person that is clearly a feminist, but say, I'm not a feminist.
He literally denounces the red pill and does debates against them all the time. What are you talking about?
It's irrelevant because the PUA guys literally use the principle.
It's the problem with red pill. You can make it. You can define it however you want. No, he's. If you debate against red pill, it's not. You're not red pill.
Can I address what Fatty said?
If I define myself as a pony, I'm a pony. I'm not the man anymore.
I just wanted to say
the
before you go.
sub stream's coming up October 14th. If you're a pony.
Yes, I'm a pony now because I don't identify as a human.
Go ahead, Neve.
Well, I just wanted to say that from the very beginning, I stated the two clear separations and groups here, right? Red pill content creators, red pill like people, and then people who operate with common sense. So I feel that the onus is on you to ground the discussion in something that's actually substantive instead of drawing on really, really niche examples of the Hollywood elite getting in, really perilous situations. So like that's what you want to ground a situation on, right? So
no, I don't.
That's not necessarily like something that we can engage with seriously. Which is why I'm here to kind of convey the common sense. So why should I accept?
No, I don't. Stop strawmanning me.
Why should
I
accept that example as a prescription, or sorry, as a description of wider society? Why do I? Why?
Let me actually tell you what.
I exist while red pill people continue to operate in their emotions. I will continue to operate in common sense. And you can think that I'm naturally antagonistic, but I'm going to exist either way. You're just taking it personally.
No, so Neve, don't remember that I'm a lefty, right? So I'm used to deal with people that are passive.
Convenient for you.
Don't forget that I'm used to talk with people that are passive aggressive and try to aggravate you, so you can look crazy while they are perfectly calm, smirking at the camera like they didn't do nothing, right? So now that we got that game out of the way, I'm talking about, I don't know, DL's son or Sarah's son in 10 years, whatever. I think it's perfectly fair for a mother to tell her son, hey son, be careful with this woman, because they're trying to use you for foodie dates, they're trying to take you out of your money, they're going to do things to actually take advantage out of you. What is the problem with that? What is the problem with the man going to another man and telling... Huh?
Is the red pill for moms?
No, the red pill is for men protection. It's for them to acknowledge reality. These women are not all everything nice, all sugar and spice and everything nice. The same way you sometimes are going to want to take advantage of women because you want something from them. These women want to get something from you. So protect your daughters and protect your sons. Why the sons all of a sudden can be protected? Why not?
Why do you need to vilify women?
Let me ask the panel then, do we think that relationships are transactional in and of itself?
Yes.
No.
For the most part, yes. Nobody, especially women. Nobody engages in relationship where they have nothing to gain. So it's clearly transactional because if I have nothing to gain, I'm not going to engage. Even if it's a fat booty, even if it's a lunch, even if it's a glass of water. If I don't have nothing to gain about the relationship, I'm not going to engage in one. End of story. They are transactional.
No.
Tell me a woman that engages with the man and says, I'm not getting nothing from this.
Online, I would say yes, they're absolutely transactional. But in your own life, the only thing that you stand to gain in a conversation is going to be derived from your own experience. So I could step out of my comfort zone and go to like a new crowd of people and try and make some friends. And then maybe they gain something from that interaction. But what I gain is growth and attempting to like introduce a new relationship into my life. So in that sense, I don't think it's transactional. And if there's a transaction, it's from me to me.
What were you ever used in your life by a friend? Have you ever been used?
Definitely. I think I've been used by red pill creators attempting to argue rationally from their side.
Would be bad if DL Saint gave you tools for you not be used again and for you to be prepared if any case somebody try to use you or try to is that fair? Like
I would be open to advice if DL Saint was giving me advice on discernment. I would be open to that advice if that advice isn't predicated on the Hollywood elite and their unique niche experiences.
Also, you'd hope most of that is correct. You asked earlier, like, you asked earlier, what would be your problem if your mom said that? The problem is, I can't exact quote, but the problem is if she said that, she'd be wrong.
So to answer Sarah's question, just because she asked the whole panel a question.
Melanie, 1 second. Don't move it so quickly, please.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's fine. She would be wrong into what exactly?
I think I forget the exact quote, but you said your mom told you that you need to be worried about women because they will use and take all your money, something like that.
No, I said that as a mom, if you have a son, you should tell your son, be careful because some women are going to try to use you.
No, Prawncess, he said that after I asked him if he ever asked any woman about his opinions. Remember? And then he said, he asked your mom. He asked my mom.
But you are again? Like you believe that I'm wrong? Like with saying that?
I think you're wrong. That should be a major concern of yours. Yeah.
Okay, so let's flip it. If I'm a dad and I'm talking with my daughter and she's 18, ready to go to college, I'm going to tell her, baby, be careful because these men are going to try to hustle you out of your pennies, and you are a beautiful woman, so there's going to be a lot of them. Am I wrong?
No, I think that's more true than the other thing, though.
Do you see what I'm talking about? So, am I wrong? Answer the question. Don't say it's more true or less true.
We're not trying to steal your money. You're wrong
No.
about that.
The second one. Are men going to try to hustle the pennies of a woman they're trying to actually engage with? Yes or no?
If you're a young girl at college, yes, men are going to try to sleep with them. Yes.
What about
accurate, yes.
Okay, we established that. What about 30-year-old men that want to have sex with 30-year-old woman? Are they going to try to hustle that woman out of her pennies?
Wait, wrestle? No. I just want to get clear what the statement was.
I think he's asking what are men motivated to try to get in girls' pants?
Yes.
Wait, I agree. No, that's the thing. I agree with that. I don't agree with the point on the other side where women are trying to steal the money from men. That I don't agree with. That's not a generalization. I think is accurate.
But this is what I'm talking about. People will do Netflix documentaries about the Tinder swindler, a man that is swindling this woman out of, and everybody's like, yeah, let's make my woman more prepared. And as soon as we do the same thing with men, be careful because some women are going to try to swindle you. That's very discriminatory, and the victims and this woman, like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Netflix is still Hollywood.
Is the Tinder swindler?
I will say this.
No, it's still Hollywood, and you're still using that. And you're using the Tinder swindler as your scapegoat to create the idea of urgency for men. And
what about Andrew Tate and all the girls that he had on his website?
Andrew Tate denounced the red pill as well. He's a piece of shit, and he denounced the red pill.
Yeah,
so how does he help you here?
So should we tell women to be careful with men like Andrew Tate?
I think that you should tell women how to use discernment, and they can learn that
was not the question. Don't reframe
through the experiences of other people.
Don't reframe my question. If I know what you do, Neve, don't reframe my question.
You set up loaded questions.
No. The question is
and
simple.
Engage with what it is that you're trying.
No, Neve, I actually am trying to get to a point. So you don't want to answer because that will be Neve, you don't want to answer because that will be a checkmate. If you acknowledge that we have to protect women against men like Andrew Tate, you would literally be acknowledging that we have to protect men against women that have predatory behavior. And you don't want to answer because you know you'll be checkmated.
Provide me with a woman that rivals Andrew Tate, and then so that we can create a boogeyman story about him and potentially a whole movement. Provide me with that woman. Who is she? Who does she exist? I'll entertain your Hollywood delusion. Where does she exist in society? Where is the female Andrew Tate? What is she doing? What has she done? Has she been convicted?
What was that woman that? What was the woman who? I think she's some kind of OnlyFans girl to some degree, and she actually had a customer, client, whatever, pay like thousands of dollars just to come meet her. And he like got a tattoo of her put on his leg or something to that degree. I think if you could compare it based on what Fatty is saying, it would be somebody to that degree, but it is still like and it's a social influencer, so on and so forth. That would be, I think, the best case scenario to match up.
That's a bit of a reach in my opinion. You have to compare the net negative to society.
No, there's a bunch.
Tate, who is like whatever is going to court case for sex trafficking. So find me a woman in society that is going for something equivalent, so that we can position her as the red pill antichrist, and so that you can justify using your ideology in a practical setting? Please tell me. I'm waiting.
But I can do it because who was recruiting for the Epstein Island, for example? It was a woman. It was not the guy. The guy was financing everything. The woman was the one actually getting
That's actually a good example.
No,
what's her name?
Neve, that's too Hollywood. No, I'm going to use your words against you. It's too Hollywood.
I granted you.
No, it's too Hollywood.
I granted you that. I said find somebody, Hollywood or not, find somebody. I granted you that.
I don't want to be stuck there. I don't want to be stuck in that. I actually want to be stuck in the woman, for example, that we have that have channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers that their only goal is this is how you get a rich man. This is how you trick a rich man to actually like you. This is how you trick a man to get a relationship from you. This is happening for a while. And these conversations are being evident on the open. We are okay to rig the field as long as women win in the end of the day. But as soon as it comes somebody that wants to level the playing field so the men are prepared to deal with the same woman, because there's crooked woman out there, everybody says, oh my God, why are you judging her without knowing her? Guilty until proven innocent. Protect yourself at all costs. I said that to women and I said that to men. And that should be the feminist way. Equality. If you think about something about women, do the same thing on reverse. And you guys are not doing that. You guys are the feminists of the group, but you are literally promoting inequality, which is ridiculous. How can the feminists of the group be the ones that actually promoting treating a woman a certain way and a man a certain way? You guys are contradicting our ideologies.
Well, I may not necessarily promote, I apologize, Neve. I may not promote feminism necessarily, but I will promote capitalism. And we've got Russell Russ coming in with $5. Red pill is not a description and not one size fits all. Rich, handsome men might use red pill different than broke, ugly men. Neve plus prawn equals straw man fest. And then we also have Don Juan coming in with the $4.99. If you do want to read about red pill, read The Irrational Male by Boaz. Alex Playing with Fire is not red pill, nor is he adjacent. Red pill is bastardized version of PUA. And I will say Alex is not red pilled. I've had this conversation with him before. Did I miss some? No, I didn't. That was good. And then Don Juan also comes in with the $4.99. He says you can have PUA without red pill. Alex from Playing with Fire, Mystery Adam Lyons, Rob Judge, Psych Lawrence, me. All PUAs, anti-red pill, need more proof, even in forums. Agra? I don't know what that means. Or agree. Maybe agree. And Russell Russ coming in with the $5. Red pill is a description, not a prescription, and not... Oh, did I read that one already?
Yeah. At least the last part I remember. There's still one more fun.
Oh, there's the one I missed. There's the one I missed. I'm sorry. I apologize. Don Juan, $4.99. Speaking about red pill, Trollo wrote a book about religion, 400 pages of no Aquinas, 4 logical fallacies in the first 2 pages. What a waste of time. Shaking my head. And then Don Juan coming in again. He says, female Andrew Tate is Trollo. Hello, long white hair. And Russell Ruff, if that's the case, then it's no praxeology. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. And Neve, I believe I interrupted you, so I'm going to put the floor back to you.
I think I just was saying that Fatty is delusional, but I can't remember the sentence leading up to it. Fatty, do you
Sarah,
remember?
could I respond to your question earlier that you made? See, I don't think relationships are naturally transactional, nor did I think that they should be. First of all, we have a lot of experiential things that we share with the people who we're intimate with. They know a lot about us. We know a lot about them. And that fact means that we tend to expect them to be more sympathetic towards each other and to care about the things that we care about to some degree, especially when it might both affect us all. And another way to put this is kind of like human relationships just aren't described by economics. It takes a lot more than that, and there's a reason. But I think, this whole, like, when you can make something seem transactional, then it's easier to make women seem deceptive. And that's where, like, we start to come into how does this negatively affect women? Well, that's when Red Pill starts using deceptive tactics to pick up and manipulate women because they feel like it's justified. Well, if women are going to deceive us, we should deceive them.
Can you give an example?
An example, not offhand. It was honestly not offhand. I was actually reading. I was reading this from a paper. No, Fatty, I'm reading this from a paper. I can send you the paper if you like.
Yes, but it's fine. Would you date a unemployed man that was unemployed for 3 years?
An unemployed. Well, if
Yes.
I was employed, sure. Like one
No,
of us.
would you date a man that is unemployed for 3 years? Would you marry him actually? Would you marry a man that's unemployed for 3 years?
Sure. It depends on circumstances, but yeah, there's plenty of.
What about 5 years? Well, no. What about 5 years?
I don't need him to be unemployed. Like I actually really like.
That was not the question. Everybody has deal breakers. Would you date a man that was unemployed for 5 years?
No, I'm telling you, you can make it as many years as you want. It won't matter to me.
So it wouldn't matter to me that man is completely unemployed.
Yeah,
doesn't have no source of revenue, no nothing.
I want to be self-sufficient.
That's not what I asked.
Can I follow that question up, Fatty, if you don't mind? I usually don't intervene with the panel, but I do sometimes like to prompt questions. But I think to answer that question, you have to first ask what are their values and principles and ambitions in life, right? So if somebody doesn't have a job and they haven't had a job for 1 year, 5 years, 3 months, whatever, and they have no intentions of trying to get one, let's say they're just, riding the government safety line and not has zero ambitions to care for their future. Well, that person's principles.
Is that how we describe people on disability?
That I didn't say disability.
Well, I mean that's the majority of employed people, if we're being honest.
For unemployed people?
Well, yeah, like they're the most static pool of unemployed people. The other pool is constantly changing,
Quite
right?
possibly, but the way Fatty is wording this, I'm going to presume he means somebody who doesn't want to get a job. Not
Oh,
I don't
employable but unemployed. Got it. Sorry.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Economics,
I would not.
You're
I would
right. They
not
do make that
speak
distinction.
if somebody is like physically incapable of working, that's a whole nother ball game. It doesn't mean that they don't want.
And this
to.
is a welfare debate. We can have that another time.
No.
Right. Anyways, let me land my plane real
sorry.
quick.
I'm so sorry.
So that's okay. That's okay. But so I look at it this way. If somebody doesn't have those same principles and values as I do and the ambition to do better in life, then that person does not match up with me. It doesn't matter that they don't have a job per se. It doesn't matter that they don't have $10 in their bank account. The question is do they have the drive like I do? I'm very driven. I'm very I want to secure my future and the future of my children and my grandchildren and so on and so forth. So we can say, oh, well, a woman's not going to want to be with a guy if he doesn't have a job, doesn't have money, whatever. But it just may actually mean her principles and values are lined up differently. If she's out there working her butt off, she's going to obviously want to be with somebody else who does as well. So I think we need to at least take a step back when we're looking at that question and look at it from a broader, a bigger perspective, and not just, it's just because he's not working.
And just to clarify for Fetty, you touched on why I'm kind of different, where it doesn't matter for me because I've been with a guy and he just didn't care about what I was into because he was too busy doing his own shit. And I want a partner who's actually kind of attentive to what I'm working on, kind of helps me with some of the problems I'm facing, stuff like that. And it has enough time for me, essentially, right? And so I think also a lot of times people's life experiences inform what preferences they have.
Like woman talking in riddles. If DL Saint said, do men like big booties? Everybody say yes. If men like big titties, everybody say yes. Men like beautiful women, everybody say yes. Men like good food.
Some people would say no to that. You know that.
Oh,
yeah, some men would say no.
This is this point.
You can't speak for all men. You can't speak for all women.
Let him land his plane first. Let him land his plane.
We talk in majorities. We know that not all men like sports and fast cars, but for the most part, most men do. And that's what we're talking about. Most women will not accept a man that is unemployed for 5 years. They wouldn't marry him. And that makes the relationship transactional. That's the point. It's majorities. It's not me, Fatty. Just because Fatty doesn't want to do something, just because I never starved in my life and I have a fridge full of food, doesn't mean there's not billions of people starving today and going to sleep with an empty belly. So it's the same with women. Women are not going to engage with these men that are literally not working for 5 years. They're going to might fuck them, but they're not going to marry them. And there's, once again, a conversation in good faith will make you guys say, yeah, most women will not deal with that man. But we're going to go case by case. And if that's the case, you can find everybody to represent anything.
Yeah, but the problem is you just demonstrated the biggest problem with the red pill is that you keep switching between generalities and these super positive, in one sentence you'll be men, all men like big butts, and it has to be the fact. Then well, no, that's just a generalization.
I didn't say all men. I'm talking about.
No, really, the first time you said it as a statement.
Let him finish.
Majority is generalization.
Go ahead, Prawncess.
But literally, the first time you said it as a fact, you're like, all men like big asses. That was what you said as a quote. That's the problem. I'm almost done. Wait, 2 more seconds. It's really confusing, and this is a big problem with Red Pill. When people keep switching these ways of talking, you got to be consistent. So if you're talking about generalities, let it be known to be like, I'm giving this statement, but it doesn't paint the whole picture. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to do it on a way that you understand, Princess. Women like big dicks. And Princess is going to come around and says, no, I like a small one. I don't care. We talk about majority. We talk about majorities. Like women like tall men. No, because I have a friend that is married to the individual.
But this is why relationships are failing. This is not good communication for talking about these complex issues. Generalities fail us when we talk about this. This is why Red Pill is ruining relationships, because we are not actually talking about these issues in a complex way. There we go.
We're not humanizing our partners.
I'm here to have
Can I try to mend the bridge?
He's speaking a man that is 6'1", dehumanizing men that are short just because the man is tall.
Right.
That dehumanizing.
You don't want to be dehumanized. Women don't want to be dehumanized. I think part of this is the transactional relationships. You dehumanize each other because you only see each other as how much has this person done for me.
But that's relationships for the most part. Women look at men for their wallet, how tall they are. So there's not dehumanizing.
Have you never enjoyed like going out for a walk in the forest with your partner more than you would by yourself?
What does that have to do with the conversation?
No, but that's okay. So in philosophy, we would call this subjective qualia. We would say that the subjective qualia that you
overcomplicating this.
Okay, FYI, your timer has begun. I have one backstage.
Nice. So, anyways,
yes, I wait
finish. My timer is going. Let me finish. So, the spark notes of it, even if you are utilitarian about relationships, which is different than transactional, you start to see different values. Like, I enjoy doing certain things more with my partner than I do alone.
Are you going to pay that mortgage?
Pardon, what? I didn't
Yeah, with love. Like you're going to go to your bank and say, "Here's some love that I got from my partner."
I'm telling you.
How are you going to put your kids to school? Like, why are you not telling Sara, can you monetize the stream so you can do this for fun?
This is more an argument about how capitalism ruins everything.
No, like everybody has to get their end in the cut off, like at the end of the day. Either is some inside in-house pussy, either is some warm meals.
So do you think women should work for free to raise a child? Do you think when women raise a child,
Fatty, wait, it sounds like you think women should care about how much men make. It sounds like it's pretty important.
Yes, they should. Yes, they should be responsible, and they should say, "I'm not going to get the kid."
Why are you red pill? Women should.
Because I'm not against women. I want women to protect themselves, and I want men to protect themselves too. I want a woman to go to the market and say, "I'm not going to get pregnant by a man that can even it doesn't work or he doesn't have a job that is going to be able to take care of this kid." And I don't want a man to go ahead and put the kid on a woman that is going to ruin his life. I'm not against women. I'm actually promoting both. We can do both at the same time. And I'll repeat it again. This is not a zero-sum game. This is not a zero-sum game. Why you keep doing this shit about if a man has this? Why can both? Why can do the same? Like, why can we do both?
I'll make a small bridge. I think there are aspects of the red pill that are good. I think they're very small. My problem is you can get them from elsewhere from the red pill. But
where?
I'll ask us a question. Well, I'll do that. But first, I want to hear
where.
Well, I already give you one example before. I'll do it again. But wait, answer this.
The parties.
Answer the question. Wait, answer. I'm gonna ask you a question. I'll do yours after. I already did it once. What I'm curious everyone thinks. What are the best parts or the good parts of red pill that you think you can't get elsewhere? Fatty, I'll start with you.
Repeat it again, please.
What are the good aspects of the red pill that you can't get elsewhere?
I don't know no space in the planet where you can actually know woman's nature when they actually teach you, hey, don't be double texting and the same rising queen and to give her flowers and all that. Because women a lot of times like men that are more mysterious than they are available. I don't see nowhere, and I ask you multiple times, where is this place? And you literally sending me to a pickup artist where his job is to teach men how to get into woman panties. We're not talking about fucking, we're talking about building relationships and families.
Well, you know that there's a more general men's rights movement, right?
And what happened to that movement? Wasn't canceled on Reddit?
It's splintered a lot. It's fractured a lot.
Didn't feminists actually literally implode that, explode that shit? Like, wasn't that what happened?
I mean, we're not doing better by accelerating it through the red pill.
No,
the whole point, the reason that the men's rights movement is better is that it's a bigger tent that you can bring actual men's issues on, like men's justice issues, not just how can we have more tight knit families where women are more dependent on a high earning man.
So when that same movement created a movie called Red Pill that has nothing to do with Red Pill, has to do with battling for your kids in a court system. That shit was literally, there was a boycott and they canceled the movie. Like literally a bunch of families got together and canceled the movie, took it out of theaters and all that. Like, are we going to pretend that there's not actively women trying to fight this shit like every day? And if they could press a button and all the Red Pill creators will be gone, they would literally
It could
disappear.
just be that Red Pill's laughable and not worth making a movie out of.
If it was laughable, people wouldn't take it so seriously. You don't take it. You don't do shows about shit that is laughable. You just leave it
Ninetales
alone
is
and you laugh
being
about it.
way too polite. What the fuck did you just say? You just said 10 minutes of what? I'm not even gonna sit here and pretend like anything you said just made sense. Zero. None of it did.
That's exactly
what
what
the
you just
fuck
did.
are you talking
That's exactly
about?
what you just did. You said
No,
nothing,
actually,
but you are pretending
no,
that you're doing
actually,
something.
Be concise in your message.
No, I'm not being concise. We're
I
playing
don't
ping
know what
pong.
it
You
is.
take the ball my head, I take a ball your way. You know what?
I don't think that's what's happening
Yes.
naturally.
Yes.
But, I mean,
No,
I think
how is that not what's happening? So you know what's going to be fun? I'm going
Well,
to be
I think
quiet.
what's actually-
No.
what's
Nick,
actually
this is going to happen. I'm going to mute myself.
Well, what's actually happening is that I destroyed Fatty. I destroyed Fatty on this topic last week, took the W on his platform, and now he's showing up angry. He's ripped his shirt off prior to the debate, and he's trying to recoup something in this conversation. And to be honest, I'm calm again. I don't have anything to lose here. And you're red pill raging the entire panel. I think you should take it down a couple minutes.
I really like Neve. Remember, like
I thought you were gonna mute yourself.
Remember 5 minutes ago when I said that your job is to make me mad and then laugh about it and smirk like I'm the bad guy?
Well, how am I?
You see, I
how
can't
am I
see the
supposed to
future.
make you
You saw.
angry? Why is
I can
it
see the
my fault you
future.
get angry?
All
Why is
right,
it my fault you get
children.
angry?
All right,
I
all
don't know
right,
what to
all
tell
right.
you.
Melanie,
That's
I'm gonna
your
throw
fault. I
you.
don't know.
I'm gonna throw you backstage.
Awesome.
And then I'm gonna bring up Gray Pill. Hello, Gray Pill. I'm gonna give you 10 minutes. TK3, I see you backstage as well, and we're actually gonna go ahead and shift into open panel after this. I don't know if I want to go into. I think I'll probably go into a full 8, not a full 10 tonight, only because this always seems to be a really hot topic, and it gets like this. So I don't know if I want a full 10 on this one, but in the moment, Don Juan coming in with $1.99. Is that a talking fox? Can we call you Karuma? And then 187 coming in. Hello, Sara, Fatty, Cardhe, big up. What's up, 187? Don Juan coming in with another $4.99. Fatty, I have a broke uncle who's never had a job. Getting dates is not his problem. He's 55, by the way. You can have a utilitarian relationship as transactional. And then Don Juan coming in one more time. Russell Russ, dynamic praxeology? No, LOL. Thank you. And then to TK3 in the back, you're going to be back there for about 10 minutes before we go into full open panel. And Gray Pill, I leave it.
Before Gray Pill go, can I say something real quick?
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you. To Brother Prawn. Where can you get these red pill tenets? Where can you get the foundation of red pill? You can get it from the Christian Bible. You can get it from the Torah. You can get it from the Quran. Like a lot of this stuff stems from there, right? I just wanted to get that in there. I had it written down on my notes and I scratched it off and I'm like, well, I better say this shit before I forget. And I will be leaving you guys once the panel starts. I'm gonna hang out for Gray Pill, and then I am going back to my world. I'm gonna stay on my side of the internet. Y'all crazy over here. So go ahead.
We are crazy.
Shout out DL for doing the 3 podcasts in a row.
Appreciate
Religion taking so many strays these days. I don't. The association there, I think, well, made with good intentions. I think I'd have to disagree.
Gray Pill, is your mic on?
Yes. Before DL go, did he
you have
change his
10
mind
minutes
about?
before
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here for the next 10 minutes, bro. I'll be here for you. And then when you're done, when the panel opens up, I'm done.
Okay. Did you ever change your mind and thoughts last time we talked about your defensiveness with Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate?
That was what, year and a half ago when we talked about this. When the last time we talked, you wanted to talk about the initial charges brought against the Tate boys. And like I told you, I was like, I don't think they're guilty of those charges.
With
Fresh I'm still waiting to see how this plays out. So I'm Myron and Fresh are personal friends. That hasn't changed. I haven't seen Tate, obviously. I haven't been in Romania. But yeah, what I said back then still holds today. Those initial charges. I'm sorry, say that.
I see. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I was like, those initial charges that we talked about. You're saying that what we talked about. Yeah, I haven't changed on that at all. I think those charges are going to go away. Now there's some new charges, right? I don't know what's up with these new charges, but those original charges, I think they're going to go away.
It's the same charges, only get added with the child thing that we talked before of him raping or messing around with a minor. Same charges, just one additional. And the tax.
The original charges, I think, are going to go away. And then you said this is a new one. This new charges being added. I don't know much about it other than what you were talking about based on, whatever. No, my stance hasn't changed on that. To answer your question, my stance hasn't changed on that. We'll have to see how this plays out in the Romanian court system, which I have no idea how it works. But I don't think they're guilty of what they were accused of initially.
Can I ask, what is your current stance? And just hypothetically, is there some kind of information that would come out that would change your stance?
Yeah, some sort of.
Can I get in just a little bit? Can I get in a little bit? Go ahead.
Sorry, Greg Paul.
Even though he self-snitched on himself, even though he self-admitted of the stuff he said, so we're still saying Andrew Tate isn't guilty. We're going to find him in court. So if I walk up and catch Fatty doing the unthinkable, I'm like, you know what? Fatty's still good. We got to see what court says. So we're going to leave it like that.
I told you when you had me on there, I said, bro, them dudes aren't angels. You asked me about the case that they were facing. I'm like, I think this goes away. And I still stand by that. Now, I haven't, obviously you follow this way closer than I do, but from what I have seen, I still think this goes away. Now, the original charges, I think they go away. Now, this new one, I mean, I don't know. We have to wait. We haven't seen any evidence. I haven't read or seen anything on that.
That's what I'm saying. The charges is the same charges. Only thing added is with the minor part. That's it. It's the same charges. A whole list of charges is the same.
But there's new evidence tied with the charges, though.
Thank you. And I don't know how to. Again, I don't know. I don't understand the Romanian legal system. If this was in America, this should have been gone. If this was in the American legal system, it'd have been gone. I don't know how the Romanian legal system works. I think
he's guilty.
All I'm saying is what can be. Listen, I didn't say he didn't do it. I'm just saying I thought it was a weak case. That's all I'm saying. Like again, when we talked about, I was like, I think that goes away. Now, what I believe is going to happen eventually. All the Romanian stuff goes away. They get extradited to the UK, and then it's a brand new situation for them boys, right? I have no idea what's waiting for them in UK, but I know when this is done, they're being extradited straight to the United Kingdom. To answer for some, I think it's a civil case stemming from some other stuff that happened way back when. So I mean, these boys are in it, but but as far as where I stand on it, nothing changed. We just have to wait and see what happens.
I went through some of the court documents. It was the defense, obviously, so it was coming from the Tate's lawyer. But if what they say is
Bill,
true,
do you have a bad wire or something coming through?
Yeah, I said earlier I was lagging, so it's gonna. You got to give me a minute. Sorry about that.
Okay.
It is. Could be.
You might have
I guess just mute when you're not talking.
Yeah, so at least reading through the one defense that I saw, it did seem like there is a high probability. Like if we assume that their defense is what they say it is, right? There's a high probability that they've been maligned at least once, right? But again, there's a lot of different court cases. There's a lot of different things that are being alleged against them. So one instance in like 5 where they're ruled to be not guilty or whatever, that's still just a drop in the bucket if you put it in context, right? So I did go through a lot of what their countersuit actually for the tapes.
Yeah, and Toxic Angel, Toxic Angel, I feel you. I'm cool with American law, but I don't know what's going on in Romania. I don't know what's going on in UK. Just based on, all this stuff is flying fast. I think the Tate's fate lies in the United Kingdom, and if Toxic Angel is correct, they're gonna extradite them for a criminal act that they're prosecuting, and it is what it is. I think their fate lies in the UK. I think this Romanian thing goes away.
What about beyond the legal question? Do you think what Andrew Tate did was immoral? I would say so.
I think what he's accused of is immoral, and he says that too. There's plenty of content out there that says that. He's like that's, and if you use his words, like if he's guilty of what he's accused of, especially with reference to the minor, then he said he should face capital punishment. Those are Andrew Tate's words.
Andrew Tate admitted to beating women, admitted to frauding a whole bunch of people, scamming, lying on multiple occasions. So these are his words. So again, back to Prince's question. On a moral standpoint, do you agree or disagree?
Oh, I think they're very morally dubious. I have no problem condemning Andrew Tate morally.
I mean, they're bad dudes. I got no problem condemning the United States of America for doing America's business. Are they good guys? I've met Tate. He was a cool fellow with me for the time that we sat down and talked. But bro, if he's guilty of what he's accused of, bro, that's horrible. It goes back to the whole thing. Like, did he run some pockets of some dudes out there, lonely dudes with the business he did back in the day? He sure did. And was it illegal? No. Would I do it? No. Right. So, I don't know what you're trying to get at. You know what I mean? Like, if he's guilty of what he was accused of, yeah. But I really think that there's much more to this. And if, this is all going on in Romania, that's why I think that's going to go away. And I think, again, their fate is going to be, they're going to find their fate in UK.
Fair enough.
Great, Pill. You got 3 minutes. Anything else you want to talk about?
Nah, I came to poke on the bear with DL. We go back. We go way back. I'm good with my 3 minutes.
You're all done, Great Phil?
Yeah, I don't do that long stroking, Sarah. You know me. I'm mostly mod too.
I know you.
So Prawn was asking about transactional relationships, and I would say that yes, in today's world, a lot of these relationships are transactional. I mean, it has a lot to do with our technology. It has a lot to do with where society is right now. Everybody wants to quote unquote get the bag. When I was coming up, not so much. And I would say even with the young kids, like, my daughter is just a freshman in high school now. When I go to her games, she's in a band, and I listen to the kids and what they're saying, there's not a lot of transactional relationships popping off with these little kids. In fact, these little kids are far better behaved than we were when they were their age. I'm like, man, these little kids are angels compared to what we were doing. But I think as you get older, people are going to want something for the relationship. They're going to want, they're going to want to go places. They're going to want experiences. And, no matter what, the other side says, or you're talking about women wanting to be independent, they're independent until it's time for the meal at Shea Dam this costs a lot, or you're independent until it's time to get that business flight over to the Maldives. And I ain't mad at that. I don't tell these guys to get upset with women or be mad because you asked to take some woman out or she demanded you take her to a certain place and you did it. And that's on you, bro. That's just how the game goes. Don't be mad at her because her game is stronger than yours. Get your game up, right? People are gonna want shit. And if you got a woman who refuses to go on an ice cream date with you or refuses to go take a walk in the park, guess what, bro? She ain't fucking with you. So why are you chasing her? Just like in that one video, you had the girl with the hockey guy, and you had one night as he was stuck on some woman. She was wrong for chasing this dude, and he was wrong for being stuck on that previous chick. And then these guys fall down that red pill rabbit hole, and they cling to all this negativity. That's on them. Like, that's just, again, when I see dudes like that in the real world, I'm like, man, you talking nonsense right now. And these guys are shocked. They come around me and it's like, yeah, man, these 304s and this and that and Bob, these girls, they for the streets. I'm like, why are you here? They for the streets. I saw you over there trying to talk to Shorty. She for the streets because she didn't want to deal with you. But if she wants to deal with you, then she's not for the streets. Like, come on, man, get your game up, homie. Right? And this is the kind of stuff that I'm putting out there. Again, this red pill Manos face space is full of all kind of people. Now, do you want to do the work and you want to become a better version of yourself, and this could help you find what you're looking for? Fine. But you got guys out here looking for a wife, but they want to go to the club because they think they want to spin plates. The vast majority of men out here that I've talking to, they don't want to be out here being a player, spinning plates and doing all this bullshit. They're trying to find their significant other, and they're having a hard time because they're just not gamed up on what's going on, man. The sexual marketplace is constantly changing, and I think that you can get some good out of that space, but there's plenty of bad in that space as well.
That is fair. Gray Pill, are you staying on for open panel?
No, I'm dropping. But I say this: a lot of people saying a lot of stuff, but it always comes back down to intent. What is your intent in a relationship? Are you just fucking? Or you want friends with benefits? Be honest. If you want a fiance, a wife, be honest. If you want a kid, be honest. Lead with that. Lead with your intent. But my problem is with people that's not saying you deal, but a lot of people that goes lead into the Andrew Tates of the world or the Fresh and Fits in the world. These guys not married. They're not practicing what they preaches. If they say, hey, they got money, great. Money's not equate to everything else. If they got all this status and the Lambos and the cars and the rings and whatever they flexing, it doesn't equate to much of what your intent supposed to be. I think that's a problem with a lot. Not all, because I do listen to a lot of different. You're right. There are different red pillars, there's different black pillars. Each of them have their own descriptors and their plans for what they want in life. But the issue is when you have so-called leaders and influencers that influence the wrong effing thing, these guys get lost all the time. All the time. They lead with money, then they look around, wonder why. They'll lead with status, look around, wonder why. Instead of just listening to their opposite, their counterpart, that's how you have great communication, great base for everything else to move forward with the relationship, with your intent. And I'll leave it like that. So y'all have
what's good, bro? And I'm with you on that one part, except for one thing. Fresh and Fit is definitely they're practicing what they preach. They go after these lowbrow girls, and they go out here and they're smashing.
No,
they are practicing what they preach.
No, they don't. No,
oh, yes, they do.
No, they don't. Fresh is like, I thought Myron was the worst, but Fresh is right there, just raised the bar when he sit there and smashed and went raw dog running multiple girls, and then everybody sitting there calling them escorts and hoes because they the guys that let him manipulate the situation. They literally led their podcast and leverage it for sex and ass. Like, we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there. 2, they don't want to get married. Myron last time claimed that he wanted 8 different girls, haram and all this other stuff based on his culture, but he disrespects every other culture in his own. And then he just literally bought a girl from a Seeking Arrangements that claiming that's his girlfriend. That doesn't make any sense. Fresh don't even know what he wants.
You're basing hold on
multiple times. Yeah.
You're basing what you're talking about based on what you've seen. I'm basing what I'm talking about having.
So they lying? So they lying?
Fresh and Fit.
You
Go
guys
back and watch
need
their
to
content.
speed date.
Say again.
You guys need to speed date.
I'm about to go off.
Bro. I'm just trying. But I'm just, like I said, I agree with everything you said about, except that part. Myron and Fresh, especially Fresh, was out there just running
through
your tent,
man. That's what I'm saying. Lead with your tent. If you
you can say that, but I just want to make. You can say that, but I just want to make that point.
Be about the girls and party. That's all I'm saying. If you want to be, at least I think there's a lot of stuff I see fetish content. At least this motherfucker honest about his bullshit. He said, "Hey, I'm messy. Let me do the messy stuff. I'm serious. Okay, I'm gonna be messy." He shifts in the lane. He stays there when he shifted, right? But when you got Fresh and Fit saying this is what I am and who I am, and they get debunked time and time again, it's problematic. So now you telling me, so when they say on camera, it's all glitter, but when they say behind the stage, it's the truth. That's like, what's that guy named? Charles White. So he said he great women and did all this, drug them, but then he comes back in behind the scenes. No, man, I was just making it up so I can get time on the air so I can talk. That's stupid.
Your point, you said that they don't practice what they preach. I'm telling you, they do. They go after the lowbrow girls. Go back and watch their content. They say it all the time. We love the 3 or 4.
So why would they be so argumentative? Why would they be so argumentative and stand 10 toes down on the stuff they say when people catch them in the act? Fresh, you say you got this, but we're telling you this is what I see. No. Myron, you say you can get quality girls on your own, but you're going to Seeking Arrangements and paying chicks just to get some ass. Make that make sense.
Right message, wrong messenger. They are.
Thank you.
They are.
All I'm telling you is they were out there. Now, Fresh slowed down after the Daisy girl, right? He slowed down after that, and I'm like, yeah, I bet you did slow down, bro. You dodged the huge bullets there. But what was he doing?
Wait
He was
till
out there
open
smacking
panel.
Yeah, I'm about to
do
go
this in open panel.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Fresh and Fit to talk on this.
All right. Gray Pill, any final thoughts from you before you leave?
Yes. Think before you speak. All right. God bless.
Bye, Gray Pill.
Bye.
And to you, DL Saint, I know you wanted to leave before we turned into a dumpster fire up here. Any final thoughts from you?
Yo, thanks for having me on. This was definitely interesting. Like I said, I hold the individual responsible. If you come over to the red pill space and someone runs your pockets, that's on you. If you go over to out there in the dating world and someone runs your pockets, that's on you. There are a lot of guys out here who aren't willing to do the work, and that is a huge problem. There are a lot of guys out here who have never been punched in the mouth, physically, which is huge. That's the thing. They don't understand consequences and they don't understand doing the work. So but there are some people who can help those guys with that problem, because it is a problem. And once those guys do the work, they level up, they become the best version of themselves. Then they become more attractive to some women, and now they get to go out there and see how it goes for them. And I wish those guys well. I hope they figure it out. But then you have guys out here who are just mad, they red pill rage, they don't know how to handle it. Right? They go out here and you hear all this nonsense, and there's nothing. Like, I'm not responsible for what they're doing, and it is not my fault that person took that advice and that advice. Or better yet, how about just take all this in, sit down and think it through on your own. So just think this shit through. Appreciate everybody on the panel, man. This was fun. Neve, you're out here, you're a red pill hunter, but you never hunted over on my side of the internet. I am hurt. I'm hurt.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna tell Brother Dan, like, I don't know why she treat me like that. You know what I mean? Come over. You're welcome on my platform. We can definitely have a conversation and delve into this. Prawncess, pleasure. First time meeting you, bro. It was a pleasure. And Sara, always.
I've gotten used to people on this platform.
Prawncess, my bad.
Princess,
my bad. I got old ass, my bad, guys. I didn't mean that. Keeping it 100. You're a real one. I like.
You did it by accident. Some people do it on purpose. I can tell.
I did it on accident. I wasn't doing it on purpose. I apologies for that. Fatty. Always an experience, fam. You know what I mean? Always. And to the chat, man. Appreciate y'all. I'm out of here. I'm DL Saint. I will see y'all when I see y'all. Good night.
Good night, DL Saint. Does anybody else want to leave the panel, or are we all choosing to stay?
I'm staying.
All right, I'll take that as a win. And Don Juan coming in with the $1.99. He says, DL, that's a huge contradiction, my guy. Also backing it up once more, red pill is not praxeological, just saying, LOL. And ladies and gentlemen, rules of open panel. I'm going to pull up 8 seats, which based on what I have backstage right now, we might still have one sitting in the back waiting while we do this. But what we do is, if you want to put anybody in timeout, $1 per minute, they go backstage. I bring up whoever's next in line. I do have 12 available seats in the backstage, so we can have more sitting back there than there are people on screen. So the choice is to you, the viewers. And if anybody who does come up on stage wants to connect and restream, you are more than welcome to do so. I think it maxes out at 10 or some shit like that. All I ask is if you do leave the panel, you disconnect before you go. Anyways, let's get ready for our shit show dumpster fire. Here we go.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sara has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raging Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. She's trying to be funny.
Yes, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience this evening. It was actually kind of comical. We didn't have everybody showing up in the beginning for the hot seat. But they've all come like crawling out of strange places. I have 3 in the backstage right now. I have Omega Magic sitting backstage. I have Black Dawn sitting backstage, and I have Toxic Angel sitting backstage. If you do want to see one of the persons waiting backstage in line, you'd have to pay to throw somebody else backstage first. So again, we go $1 per minute. Last time we played this game, it was a little crazy. And you can also bring anybody forward by doing the same thing. So to the panel. Let's see, we have Fatty, Neve, Melanie, and Prawncess, who have already been familiar with this panel, but we're going to have TK3, Ava the G, and Chris Lestrange. If the three of you want to introduce yourself to the panel, maybe a brief 30 seconds of your thoughts on the topic, and then we will go into open floor from there. TK3, starting with you, please.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to start with the baddest motherfucker on the block, Fatty. You fucked with the wrong one tonight. Prawncess, thank you for what you do. Ava, you already know you're the baddest. Thank you, Tomato. Let's get this.
You're welcome. Ava, to you.
Do you have an ankle bracelet?
Hey, I'm Ava, and I think the red pill is stupid.
Fair enough. Then Chris, to you.
What's up? I'm Chris Lestrange, and yeah, earlier I heard in the conversation about relationships. All relationships are transactional, firstly, and then Farah looks terrible. I just want to add that.
Who looks terrible?
Oh, sorry, that's Neve. My bad.
It's fine.
All
You gotta
right.
do that.
Shots
I
fired
didn't
early on.
Yes.
The only thing I do ask is to anybody on panel, please remember this is TOS. It's not just me streaming, but there are other people restreaming as well. So you don't just take down one channel, you take down a whole bunch, and then you really fuck with everybody's money, time, effort, and care that they put into their channels. If you do break TOS, I will just remove you. We don't fuck around anymore and deal with it. If you are coming backstage and you are an avatar type of person, that's okay. I just do ask that you cam up before I put you on stage. So I will revert to the private chat to let you know it's time to at least, show me backstage that you're a person. If you're not willing to do that, you should just go ahead and back away now. We don't play with PPs on screen. To that, I leave the floor to you.
Let me jump in here and make one
expect a
quick
lion
comment. if that's
tamer
okay.
to come
Go
up
ahead.
on panel. What's his name? Go ahead.
King? Oh yeah, he's a badass. Very important statement. First, I want to start off by saying, hey, I'm a lowly sub 300 sub channel, so help out brand new channel, the Prawncess. But back on topic, kind of like a closing / mid statement. I mean, I do agree there are some things the red pill has right. I just think they're very small and minimal, and you can get those elsewhere. If people could just pick and choose the best parts of it and move on, that'd be okay. But it seems like everyone seems to take the red pill and they get stuck there. Literally, the metaphor is they take the pill and they can never unsee it ever again. So if you could just get the good ideas and move on, that'd be okay. But it seems like people get stuck there and really go down the rabbit hole, so to speak. Ava, I see you nodding your head. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's it appeals to people. I mean, what do you think the main good parts of it are? The good aspects.
Not being used like people like you, for example, helps.
What do you mean by that?
Just descriptors about life and about relationship dynamics. So what you get stuck in knowing information and you can't unknow it. That's pretty logical in my opinion.
And what's the problem with knowing information? It's like you saying, don't read that book, because once you read it, you will never be able to
unread the book.
No, but Fatty, you said this earlier that it's not 100% correct. You said that they get a lot of stuff wrong. So the problem is people are taking it as 100% correct.
Tell me something that is 100% correct.
What's about to happen to you, baby? So let's go ahead.
1 + 1 is 2.
Tell me a book. Tell me an ideology. Sir, we're not talking about science. You understand exactly what I'm saying. Tell me a channel, a preacher, somebody that is telling somebody or giving advice to somebody that is 100% right.
The problem is incredibly accurate. It's like trying to go to TikTok for your medical information. It's like a complete shit show of what is accurate and inaccurate, and all the audience doesn't have the capacity to make that decision. They're going in there completely unequipped, unarmed, so they're going to take all this bad information and take it as gospel and incorporate it into their life, and it's going to have negative effects.
And that's the point. When it comes to medical advice, you don't go to TikTok. I offer you a replacement. Go to the hospital. You couldn't give me.
Well, what about relationship advice? It's like your entire life.
You still couldn't give me a valid advice. You are literally saying, don't go to the red pill. Go to this cousin over here to this guy that does PUA. That does PUA. That shit is not.
Is there a timeout? Is there a timeout?
Wait. Sorry, TK, I'll give you. Fad, you've brought it up 5 times. Do you think PUA is inherently the same thing as red pill?
It's worse.
Wait, how is it worse if it's the same thing?
Because PUA is actually results driven, and PUA is let me teach you how fast can I get you out of your panties. That's PUA for the most part.
How's it results?
PUA
doesn't results based. Wait. What you just said, if it's results given,
stand by for just a moment. We just got a drop
go ahead.
already. Chris Lestrange, I think this is coming to you. Rude Mud Crab coming with the $20 drop. That Chris mofo, that talk-ish on our Neve. I'm gonna go ahead and put the overlay up. Oh wait, Omega dropped. Where'd he go? You were in line next, but I'm gonna bring Black Dawn up. Black Dawn, can you voice confirm for me? Black Dawn. 3, 2, 1.
Is Black Dawn? Does he have some clouds on it?
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's from Black Dawn is safe.
I had the wrong audio. Fuck. Yeah, I'm a person.
Yeah, he's safe, Sarah. You can bring him up. He's safe.
Okay, fair enough. And Chris Lestrange, I put you in the backstage. Somebody would have to pay to bring you back up. Since you got switched out.
Mustache, man.
So
I like
Prince,
his mustache.
Why are you taking men from a place called Red Pill to a place that is literally called Pickup Artist? What does a pickup artist do, sir?
So they give feedback and tips on dating and relationships.
Actually, no. A pickup artist is somebody that goes to the street and aborts woman to try to get in their panties. That's literally what pickup artist means.
That's the only thing they talk about? That's really the only thing? That's the only thing.
Sir, the Red Pill talks about finance.
If I'm going to play with fire.
One second. You checkmated.
You asked me a question. Can I respond to your question?
No, you didn't. You asked me a question.
No, you just asked. Are you?
Sir, you said, sir, you checkmated yourself.
You just asked me a question. Are you crazy?
Slow down a little bit. You checkmated yourself. I said pickup artists is people that actually go to the street and pick up woman, right? And you said, is that the only thing that they teach? Checkmate. The Red Pill doesn't teach only to fuck woman. It teaches how to get your finances better.
You can't keep track. My question is a response to what you said. Can
you engage in what I said?
I'm responding. You fucking listen.
So what did I say? What did I say? Can you repeat it, Princess?
So yeah, because you can't keep track. You said that one second, I got my brain's fucking broken. You said that pickup only has to do with sleeping with someone. I said, oh really?
I didn't say only.
All I had to do was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Everybody, stop. Everybody loves a cute puppy, okay? Especially when watching puppy porn or prawn. I'll say prawn. But boys, you've been going at it all night. Can you at least deliver a question and wait for an answer to the both of you? Because you've both been doing it. So let's try.
Yeah, I'm gonna start off. I'm gonna start first, Patty. No, because you're lying. I brought up dating and relationships. Your response to that was to say, no, it's not about dating a relationship. It's all about getting someone's pants. That was you saying it's only about getting someone's pants. You just said you responding to my listen to saying, Fatty, for a second. I made a statement that a pickup channel is about dating and relationships. Your response to that was, no, it's only about getting someone's pants. That's what you said, Ava, right?
Yes, that's exactly what you said.
I didn't say only. I said pickup artist.
I didn't say you said only. You said as if you're disagreeing with anything else other than just.
No, you have to
I said, wait, Patty, listen slowly. I said a show is about dating and relationship, and he said, no, it's about this other thing.
Sir, I explained.
Did he not do it? Yes or no? Did he do that? Yes or no? Did he do that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Rewind. Watch it in 4K.
Do you want me hey Prince? If you want to correct me, I'm going to give you the correct information. I said you are sending this man. You are sending this man to somebody that is a pickup artist, and their main function is actually fucking woman. That's what you want from a pickup artist. You go to the street and you convince this woman to like you so you can fuck her. Did I say that is only? No, but that's when you checkmated yourself. If your argument is not the only thing that the pickup artist actually teaches, and there's other things behind, so the red pill is the same thing. It's not about just only on getting on woman pants. It's about improving yourself, get more money, get in shape, and all those things. So you are contradicting. You're contradicting yourself.
Wait, what you just said. Let me rewind back time. This originally came up because you said you can't get this advice in the red pill space. You said you can only get this in the red pill space. And I said, no, there's actually this other place you can get it from. Based on what you just said, you just admitted I'm right. You said there is somewhere you can go to get advice on sleeping with someone. So congratulations, you debated yourself. I'm done taking the break. Go.
Wow.
I think the
Daddy, I have
difference
a
between the
question.
three.
I think I have dementia from talking with this dude, bro. Like
You've had dementia all day, I can tell.
Fatty,
Early onset.
why is your name untouchable? Is it because a woman hasn't touched you?
That was fucking low blow.
Hilarious!
That's funny.
Whoa, that's so funny.
It's because
I'm genuinely wondering.
It's because your eyes kind of touch each other.
Don't fucking say that, you fucking moron, dude. You got
Wait. And I have one more question.
Was that even an insult? Because that's just not true.
Yes. It's not true. Okay, so let me ask a question to the panel.
Daddy, you should have taken an extra 2 seconds.
DMX, calm down. Calm down.
I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's the anniversary of the Death Star? The Death Star? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a year already. Yeah. Man.
At least
All
my
right,
eyes
come
don't
on.
touch each other.
Miss, it's
One
fine.
at
Eyes
a
can touch each other.
time.
You don't even get to touch
I love
woman.
it, miss.
Yes, but there's the thing. I you know what's funny? You don't know me, but I know you. I saw 7 movies. You are the Jigsaw guy, right? Aren't you Jigsaw? The guy like
I don't know what that means.
Aren't you Jigsaw? Can you say I want
Is
to
that
play a
something?
I
game?
want to play a game.
You really want to play a game. Can you say it out loud so I can see that? It's
You're
right.
like another groupie, bro.
It's a funny place.
Get out. God, you
That's
did
real
not
rich
do
coming
that
from
well.
Pat
You
Albert.
did not do
I
that
usually-
well. Bad timing.
Okay, he took the joke. I'll give him credit. He took the joke pretty well.
But wait, one more thing too. Is it so fatty? You would identify as fat?
That see what?
These jokes
Hey, bro.
suck. Holy shit.
Do you expect women to be attracted to you if you're fat? Are you into fat women?
She's still missing and she's still fucking going.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
Fair question.
If I'm into fat woman, you try to date me. Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to know who I date so you can you do what exactly?
We're not worried about it, but you have red eyes.
I'm
You got red eyes. Just move
Okay,
on.
I'm just wondering where you're
Honestly, only reason I came here
You are not
is-
in,
only
you are not
reason I
you are not
wake
interested
up is
you are not interested in me, and I don't date ghosts. So please let's move along and keep going the conversation.
No, I'm not interested in you, but I'm interested
I'm into white woman, not into pale
like
people.
that
So you can go ahead and move along. I don't want to date you.
women that are the same caliber as you.
Huh? What is my
you
caliber?
accept women that are at the same caliber as you.
What is my caliber?
Fatty?
250 maybe?
Rough.
Yes. What is my caliber?
What do you rate yourself?
Did you say like 250? What would you rate yourself 1 out of 10?
Out of the shower without makeup?
Wait, hold on. What does
Are
that
you wearing
mean?
makeup right now, or is that
What
a filter?
does that mean?
Y'all
What
are
does that in the
lit
shower with no
tonight.
makeup mean?
And
'Cause
can I use
I'm out in the shower with no
You wear
makeup?
makeup?
Right now. What does that mean?
Yo, I kind of want to hear what TK's saying.
Oh my god. What is this?
We're going to make this weird, guys.
No,
I have time.
you're made it weird.
It's
No, I have time today. We're going to make this very weird.
Big dog, you said it. Out of the
X
shower-
gonna give it to you. Give it to you. Like, what are you doing, sir?
You think
What are you doing, sir? Like, what are you doing?
Just a diss.
I guarantee you have an ankle monitor right now. I guarantee you have a. Show your ankle.
That fucks me
I
up.
guarantee you have an ankle monitor.
Think that shit fucks me up, dog.
Show your ankle monitor.
Are
What the
you
fuck is wrong with
okay?
this guy?
Are you okay?
You all right, bro?
I don't have ankle monitor.
You know what's funny? You need to show the other one. You need to show the other one.
Wait,
let me go free.
Are you a cramp? I like. Why you come in here like this is a battle rap? Like
I did come in. I can. If this is what you think,
can you give me 16 bars?
That's what you think because you love me. You think I'm a fucking idol, dude. You love me.
Can you move away from the camera, sir? I don't want to
love when your people say that.
Can you move away from the camera? You're making me uncomfortable.
Why do you keep bucking at the camera, bro? That's weird.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
If he has to move, if he has to move away from the camera because it's making him uncomfortable, then you have to put a shirt on because it's making me uncomfortable.
Who buys a buckle hat?
Yeah.
You buckle hat wearing motherfucker.
Slimy.
I'm weird.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly why we call it the open panel dumpster
are you wearing a
fire,
filter?
because this is what it
You
turns
got a
into.
filter,
It's blue.
a buckle hat,
blue,
and I'm the
fatty.
fucking
Come
weird DMX queer. Think of me in
All
dreams
right,
tonight.
mind your words. Mind your words.
How much for Ava
Still
and Fatty 1v1?
So TK, so now that TK whatever DMX, what do you want from me?
Tell me, King. Go ahead. What do I want with you?
Yes.
I want to know why you're walking around wearing no shirt on. Drinking drinks when I'm talking.
I'm not even walking. I'm like sitting on a nice chair. I'm not
Okay, but TK, I've seen you with barely a shirt on before.
Let's do this. TK3, I
hanging out
need you. TK3, I need you to take a really big chill pill, dude. You need to settle your fucking ass down. Let's level it down. Listen, let's level it down. Just a few months.
You broke him. He cracked this smile. That's all you.
Level down.
You remind him of his parole officer.
Although, I said I wanted to hear TK speak, kind of knowing this is what would happen.
I would like to hear him speak, but in a sense where we're calm, cool, collected, and we're not tweaking on anything. So let's notch it down, and then I'd love to hear what you have to say.
No, that's a beautiful thing. And Miss, thank you for letting me calm down. At the same time, I do have to chill with a man that has a scar from your uncle.
It's not real. It's
scar from his uncle.
Sir.
What do you mean?
Sir.
They started looking at us.
It's a face filter, you know.
Let me actually give you a compliment, sir. At least you don't look like you stink like Ava. So salute.
What do you mean? One, that's my bottom chick.
What's your issue?
At least you don't look like you stink like Ava. So I'll give that to you. You look like you took showers every day. So I actually commend you.
How many debates did you have to lose? How many debates did you lose to Ava to be this
no
mad?
reason to do that. That was out of line.
Don't let Pennywise the clown
One.
malign you like that.
Hey, DMX, if Ava is your bitch, did you lost the bet?
No, we make money.
Did you lost the bet?
You paid for this
How did
feeling.
you get
This is the typical red pill guy angry at women that are out of the league.
And come see if we make money around here.
Manny comes in. I think this is the chat of the evening. Sara, stop trying to relive your glory days of babysitting for the neighborhood dads.
Oh shit, this is crazy.
This is what happens when you get a mom as a mod. Sorry, folks.
Okay, we got to keep going. And Fatty, when you want to get on topic,
You guys are not ready for school. Guys came unprepared.
You dream of me. I can look at you, and I know you look at me, and you're like this. Damn,
That's very homoerotic.
Very weird. That is very weird. That is very weird. Please stop.
I see you. I remember when I was fat, and I was like you, Doc. We used to look alike.
All right, it's been bought. It's been bought. All right, you two, enjoy.
Okay, what I would like to do here is, Fatty, I want you to roll your chair back. And then let's just see the physique.
Why, if you are not into me?
Why do I have to be into you?
You said I'm not into you. Why do you want to see my
Maybe
body?
I am. Maybe I am.
Why?
I don't know. I have to see. I have to see.
I don't feel safe next to you.
You don't feel safe? Are you that much of a beta pussy?
Because that's the thing, right? I live in Portugal.
You can't even feel safe around.
No, let me tell you. Let me tell you why. I live in a Portuguese. I live in a white country. I live in Portugal.
Because
right?
I am a beta pussy. I am a beta male.
No. It's not that. Like I live in Portugal, which is a white country, and I'm used to deal with
Barcelona?
white people. Yeah, no, Portugal, Lisbon, right? But the thing is, but just because I'm used to deal with like white people, I'm not used to deal with methods. You see what I'm saying? So because I don't have the experience, me and you right now, making me a little bit uncomfortable, right? The fact that your teeth are not aligned and all that, the fact that you are over, like you are more than white, the fact that you have no lips, the fact that your hair is all fucked up, the fact that you actually look like you stink. I don't feel comfortable right now with you. So no,
None of
lady,
this is
I don't.
You gotta hit on something that actually like.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do.
True,
I don't have spare change.
Here's the thing: is that you're just throwing out all of these things like my hair.
No, I don't have spare change. I'm sorry. I only have a credit card.
Listen, why are you so triggered by me just asking for a body check?
Because I'm not your man. Do you have one?
Yeah, but maybe you could be my man if I could just see.
No, thank you.
Fatty. Because when I'm looking at here on your channel, you seem... Is it Team Fatty?
Maybe.
Team Fatty? Is the profile picture supposed to be you?
You're looking for a stripper, for my stripper page?
It looks like you... No, wait. Is the profile picture you?
Yeah, my OnlyFans.
That's your profile picture on the Team Fatty YouTube channel. Team_Fatty.
You want my OnlyFans? Is that what you want?
No, I'm asking if your profile picture is you.
And I'm asking, why are you so interested? I already said I have no spare change. I don't.
Well, if you'll answer the question, then you'll know why.
So let's do this. No, he's not.
The profile picture is not you.
No, he's no. Now what?
Who is it?
I don't know. My dad, I guess.
Your dad?
Yes. Do you know yours?
Yeah, I'm very close with my dad.
Do you know your dad? No. Answer the question. Do you know your dad?
You're a little giggle. You're a little.
No, I'm just asking. Like, do you know yours?
Wait, are you on anything right now, or?
No, I'm completely sober. It's 5 a.m. in my country right now.
Sober? Why are you just up at 5 a.m.?
Because we have a show to conduct. I was invited.
Are you sure you're not smoking a little crack, maybe?
Your lack of upper lip is actually upsetting me a lot.
Watch the TOS.
Like your lack of
Why
upper
are you
lip.
so afraid to be authentic?
Your lack of upper lip is literally like is agitating me.
My what?
Like you don't have an upper lip. That shit is actually fucking up with my.
Our upper lips are like the same size.
Are they? You do this.
You guys are killing me. Listen, let me give everybody some lip gloss for your lippies, okay? We're gonna do this. We're gonna apply. Yeah, apply. Everybody get some lip gloss. I'll put some on too. And you got 60 more seconds for the stand.
You know, it's funny. I know that you actually save a lot of money.
You are like so insecure.
I know you. I know you save a lot of money on lip gloss because you only have one.
Do you ever pull the camera back just beyond where it is now, or do you always?
You want me to? Do you want me to send you a dick pic?
No, that's the last thing I want.
So why you want? What do you want from me?
I don't even know why this doesn't. I say something and why do you think that you're like some like devil dude, like some like badass like Joker type with this like thing on your face?
Yeah, 7 inches. You got it. You got it right. Yeah, 7 inches. Yes.
No, the makeup on your face.
Yeah, 7 inches and a little bit fatty, like the girth. Does the job.
I really don't want to know.
That's why they call me.
I thought you said you weren't interested. So why are you trying to like?
Oh, it sounds like you want information from me. I'm telling you. They call me fatty because of the girth. Not because of the. I'm
seeing something else of why they call you that.
Why?
They're like, what do you mean why? Do you see yourself on camera?
Why do they call me fatty, Ava?
Don't.
Look at You and the
Don't
camera.
do it. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Do they call you Casper just because you are extra white? No.
You are nuts.
What is wrong with my skin
Okay.
color?
Let's
What
stop
is wrong
tapping.
with
We
that
all
skin
know.
color? Like you
we
are
all
like.
know if you had to run up some stairs, you'd be winded.
Oh, look at
You have a
Princess.
problem with white
Look
people?
at Princess trying to get some
Yeah,
pussy.
oh my god!
Oh.
What the fuck? Okay, do you identify with the Joker? Yes or no?
No,
No? Then what is this on your? What does the stuff on your face represent?
it's
Why
anime.
do you feel like? Do you think you're some kind of like superhero for like the red pill?
No, I don't.
Do you think it makes you look like badass?
Absolutely not. Do you want me to actually look a little bit more
Yeah,
like
what
you?
is it? So just tell me. Tell me.
I'm
What is
asking.
it?
Do you want me? Do you want me to look a little bit more like you?
No, I want you. I've asked you this question probably 10 times now. What is with the face filter?
Okay, let me try to be like something familiar to like whatever you have going on there. Is this better? We kind of like twins now.
You tried.
I just need the ring, and we both good. Is this better? Do you feel better
Honestly,
now?
it is a little bit better to look at now that your face is covered.
Can you say oink oink?
I will say that. I will admit that.
I'm asking, do you feel better? Can you say oink oink? We
That
literally
does
are
represent
different
you
now.
well because your name is Fatty, you know.
Are you done with it? I like it. You know what's funny? Look at this. We are literally the same people. I'm telling you.
Are you saying I'm
as soon as I saw you, I said, I know who you are. I saw all your movies. And
This is
I'm
an
proving it right
improvement
now.
as well.
Like, can you get
Now
going
we
to the
can't
camera?
see it.
We are both
Yeah,
we are in
yeah.
red. It's the same. Like you see what I'm talking about? We are literally the same person. We are the same. Like we literally look the same. So do you want to keep going or you want to quit? I think you should quit.
Guys, I have such nice cheekbones, don't I?
Do you want to play a game?
This is an upgrade. I think you should just keep it like this all the time.
I'm going to keep it all the time until Sarah leaves him alone. Can you rage quit? Just say, Sarah, I concede.
I'll start
I'm not.
meditating.
You know people are going to put you on highlights tomorrow, right? Because of the shit. You know that, right?
Put me on what?
Yeah, on like you're going to look like in some highlights reels. This is like you exactly. Can you ask Sarah to rage quit, please? Even our lips are the same. I have a bottom lip and my upper lip is in existence. Yeah, somebody saved you. Thank God.
Oh my god. Fatty, you've resorted to prop humor. What happened?
What?
It's the content of your words. You're relying on filters.
So,
Why
okay,
is
Neve,
that?
Neve, don't worry, I got you too.
Hey, there he is.
I got you too, Neve. We're like, I am ready for everything and anything,
Awesome.
Neve. I got you
Well,
too.
finally, your face matches your words. I think
Yes,
now
and you
we'll
know
have
what's
some
funny, Neve?
congruence in
Like,
your
let
words in
me
this
actually switch to something that you'll never use. Look at us. Huh? You will never use this.
I question why you have this, to be honest. I feel like that's the sussest element of all of this. Why does Fatty have a tampon filter? Fatty, would you care to share that with the audience?
Because I can.
In anticipation of what exactly? You're like, you know what? This might come in handy in the future. Better keep this in my back pocket.
I'm gonna
Like,
let
what
the
the
ladies tag team Fatty since it's been bought and paid.
Okay. So now
Fatty.
I truly don't understand why
Fatty,
you guys
can you actually tell me what is your YouTube channel if it's not Team Fatty?
I will tell you my OnlyFans.
Team_Fatty.
Okay, that is it.
Yeah, why do you want to go on my YouTube channel? Like,
Why don't you not want her to?
Because
What are
you
so
literally
afraid
won't
of?
answer anything. You just sit there and you just deflect every single question.
Okay, so
You
I'm
won't
going
say
to
a
answer.
single thing
I'm
about
going to
yourself.
answer candidly, and this is the thing, right? We know that Ava, this is not the first time somebody tag team her, right? So she's used to this. Let's keep going. Tell me, Ava, since you're used to getting
I
tag
feel
team, what is the question that you have for me? Go ahead, you got this.
You just accuse every. Okay, what is your
Hmm?
ideology? Like, what is the point of your YouTube channel? What do
I
you
believe
argue?
I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ is the Savior, and everybody should repent themselves.
Okay, wait.
Yes.
You like? Do you think that you're like a superhero of sorts?
No, I'm just a regular fat person in this planet.
Dude, because in your thumbnails, you like. Oh my god, dude.
He's just a
All
foreign
of your
diplomat.
thumbnails
Here to
is like
spread the-
AI of you looking like a superhero.
Yeah, because they are AI. You got me. Now what?
Yeah, but why are
No,
you
I-
trying to make it look like that and then it doesn't look like you at all? It looks like a really cut, like
Because
jacked
I'm
guy,
trying to
and then
trick you
somebody
into
clicks
dating
on
me.
it, and then they see you.
Because I was hoping one day you.
Why don't
actually
you just like? Are you insecure?
No, but if I had your eyes, I would.
Dude, it's like
Stop the cap. Are you
Yeah,
kidding
I'm
me?
just saying, it doesn't even matter. I don't know why I'm even
Come
asking you the
on.
question. It's just so obvious to you.
Objectively, objectively,
I am not insecure, but if I had her face, I kind of would be insecure. Kind of.
You're putting a whole thing over your face. You put a
that's-
filter on your face the entire time. Not even Instagram catfish women use as many filters as you do, even when you don't have that thing on and you have your red eyes and
What's
you're
the
like,
problem with- what's the problem with
and
makeup?
It smooths out your skin.
What's the problem with makeup?
Like,
You are
it's
against
very
makeup now?
feminine.
Well-
It's like, are you like trying to like hide the size of your pores or something?
Yeah, you know
Like,
what's
it's
funny?
very feminine. I think that
You
honestly,
know,
you should just resort to
you
real.
know what is not funny? You know what's not funny? Can you show your nails?
No. Are you interested in me sexually?
Oh, wait. Why? No. What don't you want? Can you show your nails real quick?
Little mini schlong.
Whoa, can you
What are
show
you
your
trying to see
nails
if she's
real quick? Can you show your nails real quick? Like you're talking about feminine.
No, can you show your body?
nails.
Show your body. Show your body.
No, don't you. Let's go. Wait, can you show your nails, please? Why can you show your nails?
Show your body. Wait, show your muscles. Wait, show me your biceps.
I don't have muscles. I'm fat.
Show me your fridge.
Boom!
You know what's funny? Like, you know what's funny? Like,
Show me your grocery bill. Show me your grocery bill.
Actually, we are going to do this. Let's play the game, right? I'm going to show you my bicep, right? And now you are going to show. Yeah, that's the fat. I will show you the other one too. I'm going to show you my bicep, right? And now you show your nails. No, do this first.
Your whole arm can't even fit in the camera.
I know. Now do this for us. Can you do this for us? Can you do this for us, like real quick? Can you do this?
Chair back.
Like, can you do
Push the chair
this?
back. Push the chair back now.
It's your turn.
Let's see the whole physique.
No, it's your turn. I show my bicep, and now you show your nails. Let's go.
No, I want to see the whole physique.
Yes, and I want to see your
I'm not gonna show
nails.
you what my nails would look like around your schlong. I know
Why?
you want to imagine.
Why?
You want to
Why
fantasize
don't
about it
you-
later when you're in bed.
Why don't you want to show your
Fantasize
nails,
about it.
lady? What's going on?
I
What
know
do you have to
wanna
hide?
fantasize about it.
No, I'm honestly.
Honestly, I don't like giving creepy fat men like jerk.
But
me
you
off.
are asking me to
No.
show my body, or why
I
can't you
know.
even show your nails? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Do it. Just do it. Just do this. It's fine.
No.
It's fine. Why not?
No, thank you. Because what? I'm not your bitch. Maybe if you actually
like-
didn't fumble it earlier.
Well,
you know,
hey, Neve, can you show your
I would
nails?
do
Can you
it
do
for
this?
you.
Neve, can you do this?
Well, look.
That's
the
very
only,
gay.
the
That's
only,
Like we can
look.
do this. It's fine.
Okay, only if you admit the reason you want to know is because you are a lesbian, you have a vagina, and you're looking for a suitable partner.
Oh,
If those
absolutely.
nails-
I'm a
if those
lesbian.
nails
I
are
have-
too
okay.
long, Patty, if those nails are too long, it's gonna get you all
Perfect.
cut up.
Okay, perfect. I am a lesbian.
That or
Patty,
you don't
Patty, you
have
got
one,
something
and
coming
it's
out of your
even
neck.
worse. It's even
Perfect.
worse.
No,
I don't know what
perfect.
it's,
I am a lesbian. I have a vagina. You got me. Now that we got it out of the way,
Tell
show
me
your
something
nails,
I
Ava.
don't know.
No, go, Ava. Show your nails. You got these. I trust
Wait,
you.
Patty.
You would be funny, Eva. Just like get some like like wood nails that you
Patty.
bang with a hammer.
Wait, Fatty. What is your stance on the age of consent?
I believe that everybody should follow the law. More questions?
Why does everyone keep asking you that
It's
question?
because
Patty?
he's always like he's the EAE dude sending out a message saying, "Oh, asking for the age of consent." Everybody should follow the law. That's my policy. You're not going to find any place where I say the laws of age of consent should actually go lower. Nowhere you're going to find it. So, more questions, Ava?
Okay. Well, I just think
Any
it's
more
weird that
questions?
you always get that question, Patty. Why is I just
It's-
wanted to know.
It's
Just
because
why
he's always
is
the
it?
same person sending the message to these panelists so they can actually do their bidding. So now, Dave, any more questions about the age of consent? I'm willing to have
Why
a
did you put
conversation.
the filter back on?
No. Show me your nails before I put my filter on.
Why did you put the filter back on?
Because once again, we are doing a duel, right?
Do you know
I honor
people
my
can
part of
only
the deal, and you
handle-
do
You're
yours.
too afraid to even show. Are you like crying right now? Are
No,
you
I'm
too
actually-
afraid to show your face?
Why are you deflecting? Why are you deflecting? Didn't you want to talk about the age of consent? Let's continue with the.
Well, now he has that filter back on.
Yes, let's continue the conversation. You wanted to talk about the age of consent. Why did you stop now? Do you have more information?
That
Someone-
filter is supposed to be
someone
from
sent me a
Naruto, but it's so
video
shitty. I had
saying-
no idea.
Yeah.
That you're a PDF.
Where is the victim?
The victim? I don't know. I haven't.
If
watched
I'm a
the video.
PDF, probably there's a victim somewhere, right?
Maybe it's wrong.
No, you can be a PDF without there being.
But I don't know, it's kind of
So,
strange.
so let's pull a doctor in respect. Where are the messages with minors? Where are the meetings? Where are like?
Is there anywhere?
I'm asking questions.
Betty, is there anywhere on Earth you believe the age of consent should be higher?
Should be what?
Higher.
Absolutely. In Japan, for example, it was 13, and then I think it was a couple of months ago they pulled it up to 16 or something like that. Yes, absolutely.
That's good. What's your ideal? What is the age of your ideal woman?
53.
See, I'm not gonna show you my nails if you're not gonna engage in this conversation.
No, like you don't answer my questions. You don't
exactly
go-
because you don't answer mine.
No, I'm very open about it. You are the one, Jigsaw, that is not doing what you need.
Why
to
are
do.
you doing like this face filter thing? Like you're like.
He's
Why-
already admitted he's insecure. He needs. That's why he's always trying to make you feel insecure, Ava.
Yeah, it just.
Well, let me ask you something. The person
It
that
just
can
reminds
show
me
their
of, like,
face and has like a something
Oh, I've
cosmic.
shown my face. I've shown my face.
Oh,
when they come
go
to the
ahead.
room.
You got this.
I've shown my face before, so you're gonna.
No,
go
no, no.
off
Show
and-
your face now. Go ahead. Like you are very secure, right?
I only
Show your
have a
face now.
webcam at work. My camera here.
Oh, so you don't have a phone? Whoa, 1 second. You can join StreamYard on your phone?
I'm not. No, I'm not doing my data shit.
Oh, so I am insecure for using a
you can
filter, but
see
you
my-
can get on
Yes,
camera.
yes,
Oh,
they can
no.
both. They can
No,
both be
no,
true.
I'm on camera.
They can
I'm on
both-
camera.
Patty,
We're not
Patty, it doesn't
talking about
matter.
whether or
They
not-
both be insecure.
We're talking about
let's
whether or
talk
not
back.
you are insecure. If you are
Yeah.
not insecure, why do you need to use a filter to like convey that you're like Scarface badass? Why do you need to use a filter?
Hello.
Who's got
Big echo.
Somebody has to mute themselves. You have really bad
Prawncess
feedback.
Leave.
Cameras-
Oh, there you are. Hey, Prawncess, what's up, bro?
What's up, Toxic? I thought it was gonna go on for a while, so just
Nice job. Nice choice, though, but it
Oh.
was.
You ready, motherfucker?
Fox
You ready,
News,
motherfucker?
Melanie, you've been
You
kicked
ready,
for
Fatty?
now. 10
You
minutes,
thought it
I'm
was
giving you.
better, no?
Shut up for a
Okay.
minute. Listen, the rules are if I start
Fuck,
talking, you
wrong
shut the
over
fuck up. Melanie, you've been kicked. I'm putting you backstage for 10 minutes, okay?
Okay.
That's what you get. But anybody next?
I have a
Oh,
question.
this is
for
what
you,
he
Red
said.
Pill Patty.
This is what he said
You
about
deflect
the age
that.
of consent. He said if the age of consent was 12, would he bang a 12-year-old? And he said yes.
What is the original point?
So if the age of consent was 12, you would be willing to bang a 12-year-old?
No.
No.
I don't even need that ammo.
No.
Do you change
Let's
your mind?
be. Let's.
No, you
use
asked
our
me for the question. The
brains
answer
with
is
this-
no.
Stop for a second. Let's use our brains with these questions because this is going to prompt some dangerous territory. All right, 1-to-1. Toxic and Fatty. Here we go.
Who is toxic?
I was talking to
Toxic
you last night
Angel.
on Flow States.
Yeah, but why am I going to do one-on-one with
Because
the
I got some
avatar?
legit red pill questions for
Okay,
you.
okay, sir.
Oh.
Now that actually I'm interested. Go ahead. You got it.
Okay.
How are you doing, by the way?
I'm doing good, man. Hope you're kind of getting railroaded tonight, but a couple of your red pill points seem to be mute, but I don't really know your personal situation. So one thing I would say is the SA situation. If you look at studies, it's only like 5% false allegations, and that's so low that it's not really a good point to argue for red pill. And then the other thing I have to say is, like, when you're arguing that women will take advantage of you financially, isn't that usually when guys are making $100,000 or more a year that they have to worry about that?
No.
So
if a woman is broken, can afford the house, and the way she can afford the house is to get into a mortgage with her husband, and she's going to probably get the kids if something goes bad, and probably get the house if something goes bad. There's a way of actually getting advantage of a man. Like
Yeah,
I don't.
that's not her fault.
No, it's not about being her fault or not. A man can take advantage of a woman, and everybody is okay with it. But as soon as we flip it on the other side, for whatever reason, is a mute point. For example,
do you have any sisters?
Yes.
Oh, cool. How many?
I have one alive and one deceased.
Oh, sorry to hear about that, bro.
Thank you.
So what do you think are the most important red pill topics? Just name like 3.
For example, if my older sister actually knew about the red pill, she wouldn't have a kid by a guy that has 4 baby mamas before her.
So, children without marriage is a big point for you?
No, I don't care about marriage necessarily, but I want them to live under the same room as the father and the mother.
Okay.
Yes, that would be
makes
ideal.
sense. Okay, what would be the next one?
How
What
do
would
you
be
mean?
another very important, like your top level red pill?
Like
talking
red
points?
pill?
Yeah, well, what your talking points are for your normal content. So red pill talking points, yours though. What are you
You're talking about me as a content creator? I'm an entertainer.
Yeah, what are your most important
I'm
ones?
an entertainer. I can do shows about this cup tomorrow. Like I don't actually, let me actually tell you one that I peddle. Woman lead relationships.
Woman lead relationships?
Yes.
Wow. I think people may just experience different things because even when I was making $100,000 a year, I'd never had a transactional relationship.
So, do you know what rightful law is?
Rightful law?
Yes, rightful. I don't know how you pronounce it. The female of any species won't engage with the male if she doesn't see any benefit on it, like in it. Like, do you agree with me?
Not really, no.
So you think women are going to engage with their counterpart without getting any benefit from it, either be dick, money,
not in
attention?
general. Not in general, but if you
So why do you think when you were getting 100, or if you're still getting, why do you think women like you?
I think I was just choosing women who have similar interests as me, and they were too busy with their own hobbies and things like that to really care if I pay for anything. And the girlfriends that I'd had long-term relationships with, it's interesting because they would move in my house and they would be more concerned with me putting money and time into my hobbies than asking me for anything.
Would you pay the bills in your house?
Yeah, but that's because I asked them not to work because I had a lot of things at home to take care of.
So here we go. There's a tremendous benefit. It's very rare that a woman can go through life without
benefit. They work their asses off.
No. Angel, respectfully, if you are providing an environment where a woman doesn't have to work and their bills are paid, you are the exception, not the rule. There's a tremendous benefit for actually dealing with you.
Not all the time. Like one girlfriend, she had a few jobs. It really wasn't a huge deal. It was just more convenient for me.
Was she paying any bills?
Yeah. Yep.
How much money would she get, like compared to you, like in percentage?
Well, it didn't compute, but
it wasn't even close, right?
No.
So you could afford a lifestyle that she couldn't afford by herself, right?
Probably, yeah.
So that's the point. She benefits from it just for being attached to you. Now she can go even if it's one extra time to the movies, one extra time to a nice dinner.
I don't know though. I had a lot of pets. I had a lot of exotic pets. So I mean, for her to stay home and take care of those, it's a full-time job.
Yes,
I can't say it was easy on her.
Just like having a woman is a full-time job.
Well, it could be. Okay, so what would you? So you think rights? Kids without 2 parents, and then what else would be really important on your top of the list?
Make sure that she likes you more than you like her. That will be a good one.
That's important. The other thing I would ask you is, what is your personal experience with women? I just get an idea that you kind of have a little bit of angst toward them. Is it something that's Portugal, very similar to the United States, or go ahead?
I have a regular, like I actually was the one that broke most of my relationships because I was immature. I had the woman try to put the kid on me, but other than that, my relationship with woman is regular.
So you said because you're immature. That's interesting that you have.
Because I was immature.
Because you have self-criticisms about this. So
yes.
That's interesting. You don't seem to. I thought maybe you were putting all the blame on the women, but that's interesting you say that. All right, thank you. Thank you, Patty.
Thank you too for being the first person that doesn't insult me on this panel today.
I was just trying to
Why don't you guys go and make out? That was
I'm all about some love. And just a quick shout out to everybody sending in the super chats. Izzy for the $9.99 with the one-on-one with Neve and Fatty. Then Resto combining it with the $20. Please keep this going. Cook Fatty, bring back Ava. We brought back Ava. We had a ladies' moment, and then unfortunately, Resto put our Foxy lady back in the backstage. Technically, you have 2 more minutes left back there, but I'm bringing you up. Just shut up for the next 2 minutes, okay? And then Izzy coming in with the $4.99 to provide you some more love with Toxic and Fatty, and then welcome D the Degenerate, the new member to the Tomato Seeds. Ladies and gentlemen, all of our links get dropped thanks to Nightbot. Nightbot is the hardest working person around here. Links left and right to the Twitter, the Instagram, the Discord. Michelle's dono chat as well is available there. She's the one that puts all this crazy shit together in terms of topics and helping me on the back end of everything. But shout out to all of you, everybody in the chat. All right. I leave it to the floor.
So this is what his AI like profile and all of his AI stuff. Dude, that looks like you. You're the one with the red eye filter. It looks like you.
We can both play this game.
So
like
this is the AI that he does.
Okay.
Try and look like that, and then you click on the video, and he looks like this.
Oh, you got me. I'm fed. Do you work for the FBI? Do you work for the FBI?
No, exactly. You're so insecure. You try and present yourself.
Just be yourself, Playboy. Just be yourself.
Player. Like, why are you a catfish?
Yeah, how many people out here have filters, player?
Is this your dating app profile?
Tomato don't have a
You make
filter.
that and then
You
a
have a
woman
filter.
lives in
Neve
real
no
life,
filter.
you have a lot of struggles.
It looks like you're the only motherfucker with a
Well,
filter.
anyways, let's not worry so much about the filters because Rude Mud Crab comes in with the $5 and asks a question to the panel. Why don't Red Pill... Shut up, TK. What did I just say when I
My
talked?
bad. I didn't think you would hear me.
I'm going to knock you out. Rude Mud Crab comes in with the $5 asking, why don't Red Pillars ever talk about how to be a good husband or father?
We do
and
that all the
Fatty,
time.
since you are the champion of the Red Pill tonight, I'm going to let you start that conversation.
We do that all the time. If you're pushing men to get more money, to be in better shape, to look for better jobs, it's going to trickle down to the family that you have. If women like leaders and the Red Pill is teaching men to be leaders, you are going to be more prepared to deal with the woman that you have in front of you. Nothing literally for the most part, let's do this, right? Most of us believe that everybody on the Red Pill is kind of one blowjob away from going back to the plantation, right? So every time I'm getting more money, I'm getting a better job, I'm getting in better shape, by the end of the day, is to get the baby mama of 2 and to go about my business. Most of us don't actually live exactly what we preach, like you guys saying, all these high-profile guys that preach something, and then they are dealing with women, taking care of sugar babies and all that. So at the end of the day, it's still for women, it's still for families, it's still for actually society. But let me ask you something: where in feminism does they promote self-improvement?
It's hard for me to understand. Was that self-improvement? What's the question?
Yes. For example, you guys are like, where in feminism does it teach you to be a better wife?
Establishing boundaries, I think, is a really big important.
There's a better wife and a better mother.
No,
is establishing boundaries.
Yeah.
So nothing selfless.
No, I'll say that they don't.
Listen,
honestly,
if you
with
ration,
having a ex-wife and a
if you
child,
ration your energy appropriately,
he's right.
And you attribute
they don't teach a woman to improve herself. I will give you that.
Okay.
So feminists teach women to upgrade what they are.
Is done talking.
And I'm not trying to be a piece of shit, and I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I know that is a real thing that they don't generally. If a guy is
since
crying,
you are a druggie, what
fucking
type of drugs do you think he's taking right now?
Let's back off of that talk.
To bring us back on point.
Yeah,
Wait, TK and Fatty. I've got no one-on-ones. Let me get in for minute. You wouldn't say you wouldn't say women in relationships get better at being like a mom over a course of relationship.
They do. I think they do.
They don't get better at anything over a relationship. There's nothing they improve upon.
No, where in feminism do they teach you? Where in feminism, like what do they preach to be a good mother and a good wife that is altruistic, is not self-serving? Where?
Okay, well, you should answer the initial question first, because I don't think what you said has anything to do with parenting or being.
Yeah, maybe that's just inherent in like
society.
society.
You literally said, okay, assume a world where all resources are met. You don't need an exorbitant amount of money to be present at the home. So now that you're in that home, Fatty, what do you do from a red pill perspective to be a better father, to be a better husband?
Yeah.
I
don't talk about money. Don't talk about cars. Don't talk about jobs.
Every time my woman does something to aggravate me, or if she cheats on me, I don't take a pistol and blow her brains.
Okay, so you're gonna
that will be a good one, right? No, that will be a very
I can answer this question from a feminist perspective.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Red pill teach you self-control. Actually, it's good for women because a blue pill man that can deal with his emotions, if his woman cheats on him, if a woman does something egregious, that man is not prepared to deal with that shit, and that woman is in danger.
Do you have any fucking real life examples of you? What are you talking about?
On the red pill, they teach
you're a bitch.
Hold on, Fatty. Neve asked you the same question you're asking feminists. Hold on, TK. Neve was asking you.
TK, here, I'm gonna time you out myself for now, because you're very interruptive and very loud. Omega, I got you on, bud.
Fatty is making a fair point, because the better a team leader is capable of leading, the better the team's going to do ultimately.
But Fatty didn't answer Neve's question. Neve was asking you to.
Well, Fatty asked a question that I think I can address. So Fatty asked what feminism does to.
Yeah, I think we should share Neve.
Situation for the family. Is that not what you want? Fatty, is that not what you want to know? If it's not, then why did you ask it?
No, it's because you asked me something and then it was like, whoa. The red pill tells you to self-regulate.
Okay,
the red pill tells instead of engaging in the back and forth, leave the house and go ahead and take a walk.
You need to be taught to self-regulate and not shoot your wife.
Yes,
how to be a better father, how to be a better husband. You said go get more money. That doesn't involve okay, great, you're a millionaire, but you're a piece of shit inside the household. How do you be a better husband?
Except for financially looking after children, the father's job is also to be a positive role model.
Is that
fair? Thank you, Chris. That's a substantive answer to the question. I wish Fatty would have given me something like that.
Is that fair that providing and protecting are probably the two main things that a father needs to do to their kids?
Okay, well, that's incredibly underselling the role of a father.
Answer the question.
Incredibly underselling the role of a father.
Can you answer the question? Is it fair to say that I know there's a bunch of roles that a man has to do, but is that fair to say that providing and protecting are probably the two most important, or between the top duties of a father to a kid?
I think the number one is to be a presence in the family.
Oh my God!
I agree.
I reject both of what you just said.
What does that have to do? What does that? You get in an higher?
That has to be that. Okay, sorry. Do you want me to substantiate my answer, or do you want to?
Neve, if I work in agriculture and I get an IT job which I can do remotely, and now I can take care of my kids because they are in the same household as me every day and all that. That doesn't make you are making a straw man. Just because you are making more money doesn't make that you are going to be away from your kids. Because now there's a lot of process.
So the reason I say this though is because your presence is ultimately the only thing that matters. So say I'm a streamer and I stream. Let's just say I make a ton of money in donations. I don't.
Yes.
But you should also donate to Sara the Raging Tomato right now.
You still lose your wife.
Say I make a lot of money in donations, and the longer I stream, the more money I make. Okay. So after 8 hours, if I have a family, most men in life have to make the decision between staying for that overtime, picking up extra shifts, making that additional money, or being present for their family. At some point, the money doesn't matter anymore. Being present for your family does. So if I made thousands and thousands of dollars in 24 hours of streaming a day, I could do that with the idea that would make me the best parent. But in reality, where am I? I'm not with my kids. I'm neglecting my family. I'm not a presence in the family. So
you are doing it. Okay,
but you need to be present. And when you are present, Fatty, what should you be doing? as a red pill creator, no, it's really not. I think
no, it's a straw man because you are either you are unemployed and you are always with your kids, or you have a high-paying job and you never are.
Why is it so hard to answer, Chris? In 1 second, Chris in 3 sentences, Chris in 3 words addressed it way more thoughtfully than you.
No, because he's a loaded
to be
question.
a leader.
It's
It's not
not
way.
Now it's a loaded question.
Why, hypothetically, no,
men.
it's not. No,
there's a lot of very wealthy men that spend no time with their kids, and their kids.
And there's a lot of poor men that don't spend no time with their kids too.
The point I'm making is there's a lot of wealthy men who provide and protect, but they spend no time with their kids, and their kids grow up effed up, bad.
It's the same.
Yeah, but it's a pointless question because the presence argument. How do you quantify presence? What is an appropriate amount of presence?
Pardon me for just a moment. Ava, 5 minutes backstage. Resto says it.
Respectfully, you guys give me the solution. How many hours should a man work? What the type of job that should a man get? Because since you guys are not okay with nothing, right? That I say, like, what should be the ideal, right? Like 1 hour, $1 million per hour, and they take care of the kids the rest of the day. Like, what will be? What will be?
A man should be able to.
I'll let you go first, Neve.
Well, I just think from a financial perspective, there's different ways for you to look at how to, assign your money to different places.
How much money
you
should
should
I
be
get?
saving? What percentage of money should you be spending on rent, on a mortgage? After all of those things, after you meet all those check marks as somebody who is financially responsible, then you look at your time you're spending with your family and you ask yourself, is there space to move here? Is me making this additional $200, $300 worth the amount of time I'm not spending with my kids right now?
I agree.
So you find a job that will understand the burden of being the leader of a family, and you make as much money within that. And you make sure
I agree with you. There's a cost benefit at some point of time, no matter
all of this.
Neve, I agree that let's per se a man works 8 hours.
You want me to give you a specific job?
So, but that's the point. You don't have no answers. You guys just know how
you
to
could work
decide.
any job.
No,
the
correct answer is
insurance advisor. You could work as a fucking mortgage broker.
How about this? Money buys you time, and if you have more money, as your value is increased.
One at a time. It gets okay. I know in our headphones and stuff, we can hear the rambling a little better, but to the viewer, it just sounds like okay. So we have to be mindful. Like, I don't mind the dumpster fire shit. I don't mind anybody getting mad at each other, arguing left and right, up and down. You are free to do so. All that I ask is you do so kindly enough for the viewers so that they can actually hear you. Because some of you are making great points. They just can't fucking hear you. To the floor.
I think Neve had a good answer, but I'm going to jump in with mine. I think another way to look at it, or accurate answer, would be like, and the question is, what does the man have to make in a relationship, whatever, like that, something like that. The answer is like whatever the guy needs to make in that relationship. If a guy is married to a millionaire heiress, he probably doesn't need to work like 40 hours a week the rest of his life. He can like maybe do a part-time job and maybe be around for his parents more. There's not a one-size-fits-all answer.
Why not work at all? If she's a millionaire heiress, why just the man not working at all? 100%?
If that's what he wants, yeah. If that's what he wants.
But do you think most women are
buddy, good question. Do you even know what it's like to have a millionaire in your family? Do you know anything about that shit? So shut the fuck up. What it is a guy that doesn't come from shit to even get into that family does have to try, okay? And you live in a part of the country where nobody looks like you.
I don't
like
even live in
Fatty,
your country.
right? Fatty, that looks like you, buddy.
I don't even live in your country.
No, chill the fuck out. And so if you want to tell somebody what it feels like to fucking work and still lose their family, you have no fucking clue how many hours it takes.
Have you been
loser?
Have you been homeless before?
Trees that you don't want nothing to do with. Okay? So
I can jump in.
a woman or a man.
Ultimately, the
even wonder
presence
what the fuck
argument
that
is
is
pointless
a
because
retarded
money increases your value, so less hours you would have to
very
work.
much is the thing, but there's not an answer.
Money,
and that should have been the first thing you thought of when anybody asked you that. You should have been like, well, instead of fucking Aeropostale.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
Clothes and nothing.
Chris was saying something. Chris was saying
Did you
something.
say Aeropostale? What are you, fucking 13? The hell?
Nothing's gonna save that bitch from coming home.
Coming from the peanut gallery, the dude who took Ava photos the moment she left the panel, but couldn't even say something shitty to her while she was here. Like, what
did.
kind of
I said her photo is fucked. I said she's fucking terrible. What are you
He's
talking
irrelevant.
about?
Okay, shut up. You're irrelevant. Chris was contributing to the conversation. He made a statement about money, the way you make money. I'm interested in hearing that. I'm not interested in hearing Fatty derail the conversation again with another point.
You guys made the conversation about me. It was not me. And the fuck the part is, hey, Neve, and the fuck the part about this. There's something that is actually fucked up about this, right? So these women come on a panel and put false allegations on me, and you are quiet like a mouse. But the thing is, like,
I had to do was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Hi, Omega.
Hold on. I love to sing that song sometimes when I'm walking around my house because it reminds me that I'm in control and you all can suck a dick. Everybody shut up and stop over talking each other. Yeah, we're not going to make accusations about people. I think that's fucked up and saying things like that. But yes, back to the floor. Welcome, Omega. And Ava, I'm going to bring you up here momentarily. I'm just going to start playing some Switcher roulette.
I do got to run.
Fatty, the point is you don't even have to talk.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Stop for a second. Stop.
Yeah.
Who said they had the run?
I do. I do.
Okay.
And I am a civil person. If anybody's ever had a relationship where they've dealt with you want to talk about money and house and everything, being a normal dude, right? And if anybody's dated somebody that's been like a regular guy and then went to a millionaire, right? And so you're looking at somebody that's went from a chick that was a regular, my daughter's regular, and now NFL shit, right? You still gotta hold your fucking head, dude. Like, fucking whatever money or all that shit don't bring happiness. Like, fucking, don't be a bitch and be like, well, fucking, you can't be a regular dude. Like, a woman or somebody is gonna end up with somebody that's a millionaire, and you can't stop that shit. So you guys might think it's like never happens to another motherfucker, but I live that shit. My daughter's with an NFL player, Playboy. I literally live in that fucking world. So, like, that shit ain't funny, Fatty, or fucking like, oh, what it's like, fucking, you think it's like, fucking, she's gonna ride in Lamborghinis tomorrow, bro. I fucking.
Is this gonna be a long
talking about?
No, I'm just saying, like, where you fucking be like,
what are you talking about?
Any of it, dude.
You're just not on TK's level, okay?
Obviously not.
That's a very low level.
Yeah. It's in fucking hell.
I love
I'm not sure. All right, TK.
But my bad for derailing shit.
Oh, there you go. Thanks, Resto. We appreciate you. You saved the panel. Ava's back on.
Jesus Christ.
I think Chris is going to say something.
He's a nice
Resto,
guy,
you are savage tonight. Shout out to you. You're owning this chat, aren't you? All right, Ava's back. Behave, everybody. Everybody, stop talking. She hears us now.
All right, I'm dying to hear Chris speak right now. Chris, assert yourself.
Fatty, okay, let's go. Fatty, you don't even have to address the presence question with regard to the father. The Red Bull prescriptive is success and make your money. The more your time is worth, the less time you need to put in to make money. That it buys you presence. So the precursor to presence would facilitate money.
And that's something that you said. Money buys you freedom. Now you're free to spend more time with your kids. So the fuck, you can literally pay somebody to do your job while you go and take care of your kids.
Yeah.
So what, like, I know that you guys are averse to Disney, but you guys have no solutions. You guys have nothing. It's all abstract. Oh my God, you should be careful because if you work too much, you're not going to see your kids. Congratulations, Einstein.
You would rather do that.
Ross coming in with the $5, straw manning the idea of a regular guy getting a beautiful rich heiress shows you how out of touch these clowns are. This is why Red Pill exists.
By the way, Fatty, your prescriptions are for like upper middle class
Thanks,
people
Ross.
to no
That's
longer
awesome.
have to work. Like middle class people will never have this luxury, and majority of people can expect middle class outcomes. So this is not viable for more than at most 10% of people who actually take Red Pill advice.
What you
I would say I would say majority of the panel doesn't really or would fall in my point of view in that category. Bro, I'm in Africa. Like my net worth compared to an average American is ridiculously low. Like you all are talking from a place of having a lot of money. I actually do blue collar work and work with my hands. So equating time and money.
In South Africa.
I think it's perspective to be honest. It's perspective to be honest, but I understand your point. I like what you said. I think it doesn't necessarily invalidate what I'm saying, but you tied in something that I didn't consider. Again, being more efficient with your time, obviously getting more money. But I still think that
that's the point.
Well, I think what I said
if
still.
The importance is being a father, then having the success to buy you time is a necessity. But if all you care about is money, then it's arbitrary. Because then you'll just carry on working.
It's true, but at the heart of my question, I think which was the most important thing is when you are present, when you're able to be present, what are those things from a Red Pill perspective that make you a better husband, that make you a better father, right? And so we haven't addressed
it's not
things
true.
at all
No, it's not
whatsoever.
true.
Well, why can't you? Okay,
No,
sorry. If you don't believe that that's my question, then that's my question now. So just answer it.
Because there's not true. A lot like in some situations, you being a better husband is working extra hours so your wife can take care of the kids. Sometimes for you to be a better husband like that, it's completely arbitrary.
You don't understand.
Well, let Neve talk. It's their question.
So you remove money from the equation altogether. You have the time, whatever resources necessary to be present with your wife or present with your family. Now, what do you do from the Red Pill perspective to maximize on that relationship with your wife or with your kids? What do you do?
You go to the basketball game and team is happy on Saturday. Yes, that's what you do.
Okay.
Fatty, I got you. Red Bull prescriptive is to be healthy and work out and stay in shape, right? If you stay in shape and be healthy, you're gonna relay that to your children, which means lesser chance of obesity and more interaction with other children because they're social and they play sports and they're active. There you go.
If you incorporate your athleticism into activities with your kids, because outside of that, how many gyms are going to allow you to drag your kids into that shit? That's more time you're spending away from your family and to promote some sort of healthy lifestyle from your family. You don't need to physically be in a gym to do that.
Throw football
you can preach
with
these
your
things
kids.
without actually doing these.
You can do other
But again,
stuff
we're talking.
that's physical. You don't
We're
have
still
to go to the
talking.
gym.
We're still talking about like material nonsense, right? We're not.
Go out to
nobody's
get a
given
bag
any
of
sort of
cigarettes and come
like
back.
prescriptions as to like what sort of things should be done in the home to protect either one. Like
you literally
talk
talk about common sense, and now you are asking for things that are very specific to a situation. Like the red pill is going to.
It's really not though. It's pretty general.
No, it's not.
How does a red pill think that you can be a good father?
Hold on just a second, Neve. Somebody's
Why is
mic
it so hard?
Somebody's mic is popping. I don't know whose it is, but it is like rattling my ears, so I know the viewers are dealing with it too. So if anybody needs to do a
That's not my mic. I'm not doing anything.
Well, it stopped.
It stopped. Somebody muted, so whatever. We'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Fatty, Neve was just basically bouncing your question to feminists back at you. So the same question you're asking what feminists do to improve their game.
I already responded.
Oh, you didn't. You said take your kid to a sports game.
You guys disagree.
Bad dads can take their kids to sports games, Fatty. Again, you're just keep
What are you talking about? I never said that.
Question. You literally did. You said take little Timmy to a basketball game.
I was joking. I was trolling. It was
so anything but answering your question, right? Engage.
But that's why I specifically said do things with your children.
Okay.
Like,
that's great. That's also common sense. That's relying more on presence, right? The specific in the situation here. Can anyone give me any small, tiny prescription on how to be a better parent or how to be a better spouse in a relationship? Can anyone do that? Because I feel like it's not even that difficult of a question. Anyone?
Quality
please.
time.
Yes, teach your kids
Quality
accountability
time.
and problem solving and instill good morals.
I think you do things with your
Okay.
wife and your
Okay.
kid together and teach your kid new things. Be involved actively. If you just go to a game, that's nowhere the same as taking your kid out and teaching them something with your own time and your own hands and
Okay.
involving the mother.
So both good answers. Toxic says encourage learning, promote learning. Chris says establish some sort of foundation. Those are two really simple things that you both said. Fatty, why is that so hard for you to do?
Because this is a fake conversation. This is common
Well, it's
sense.
not a fake conversation. It's
Neve,
not
you are
common
not
sense. You
Neve.
said
You are not going
literally.
to.
It's
Neve, you are not
not
going
that
to.
hard. It's not
Neve,
that
you are
hard.
not going to trigger me. No man needs to
You're
know.
already triggered.
No
Yeah.
man.
You've been
triggered.
You won't answer the question.
No
It sounds
man.
like you're already triggered.
No man needs to
I
find the
don't
red
think
pill
morals
to
and
know-
accountability
1
are
second,
obvious
please.
nowadays.
No man needs to find the red pill to know that he has to spend time with his kid and go fishing and go to the movies and go play basketball with him. No man is a red pill for that.
Are you
That's common
triggered
sense.
because your last debate with Neve?
Wait, are you saying Red Pill does not give advice about on fatherly
It doesn't. He
fatherly
knows
tactics? Because that was the whole thing we've been talking about for the past hour. That you said that Red Pill does have advice about how to be a better father. Now you're saying it does not.
This is incredible at this point.
It is.
You know what the problem is? You guys keep bringing it back to the prescriptives of Red Bull, where it's actually just a data set of reality. If we take it back to the core fundamentals of Red Bull, it comes from the Matrix. It comes from knowing the truth about the reality around you.
Which is
That
an
the
allegory
start
for
of
what?
Red Bull
What was
before
the
any
intended-
of this
Chris,
crap.
what is the intended allegory
it
for
comes
that?
from even
for the
earlier
Red
stuff.
Pill?
It
What
comes
was
from
the
even earlier
intention?
stuff, by
Knowing
the
the
way, Chris.
truth and
As
not
it sounds-
being.
You know
not
that, like, the
being
Bible, the
deluded.
Bible makes a lot.
Stop for a
as-
second.
as
Can I
dictated-
interrupt the panel for just
I'm just
a moment?
trying to get my
Chris,
chance. Neve has
hold
been
on
like.
hold on just a second. Chris, I think it's your mic that's popping. Do you have an earpiece or a mic in front of you? Maybe
Yeah.
it's hitting your zipper or something. Just be mindful of its setting.
Okay, I'll hook it now. Hold on.
Thank you.
The red pill doesn't
it's
teach you.
Otherwise, it's fine.
The red pill doesn't teach you to give your kids gifts on Christmas. So, gotcha. This
So
is the
by the way,
conversation. This is the conversation that we're having right now.
Holy shit. By the way, the red pill comes from well before the Matrix. There are plenty of themes that you can also find in the Bible. It's all derivative from things that existed prior before it.
But if you're gonna
No,
invoke the
the red
Matrix
pill
specifically
itself,
for
the
the Red
statement
Pill,
to take the red pill.
The red pill doesn't tell you to buy books for your kids. Gotcha.
the
It
idea
also
of
doesn't really tell
opening-
you how relationships
Like this is
actually
the
work.
most ridiculous. This is
It also,
ridiculous. at this
Fatty,
point.
Fatty, hear
Then
me out.
mute.
It also
I don't know
doesn't
what-
tell you how relationships really work if you think that they're transactional. Because I'm just going to tell you right now, that's not reality. Relationships are more than just transactional. Yeah, you can have some transactional elements, but that doesn't make the whole relationship.
So that makes transactional. You don't just need
not.
one element. You just need
No,
one element to make
no.
it transactional.
No.
You just need one transactional element to make it transactional.
Really, so when you're able to enjoy something more because you do it with that person, that doesn't also make other things more valid.
Okay, so who's talking? Toxic Angel, right?
I am
Let's
Melanie. Furby.
Melanie. Damn, you have a deep voice. So let's go this, right? Let's do this. Would men marry women if they couldn't have sex with them?
That's not what I'm talking
No.
about. That's not what I'm talking about.
No.
You getting mad?
No, we are
changing the subject.
You gotta stop.
I'm not changing the subject.
Leg
You are
on the
telling
play.
that
100%
1 second. Let me ask you the question. You are telling that relationships are not transactional. I'm literally eliminating the woman from the whole equation. I'm putting it all on the man, right? Since you guys like accountability and responsibility.
So how do you-
let me finish, please. Would men engage in relationships, especially married with women, if they couldn't fuck them? Yes or no?
Well, how do you explain how
Looks
lesbians
like
choose their
not.
partners?
Oh my God, they still fucking each other.
It's still a dumb hypothetical. You gotta
No,
stop.
it's not a dumb hypothetical. If men couldn't fuck women, they wouldn't date him. It's transactional.
Fatty,
You debate well.
God damn it.
until
Fatty,
you
do you
do
get angry?
hypotheticals. Your hypotheticals really bring the conversation off course, and you're not good at the hypotheticals. You gotta probably try to. Not
Anybody can answer my question. Would men in
dumb.
general engage in relationships with women?
Not transactional, and this is all you can do.
Stop.
There's paralyzed women that have relationships with their husband.
Yes, they would. Have you heard of
Hold on, Prawn. The Trib one comes in with the $2 asking, can transactional relationship be defined? And then
Let me define
back to you.
You get something in return.
Let me answer this question.
Every relationship
Let me answer this
is
one.
transactional.
Let me answer this, and then I'll shut the fuck up.
Prawncess, the floor is yours.
Fatty, yes, they would. I'm sure you're familiar with this. You've probably been in the friend zone before. That's literally what it is. It's guys that wait around.
friend zone is transactional.
Not have sex with them.
The friend zone is transactional. I give you your energy, I give you my time, and you entertain me. This is literally transactional. What the fuck are you talking about?
The guy's not getting anything.
You're gonna lose
One sec. I have one question, and Bishop then can go, right? Hey, Princess, have you ever had a relationship with a woman that you weren't having sex with? Like a girlfriend?
I would never do that, no.
Oh
do you think most men will be just like you?
I think most men would be like me, yeah.
Okay,
But
check
now,
it out.
you're asking me-
All right, let me go. You guys been talking a lot.
Go ahead,
It's transactional when it heavily tilts towards money, resources, status. So if 90% or 80% or 70% or even 60% of the reason a woman is with you, that's transactional if it's because of money, resources, status. If it's more balanced with looks, money, a little bit of status, a little bit of personality, a little bit of character, that's not transactional.
What is the underlying motivation for all of those things from a woman's perspective?
It depends. It depends on the age of the woman. It depends on what she's trying, what kind of person she is. I mean, is she a woman that really values a man's looks? There's some women that I've dealt with that were older. They were just as shallow as younger women. They didn't care.
Yeah.
They wanted to be with the guy that they found really handsome. The way I see it, if a woman isn't heavily tilted towards wanting to be with me because of my looks, 60-70% of the reason, I don't really want anything to do with her. At the very least.
So I bring that up though because I think all of those things promote stability and safety, and those things coincide with other preferences that women have, like tall men and men that are assertive and know how to assess the situation and act decisively. These are all things that lead to women feeling more safe, right? So I feel like you're looking.
Well,
you're
until they
on
get
the
abused by a tall
You're looking
man.
at all the. Okay, great. You're talking about all the bells and whistles, but you're missing the larger point, right? The idea that all those things are they're almost like a foreshore thing for a lot of women to create stability in their life. So if you're looking at it from like how much money do I need? Like
there's a difference between a woman being with a guy for a well-balanced list of reasons versus so heavily tilted where she's just a straight-up gold digger. Now, the problem is most guys cannot determine a woman's true motivations in wanting to deal with them. That's where it always falls apart. The vast majority of content creators in the history of this space cannot teach men how to, okay, she wants you for heavily tilted towards money, resources, status, or it's a balanced approach, or she wants you more heavily tilted towards looks.
Yeah, if there's like a primary reason.
Sorry, go ahead.
If there's like a primary reason for like somebody wanting you, either for like goods, services, or like some kind of benefit, and that's the main reason, and it wouldn't be where they would be with you if you didn't have that thing to offer. I feel like that's when it's transactional.
I think it's complicated. I think you could start with age. I think you look at a woman who's like, nearing the end of her 20s and her early 30s, and you could probably make some sort of like assumption about her priorities versus somebody who's in their early 20s who maybe is limited on their life experiences and sees somebody as like a cash cow coming into their life, opening up their opportunities in life. So you could see the two differences, whereas someone in their early 30s, all memes aside, could be approaching the wall and maybe, like the metaphorical wall here, maybe wants to start a family and has different priorities. You have to be able to look at these things, but
the transaction would mean trading something for something. So even a child is a transaction to the parent because they carry on their lineage. All relationships are transactional.
Yeah, but I think Fatty moved the goalpost a little bit because when they first started talking about transactional, he was focused on finances and a woman coming after his bag. And so the first impression I got of his idea of transactional was women want something monetary or like physical, not physical as in sex, but like a house or something like that. Even when he was questioning me, it was like, oh, she gets to stay home and you pay more bills than her. That type of transactional. All of a sudden, when Neve was trying to whittle down the brass tacks, everything's transactional. And by the way, there's plenty of people who have an injured spouse.
It is. Even a friendship
Hold on
is.
just a
You're
second. Let me
wanting
interrupt
a friend.
you, Chris, for just a moment. JNM comes in with the $4.99 kick night. Thanks for playing. You've got 5 minutes backstage night, okay? And while you go back there, is Omega back yet? He keeps going in and out backstage. I'm going to set a timer for you. And so thank you to you, JM. Rude Matt Mudcrab comes in with the $5. So in summary, the red pill complain about mothers leaving fathers and have no interest in being the father a mother would want to stay with. That's a good point. And just a quick shout out, there's about 150 of you watching across the board. So if you haven't hit the like button, subscribe button, share button, do your job as a viewer. It's free. It's not going to hurt you. We all love you. Thank you for being here. Back to the floor. Chris, I think you had the floor.
Well, to the comment, you can't imprison somebody or force them to love you. Firstly, with the comment, so that's stupid. But yeah, even time is a transaction. Even if you have a friend, the purpose of them being your friend is them being a good friend. If they're a shitty friend, then you're no longer friends. You're getting a friend out of that agreement. Every relationship is transactional.
Yeah, but even Fatty continues to bring it back down to finances and paying bills and protecting. And then when Neve tried to ask him what can he do for offering time to his kid, he still brought it down to, I need a job, I could get more hours, I buy him presents, I buy them books.
That's true, I remember that.
He's very focused on finances.
It's because if I believe that protection and provision are two of the biggest pillars, in 2024 is not you going out and fighting somebody that is going to give you protection, is you getting enough amount of money to guarantee your family's survival and so they can prosper.
In the context of this conversation, I'm going to define transaction, at least for my understanding, as tangible money, materialistic things exchanging hands, because I don't believe that the red pill people can demonstrate anything else. When you go back to my initial question, I asked them to talk about something intrinsic, to give me some sort of like prescription on how to be a better person for the family. At least in this instance, Fatty, who's positioned himself as the red pill scapegoat, hasn't been able to entertain any of that. So how do I know that he's even capable of listening to something as like, niche as exchanging time, some sort of intrinsic exchange outside of materialistic things. So I think that transaction here means materialistic things, at least from a red pill perspective.
Once again, let her finish.
Nobody.
Finish, Daddy. You get really pissed when Prawncess cuts you off. Let her finish.
I'm done.
Okay.
No, you got it, Toxic. Go ahead. You got this.
Well, I just think that you're really focused on finances, and I think that she's trying to keep this idea of transactional to be finances. Clearly, you think
there's your problem. There's not my problem.
Clearly, you think finances.
I never said it was exclusive. Like you guys have a problem with the all thing. Nothing is all. You have to work hard to get money so your family can survive, but you have to actually balance that with the time that you spend with your family.
By the way, it's not common sense.
But at the end of the day, respectfully, if you're talking about protection and provision, which was always the burden of the man, money is how you do it in 2024. I'm not telling you to go ahead and work 16 hours a day. I'm telling you that's one of the most important pillars, because without money, your kids are going to be in jeopardy of actually falling through whatever the social security nets that we have. We know what happens with kids that come from families that have less money, or they have no money at all, and they live the way that they live. We know what happens to them.
I know a lot of people in Mexico who have nothing, and they raise their children really, really well.
Let me jump in here
but that's an exception. On the balance of probabilities, a man and a woman that get a net worth of $500,000 or getting $500,000 per year have way more.
Enough ranting. We get it. We get what you're saying. Can you make a point? All right. I'm questioning. I want to talk about that.
No. At this point, like the disrespect is just like incredible. Like you guys,
you're talking way more than everyone else.
No. This is the cycle of this show. Fatty, you're talking too much. I'll be quiet. You guys ask me a question. I start talking. You guys start. This is the same. You see, and you did it again.
It's
You
literally
literally
living.
I've been trying to for a minute. You can just let me
You
go. And
literally
then
did
respond
it.
to
You literally did it again. You asked me to be quiet. I'll be quiet. You asked me a question. I start talking, and then you interrupt me. Why are you asking me?
I asked you a question.
In all fairness,
So you know what's going to happen. You guys are going to talk with each other.
In all fairness, what has been happening this evening is everybody's been interrupting each other. It's been fair across the board of all sorts of interruptions. Whether it's when somebody asks you a question or if somebody's talking and you want to interrupt them on the point that they're trying to make in that moment. It's been fair across the board. I've been letting it slide because of that fact. If you guys need to be protected and need to have space to talk, I can do that if we need hand holding in that event. But I think overall, you are all grown adults and capable of butting in when you need to. Or if somebody interrupts you, I can stop it so long as we're not getting hyped up and interrupting each other back and forth. Okay.
I've been keeping track, and Neve has been the least to interrupt people tonight. That's just
that's surprising, actually.
It is interesting, huh?
All right, can I ask my question now, Fatty?
You see?
Ask, Prawncess.
I didn't interrupt you. What? You're complaining about?
I know.
Nothing you know?
He's already mad.
Ask a question to another person.
Out.
Is the cycle?
Well, no,
Go ahead,
it's in response to what you just said. I'm gonna ask you the question. Does that make sense? Okay.
Go ahead.
So you said earlier that men had to be the providers. That's how it's always been, right? You said that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that can ever change? Another quick yes or no? Or do you think it's always going to remain that way?
Everything is possible. Everything can change. Yes.
So how do you feel about the fact that women are out earning men on average now? Do you think that's going to have a major impact on whether men are the primary providers in the household?
It's irrelevant.
How is women out earning men irrelevant to them being the primary?
Because they're still going for men that make more money than them. They're not settling with men that make less money than them.
Oh, I should mention this. No, the dating rates have not changed. So
let me interrupt both of you for a moment. So Black Dawn comes in with a $20 saying kick Neve, the furry guy, Ava, and Angel. So I'm going to give you each. I'm going to put everybody backstage.
I'm leaving, so thanks for having me, Sarah.
Who was that?
Is it $1 a minute?
Toxic Angel, I'm leaving. So, by the way, thank you guys. Thanks, Black Dawn.
See you, Toxic.
All right, bye, guys.
Hi, Toxic. So I'm going to do, since it was 20 and it's split 4 ways, I'm going to put you each back there for 5 minutes. So Neve, Furry, Ava, and Angel. Who the fuck is Angel?
That's who just left.
Oh. All right. So, and Knight and Bishop, your time is back up. But hold on a second. Edward. Oh, wait. Edward just paid to go on. But then you jumped out of the backstage. Okay. So we'll leave it. We'll leave it for now. Back to Prawncess and Fatty. If you can oblige each other a little more kindly, at least to actually get to the crux of the discussion instead of just being mad at each other.
Yeah, I'll rephrase my question one more time and I'll let Fatty answer. Let's assume you believe the stat is true that women are out earning men. Let's say this continues to be the case moving forward. Do you think we should address maybe the perception that men had to be their primary providers in the household? Do you think we should change that?
Should, yes. Should, in a perfect world. But women are not changing. They're making more money and still looking for men that make more than them. So should, yes, absolutely. Oprah Winfrey shouldn't look for another millionaire. She should look for a man that has time to take care of her kids, make her purse, make her lunch, and all that, and compliment him. But in reality, they are not looking for those men. They are looking for somebody that is better than them, taller than them, stronger than them, with more money than them. They are not changing at all. Lisa Leslie, that is 6'7", is not looking for a short man because she's tall enough. She's looking for a man that is taller than her. So that's the point. No matter how much money they make, they are still going to look for somebody that is better, which doesn't going to change nothing. Actually, it's going to make things worse.
And Stoneballs, can you just voice confirm for me?
Yes, ma'am. It's me.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And I believe it goes back to you, Prawncess.
Well, I mean, I I'm happy with that good faith answer. I just want to see what they generally thought. Because I agree, we should address these issues. I think feminism is better at addressing these issues than the red pill. But I think that's where. Yeah, go ahead, Dace.
All right. You ask if women are making more money, which they're starting to, and I believe in New York and some parts of California that's actually true. What we're seeing is less and less relationships across the board: marriage, dating, even just hookups. So the answer is no. It doesn't appear that this problem's just going to solve itself or go away. Women seem to be hypergamous, and that's just, I guess, in their nature. So no, I don't think it's going to solve itself.
I would say around 25% of men are completely checked out in American society. In one way or another, they're going to get a passport. They're going to take off from the United States. They don't want to date women. They don't want to approach women. They don't want to get Me Too false accusations. They don't want to deal with certain women that want to leverage their money or their status against them. They're not going to respect them. So a lot of men, and then there's other men, which is what I've been doing, is just kind of casually date women, and I'm not going to commit to them. And that's not going to change in the foreseeable future.
Yeah. You don't see that as being like a problem though, because I do. Like just not committing to like this is for Prawncess. Like you don't see that being an issue, not wanting to commit to a woman at all. Just pump and dump, as they say, like moving towards that territory.
Men.
Well, I think that's to me.
That's for Prawncess.
Yeah, no, I agree that that's an issue. I think there are lots of issues with both men and issues in the dating culture in general. I just think the red pill is not the best source for all the solutions, and it gives lots of really, really bad solutions. That's my issue with the red pill.
So run it back again, because there's a lot of fucking screeching and shit. What are some bad solutions that the red pill has? If you could like succinctly like just give a list, like one by one, that'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I think. Well, one, I think this is one issue. I think the red pill really overblows. I think there are some stats that women do. I think in general they have their partners do earn a little bit more than them, but it's not like by a huge margin. It's not like the people are dating are making $100,000 more. It's usually like 10, 20 grand on average. It's like I don't think it's like a big deal breaker like these people are presenting it as, or like, oh, if you like make $60,000, it's like impossible to get in a relationship. It might be slightly harder to like date someone who's like a CEO type. It's still possible, it'll be harder. But you're gonna be fine. You can meet women out there. It's not gonna be you should not be overly concerned about that.
Who said that is impossible?
Speaking of impossible, this is very impossible to try to read super chats that are always hating on the panelists. So I apologize, Fatty. But Mark comes in with a $20. Someone told me to stop being broke, and I'm drunk enough to take offense. Fatty is trash and hasn't shut up with talking over people. Being loud doesn't make your opinion more valid. That being said, Sarah looking fine as usual. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. Glad you were able to super chat and stop being a brokey.
Here's the thing. A lot of people want to ignore all these statistics. A lot of them come from the U.S. Census Bureau. The red pill, the manosphere doesn't make these up. We regurgitate them. We talk about it, but we didn't make them up. One statistic that no one talks about is when alimony gets paid out, 97% of the recipients are women. The other ones that are very common, 80% of divorces are filed by women. Child custody, which Sara has talked about it, and that one's more complicated, but around about 70 to 80% of child custody goes to women. So when all this stuff is lopsided, it starts becoming pure comedy when a lot of people like you guys come over here and start attacking the manosphere as if we're just making up stuff.
Wouldn't we expect alimony be paid out more by men if they were earning more than women back then? Wouldn't that make sense?
Well, we're talking about recent times. That's the recent statistic. That's not something that came around.
Well, because only just recently the wealth gap kind of changes and overtake it. So it's going to take a long time that we'd see results from that. Because when they get married and they get divorced, to see and go through the court cases, and then that's when alimony gets determined. So it's gonna take years to actually see that, like those stats be laid out. So if we're talking about alimony, like we should be looking like 5 to 10 years in the past. And so no, I think we would, if that's the case, that seems normal, since we know that in general before men did used to previously they out earn women. So we would expect them to pay the majority of the alimony.
Did you notice that you didn't answer the Black Dawn question?
Yeah, I was gonna go back to that.
When Black Dawn asks you what is the red pill wrong about it, can you give like a succinct point list of what happened? And you say,
did you not listen? I gave you one. Did you not
the
hear it?
red pill doesn't say that the man that earns $50,000 can date a woman that earns 60. There's not like nobody talks about that.
You didn't. You're not listening. I'm responding to this because you're miscarrying what I said. I said my issue is they over exacerbate the issue of the money, and I gave an extreme example because that's how people interpret it. But
that was not the question. The question is, what are
the
points?
That is exactly
what
the
are
question.
The points that they are wrong? What do they say about women that is wrong? Give me like 3 points.
Women? That's a different question than what you asked earlier.
No, the Black Dawn asks you if the red pill is wrong. What are the things that they are teaching to men that are wrong about women? Tell me, like if they're so bad, you probably have 10 points, 15 points, 20 points. Give me 3.
So yeah, I said this earlier. Women are not trying to steal.
Are you Googling?
No, I'm looking at your face. I'm trying to respond to you. Listen for a second. I literally said this earlier. I said this earlier, but you
on the mirror on the back.
You're going to ask me a question. They're going to overtalk when do you really want me to answer? You clearly don't want. If you're going to overtalk me,
I want to hear it. I want to hear some.
See, I actually said this to Fatty earlier, but I think his brain's so thick he couldn't absorb this. I think one of the issues that is being for women in particular that is not really a real thing. Is like Fatty said, women are trying to steal your money and like siphon your money away from you. I don't think it's a real thing that's happening. And old stats say the opposite.
Let me ask him a question, Fatty. Let me ask him a question. What percentage of women?
Bishop, don't let him go from that because he didn't answer the question. He didn't answer the question.
How did I not answer the question?
No, I promise you, now we're going to stay the whole night. He's going to have to check GPT that shit. What is the red pill wrong about women? You had all the week to prepare. You got the email just like I did.
What issue do you have what I just said?
No. Tell me 3 points. Don't explain them. Tell him 3 points. Like, for example,
Are you not listening, Fatty? Look at me. Listen. I don't like how the red pill lies about women stealing money from men. You said that earlier. You're literally making the point. It's wrong. It's a lie, and it's false. How did I not address that question?
So I said that woman. So let me. Oh, this is just amazing, right? What do women take from men other than dick? That's for you, Princess. What do women take from men other than dick?
I don't know. Women don't take anything from me, so I don't know about your personal experience.
So, hey, respectfully, bro. Like, this is why you are just like women produce 30% of the world income, and they control 80% of the spending, meaning that they have access to these men pockets. Like, they are actually taking resources because they marry these people, because they inherit the money from their parents. Like, this is happening worldwide since the beginning of time.
That's the second that you agreed.
Men are
earning men.
Stop interrupting
I had nothing to siphon.
Stop interrupting.
Men are broker than
Princess. I made three things for Fatty. I have 3 things.
Why are you guys letting him get away with it? He didn't say nothing. He didn't say.
Okay, well, how about try me instead? Try me instead.
No. I don't.
Come on, Prawncess, you've tried the same thing over and over again.
I'm gonna keep fucking yelling. I'm gonna keep yelling. Thank you, Sarah. But Fatty is freaking out because I keep addressing his question and with a good answer. He doesn't like the answer I'm giving, so he's fucking freaking out. I'm tapping you now. Go ahead.
No, Princess, you are glitching. The coke is running out.
Clearly answer the question. Go rewind it. If you want to answer my question, go rewind it 5 minutes and go watch it again.
Ask him one question. I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the Death Star. The Death Star? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a year already.
Let me ask you one question.
Well over 200 people watching right now. That's great, but they can't hear a fucking word that any of you are saying. One at a time.
I have 3 items for you.
Sarah, can you reinforce Princess to answer the question, please? Like a man.
I asked the original question. I'm the person.
Listen to someone else for once. He already passed it on to me.
No. We're not going to move.
Appeal to the moderator. Appeal to the moderator. Sarah, did I answer the question?
Melanie, can I asked the question.
I'm not answering any new questions, so we agree if I answer the original question.
You guys know why I have to do a sip and stream on Saturday nights? Because after dealing a full week of all of this shit, y'all make me want to drink by Saturday. Settle down, boys. Everybody take a deep breath. Okay, let's sing Kumbaya. Try not to interrupt each other. Let's start it one at a time. Here's the order. We're going to go Prawncess. Then we're going to go back to, I think it was Black Dawn. You were in this as well?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll go back to Fatty, and we're going to work in that order, okay? Calmly. Let the person talk. Do not interrupt. Just shut your mouths. Thank you.
Disappointingly, I want to bring it back to Sarah for 1 second. Because as the moderator, do you think I addressed and answered Fatty's question? Because my brain's broken. I feel like I answered that very clearly.
I will push it to Black Dawn to answer that.
It's my question from the get-go, and I just wanted to just get better understanding. All right, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm not trying to shit on you. I just want to know. So you're saying that one of the core tenets of the red pill, and please stop me if I'm getting it wrong, is that women primarily just siphon money away from men, and men should be more careful of that. Do you think that's the? Am I getting that right? That's what you don't like red pillers pushing?
That's one of the messages I disagree with, yes.
Okay. So Fatty, what will be your issue with that?
Since the beginning of time, men have used resources to get sex, and women use sex to get resources. That's why women marry up. This being documented since the beginning of time. That's usually the primary reason why women actually marry people, is to get resources so their kids can actually prosper and have more kids so we can keep continuing. Why is it negating literally the reason why we are here?
Can I go next, Sarah?
And you don't.
I feel like I've had my hand raised for so long. I have 3 more things for Fatty, even a 4th bonus one if you want, and they are fast. So
I didn't ask you no questions, Miss.
Oh, sorry.
So
I guess Black Con, but you needed an answer so bad.
No. I asked Princess a question. I didn't ask you a question.
I'm gonna allow Mel to answer for me.
Let's let Melanie have the floor for a minute.
So here's what red pill just does wrong in a nutshell. Labeling women as deceptive justifies deceptive tactics being used against them. Women are not only interested in physical or financial interest. Women are not always happy being subservient, aka doing free labor, raising kids and stuff like that. And women historically actually tend to, and this is your bonus one, Fatty, women typically use community for resources, not nuclear families, because nuclear families only really existed as a function of Protestantism, I think. I might be wrong. So there you go. I did it as fast as I could.
Here's the problem. All right. It's true that in general, the red pill does talk about the looks and then the money and status aspect of it. When women are younger, in their 20s, they usually go after looks. Not all women, but most women. Anything after 50% is most. And then as women get older, if they're unable to lock down the guy that they really wanted, they start chasing after money, resources, and status. Okay? But here's the problem with what you said, the person that just spoke. Yes, there's a middle ground where a woman wants a man for a well-rounded list of reasons. But the problem with you guys can't explain how a woman would go about, how a man would go about deciding and knowing if a woman wants him for the well-rounded list of reasons. Y'all try to, here's the problem with you guys that come to this space. Y'all straw man these arguments. Y'all attack arguments that a lot of people aren't making. Y'all take it to the extreme so y'all could beat down an argument that we're not making.
Okay, well, I can respond to your question real quick. Yeah. I think most men can tell this by dating this woman over time, not having sex with them right away, and getting to know them.
No, the more time goes on, the more a woman knows about you. Women know, there's a bunch of studies, and I've witnessed it in my personal life, the way I've dealt with women. There's a bunch of psychological studies that women know within seconds, in general, if they're physically attracted to a man. As the interaction goes on within minutes, women in general start measuring a man's character, their personality, and all these different things. And that you add all those components together.
Do men not do that too?
No, but there's a difference. In the United States, women have all the leverage in the divorce courts and all these different things, which is why men have just decided to not play the game. How do you win the game in a system that's anti-male? You don't play it at all.
It's generally not healthy to go into a relationship thinking about, like, how is this divorce going to go? Like, that's like, I guess it's good to be prepared, but like at the same time, like if you're already being defensive in that way, then you're not going to open up to them. And the point of a relationship is to open up to someone, to share things with them that you wouldn't share with normal people, your daily life, sleeping in bed together, sharing a bathroom together. I know that sounds crazy, but when you're intimate with somebody, you kind of have to be more vulnerable to them. And what Red Pill is teaching men is to put on their shells, close up, and treat women like you're just out to get them all the time.
I don't think
Women
that's true at
also
all.
just want a relationship too.
I don't think that's true at all. The Red Pill movement is teaching men to be wary of what women have on the dark side of their personality.
Wait a minute. A man entering into a relationship, especially a marriage that involves children, he can't get any more vulnerable. The woman literally has his child and can do as she pleases.
No, the man can just walk out on the woman. No,
you're him to petition the court to.
But the
see
woman
that
can
child.
just walk out on the man.
So don't talk about vulnerability.
Wait, aren't these guys kicked? Aren't they kicked? Hold on.
Yeah, I was waiting for
Okay.
my moment to interrupt. So Mark, Knight, Chris, and Days, you're all four out for the next 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Just
You're in
hang
for
out.
5
So
seconds.
I've got Mark, Knight, Chris, and Dazed. All right. And backstage, I've got Vitamin K. I've got Omega Magic. And I don't think I had anybody else sitting back there. All right.
Okay,
so we're all
GG
set.
Black Dawn, you like
I just
basically
want to go
went
straight
round
to
robin
like.
with that.
Thank you, man.
I just want to go straight to just what is the disagreement, right? Because we've been talking past each other for like the past fucking 2 hours, all right? I just want someone to fucking say, yeah, this is the red pill shit. I don't like it. That's it. I don't want any extra shit. All right.
Have I not just done that? Like I feel
No.
like
I want to. I just
liberated.
no. I want to just hear your point, and I just want to hear the back and forth. I don't want to hear any other interjections or any other extra shit. Does that
I think
make
you
sense?
laid it out pretty well, Mel.
Thank you. I'm confused as what you were expecting, but like, do you have any direct questions about
No.
anything in particular?
So
I think she gave you some pretty good
What Prawncess
description.
says is that getting money, like the transaction of money or the siphoning from money from women, right? That's not a thing, right? That
That's not
makes
what he
no
said.
sense.
Well,
right?
I think
rejects the
Then Fatty,
characterization.
but then Fatty disagreed, and I just want to know where the fuck the point of contention is.
I think Fatty, by the way, defined transactional relationships best because when you look it up, it's expecting something in return for what you do for somebody.
Really?
It really
What
is. Like,
what is a
man.
friendship? What is
So-
a marriage? Don't you expect something in return in a marriage?
No,
on
not
a
always.
friendship?
Sometimes you do
Funny,
something
man.
because you love somebody.
Hardy,
And just since
Funny,
we
what
have a
happened
lot
to
of,
your eye, man?
hold on for just a second, please.
Your eye, I'm
just-
funny.
Are
Your
you
eye.
done? Are you done? Just another kind reminder to the panel that everybody is restreaming. There are several channels involved in this. So breaking TOS or anything in that nature will immediately get you removed and you'll never be allowed back here again because you don't just affect my channel, but you also affect my guests as well. So just a kind reminder since we
That's some
are
wise
further
words,
into Are you done? Okay. What is my rule? Does anybody know what my rule is when you're on my panel? Anybody? I have one very, very simple rule. Has anybody picked up on it yet tonight? The one thing I don't like. Say that one more time.
You don't like to be talked over, man.
Oh, thank you. I don't. So why do you keep talking over me? All right.
Sorry
let's-
about that, man. Sorry
all
about
right,
that.
Let's just get that straight. Okay, back to the floor
Okay,
to
now.
whomever left off.
I think Vitamin K is delayed because their video is a little bit delayed. Maybe that's why.
Neve just, I don't know, somebody just defined transactional relationships as you get something in return. You're expecting something in return. That's the definition of marriage. You are engaging with this woman or with this man because you're expecting something in return. Either be sex, kids, protection, provision, like a better lifestyle, whatever. Like, it's literally the definition of marriage. If it wasn't a beneficial agreement between two parts and getting something in return, nobody will be married. And that's
weird.
actually why
That's
women
weird.
are opting out of marriage, is because they think they have nothing to gain with being with the man that is not a millionaire.
So every time I've seen a marriage, the
Projection.
preacher says you're going to stick together through sickness and through health. And I think the idea there is even if your partner's more sick than you, and you're not getting the transactional benefits out of it, you're still going to stick through them because you're their partner. That's kind of what monogamy is, right?
This will be on the perfect world. People are not abiding to the vows that they're taking.
That's a different. I'd agree. Like people
No,
aren't.
really. Nobody, like as soon as the person gets
time,
sick or loses their job, everybody's out.
But you said that it defines marriage, and I don't think it does define marriage, because when we look at what marriage is supposed to be, it's different than something transactional.
No, Melanie. Like, this is the definition of red pill, Melanie. We know for a fact, if I am a man and I am without a job for 2 years, most women are going to leave. That's the reality.
No,
Because
there's other reasons they can leave you.
No, don't deflect from my point. Please answer my question.
I directly addressed your point.
No, please. Like, why? We know that's not the only reason. But for the most part, it's fair to say
you're just going to keep acting like I'm not addressing what you're saying when I am.
why not? You literally deflected to the. You move the goalposts. You said there's not the only reason.
Do you mind if I give it a try real quick?
Go ahead.
For Melanie, do you think in most relationships, if men get fired, they lose their job, they're out of work for 2 years, do you think the woman's going to stay in that relationship? Most, not all.
Yeah, especially if they're married. Like this is again one of those things where if you don't want women to just leave you, empower them to get their own jobs. That way you can, share the burden. There are plenty of women who are willing to do that. It's surprising.
For how much time?
Well, you could ask the same thing.
You said 2 years, so we're adjusting that.
No, for how much time?
What if, okay, let's ask the same question in reverse. What about a woman who's barren, who can't provide kids, right? How long should a man put up with her?
What?
Because you said that's the transactional relationship,
that's
right?
an irreversible thing. You can always find a new job. If you can't have kids, it depends on the agreement that you guys have.
So, so you're saying that like any man who's with a woman who can't have kids, they're what exactly?
I said this, and I'm going to simplify it. If I marry you and you marry me, and I say I will take care of you, and in exchange you give me 3 kids, and you go to the doctor, and for whatever reason you can't have kids, I think it's a legitimate case for a divorce because I want kids and you can give me kids. Is that fair?
No, I don't think it is.
And to the chat, I
disagree there.
Pardon me for just a moment. I still have Stoneballs and Mark backstage, but I can't bring them up because now we have a full panel. So you got to boot someone to get them back.
So you think it's
mustache, man?
Let's reverse it.
1 minute, Chris, man.
1 second, vitamin. So I marry a woman. I promise her that she never has to work 1 day in her life. I'm going to take care of her forever. We get married, something happens, I can't take care of her anymore, and this shit is going to last until the end of her life. Like, we have to work both together.
You realize you're asking her to do free labor, right? By raising the kid and cleaning the house.
Let Fatty finish the question.
I thought he was. I just thought he was.
My question is, if the man broke that promise of taking care of the woman, do you think is a legitimate reason for the woman to leave? Because he's not making his part of
you can divorce. That'd be fine to divorce the guy. Yeah.
What about you, Melanie? What about you, Melanie?
Is different than a transaction.
No, what about you, Melanie? No, he's also for sickness and whatever, right? What about you, Melanie?
Well, yeah, promise is different than a transaction, so that.
And you promised that you were going to give me 3 kids.
Did I? No, most women don't promise.
This is you guys need to chill, bro.
I'll put a bridge. I think. That's a reasonable reason for divorce. If you go into a relationship with marriage and there's expectation of something, and that's not going to be the case, I think it's okay to dissolve that marriage.
Yeah.
Again, how do we explain the men who are with women who can't have kids? How do we explain those people? Are they just not being transactional?
Kids, or they already have them, or they don't care about kids?
But are they not being transactional anymore?
Yeah, because they're fucking their woman. There's the transaction they want. Most men get married to get in-house pussy. So congratulations, we solved the problem.
It might also.
I think a 2-hour work search. I think a 2-hour work search would imply an injury or a lack of commitment to like the overall goal of the family. Like if you're not willing, like I understand if you're looking for a job in your career field, it can take that long. But if you're looking to put food on the table, you got to pick up a fucking broom and sweep somewhere, flip some burgers. I'm saying 2 years sounds like somebody really trapped in their head and not willing to.
Tell her to go to work.
So I'm
You
saying
got
that's
this-
justified.
You got this, queen. Yeah, but
Well,
she
maybe
can go to work.
maybe they both are, and they need a dual
No, but
income
I want
to
to stay
support
at
the
home now.
mortgage.
So
No,
you're
but I want to
admitting
stay at
it's
home now.
transaction.
Okay, well then that's infantile, and you should.
No,
be
how is it
divorced.
infantile? You don't have what?
Because-
If
Let me-
if I
let me
can
try
get
to go
what
to-
I want, you're
because-
gonna get what you want. Go to work.
Hold on one second.
Well,
Can
because
we-
in what I've just talked about, we're talking about a dual income, which is very, very
Yes.
average
Rare.
now to support
No,
a
not
mortgage.
average, rare.
One of the person is deliberately not working, right? So why would that be?
No, if you are
Why
not
would that
getting
support
the
your
Neve,
point? I'm sorry.
No, you are not getting the point, Neve. When a
Right, well,
woman
it's the
loses her
language barrier,
job,
or-
let me explain to you. When a woman loses her job, the divorce rates stay the same. They don't increase. Men are not leaving their woman because they stop working. It doesn't happen like that. But as soon as it happens on the opposite, it is a ticking time bomb. As soon as the man loses his job, if he doesn't regain his financial footing, and remember, he's not working at McDonald's. He's maintaining the same lifestyle that he had before. If he doesn't get a job that was very similar to the job that he had before, the woman, for the most part, there are exceptions, is going to leave him. Is that fair?
Yeah,
So
but
May I
because men have
interrupt
listened.
for just I apologize. I just want to tell Vitamin K, you were making some weird faces, so I'm just going to keep kicking you from the studio, and I didn't trust it. I don't know if you're either
He's AI.
intoxicated, weird, looping. I don't even know, but I'm just going to keep booting you. I don't like it. I don't feel comfortable with it. So, Prawncess, I think it was back to you.
I think they were like an AI or an avatar. But I'm gonna build a little bit of a bridge. I think maybe we should focus a little bit less on the transactional thing, because I agree. I think there's some transactionals to all relationship. At the very least, I spend time with my friends and or loved ones because they give me good emotions. So that's some level of transaction. I think we need to determine I think there's like a toxic and like a normal level of transaction, and definitely there can be a toxic level of transaction in a relationship.
Can I just quickly address that? Because I never got a chance.
Go ahead, Mel.
And,
Yeah.
and that is like, if we're actually expecting something in return, there has to be like a quantity that we can measure out, right? And when we're talking about subjective qualia, we no longer have, and this is what I'm trying to get to before, we no longer have a quantity that we can measure out. I can't say, Prawncess, you gave me 2 hours of time that I enjoyed, so now I have to give you 2 hours of time that I enjoyed. We say that enjoyment was mutual. And
No,
that,
Melanie,
so it's not really transactional, it's mutual.
Melanie, the problem with that is that, let me say this, man, you guys got it, right?
For a second.
So the
Let
problem...
Mark get in here. Talk to Fatty. We talked a lot.
So, no, it's fine. I'm just going to say one thing, and then Mark can get it forever. I'm going to be quiet for the rest of the time. Melanie, the problem with putting numbers on it is that you don't like to play the same game. These rules are for men and not for women. If a man comes to a woman and says, you have to give me 5 blowjobs per week, all of you are going to freak out.
Whoa.
Why are you putting a number on it? What if she doesn't feel like it? All that you want something to be abstract so you can get away from giving blowjobs to that man. So why do I have to give like something that is concrete and set in stone, but you always can say, I have a headache, I don't feel like it, and you're not breaching the contract.
That's
Like,
the
don't play
point.
this game.
Relationships aren't transactional, shouldn't be. So you're right. You shouldn't have.
But they are. I need sex for me to maintain my normal style. I like to
your
have sex.
ability
That's
to
the way
get
you like
sex.
that follows.
Your ability to get sex shouldn't be transactional. Wow.
No, lady. If I sign an exclusive contract with McDonald's, and every time I go to McDonald's is closed, you are breaching the contract. You need to open that shit. Where am I
I
going
want
to
to hear what Mark has to say. I'm sorry. I'm not.
So
shooting
he
you down,
doesn't
Paolo.
acknowledge. Hey, Sarah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
First of all,
I
I
see
was
you
talking shit about Fatty in the beginning, but realistically, I agree with most of the shit he's saying. My problem here is I haven't been able to understand what the core argument here is. What are we arguing for or against here? What's the main point so I can interject?
We're all lost in the sauce.
It just seems like red pill against white pill, and I just want to make sure that I'm in the space.
Mark, I'll give you
These guys are arguing. They're arguing that the red pill.
Can I answer myself real quick? No, feel free to respond to this, but I'll give you my quick elevator pitch. My point is, I think there is some good information in the red pill. There's a lot of bad information. The problem is all the good stuff you can get from the red pill, I think you can get from elsewhere. For example, for dealing with women, you can get that from like pickup artists and stuff like that. That are not adjacent to the red pill. For self-improvement, you can get that outside the red pill. So I don't know what the red pill offers that is purely positive and not negative. Go ahead.
So I would argue back
is transaction. They are after sex.
The
That's
red
the whole
pill
goal of pickup artists.
Mark's responding.
The red pill is a decent movement, but the problem is most people see it as an anti-female movement rather than an enlightened male movement. I'm not full red pill. I'm probably like 75%, but I would say that with the red pill, you're not learning how to get females and how to attract females and how to deal with females, but you're learning what the negative pitfalls could be with females. So what I got from the red pill movement was stuff probably about 6 months prior to my divorce, mind you. It was all, well, this is going to happen and that's going to happen and women will take advantage of you in this space. And I said, no, that's not going to happen. That would never happen. And then all of a sudden, as soon as the divorce hit, like not even a day after, it was, oh, well, she's coming for my money. I'm not allowed to see my kids. I have 4 kids, mind you. And it turns into a toxic. It's hard because on the red pill side, you can't attribute that to all women. But when you see the majority of thought patterns with the, and please keep in mind, I was with this woman for 10 plus years. You kind of see these thought patterns, these, there's nothing else to say. These patterns that females present that lead you down a shittier and shittier road. So you're just going to go from, okay, we're in love, we love each other, everything's great, and then all of a sudden you're deployed, and she's talking to your best friend that you thought was just cool and had your back. And it's not just a one-off. It's not just a one-off, because the second I left her and I found another woman, I was like, oh, this woman's great. Oh, we're talking. She loves my kids. It's awesome. Everything's going good. And then all of a sudden she's going for the same thing. Her ex, the one that got away. So I would say, yes, I agree a little bit. Like I said, 25% with your argument against the red pill. But more often than not, the red pill, I think, is designed to explain to men the pitfalls of women that they're dealing with and the potential issues that they might face later in life. I don't think the red pill is for men like me that are 30 plus. I think the red pill is for men that are 18 to maybe 25, maybe 27, so they can learn a little bit about the female psyche. That way they can kind of not like reject women completely, like a lot of, and I'm not going to disagree that there are a lot of people in the red pill space that have issues with women that are more than like bitterness.
Well, I'm not sure how much more you have to say. I do have a very quick question. Can you see how some of the red pill sort of material, because I'm not going to point to anything particular, could be used by men who were also kind of at fault for a relationship breaking up, but they want to blame the woman and their partner and not take any responsibility?
So again, like I said,
yeah, but the thing what Mark was saying was,
can I hear his answer, please, just real quick?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interject, but like I said, the 25% that I was talking about beforehand is what I agree with you with. Is there is a small subsection of the red pill space that can't differentiate a toxic woman or females that are going to have that kind of mentality to men that are just, I don't know how to describe it other than men that are fucking kind of shitty in their head, and they're like, oh, this one female screwed me and the rest of my life is over and I'm going to blame it on all women. Anybody can make generalizations, right? But realistically, once you get older, past a certain threshold, you start to realize that not everything is one person's cup of tea.
All right, so let me say this.
Allow me to intervene, and just a quick shout out to Team Fatty, everybody who is watching. He made it through the whole panel, and I know we all get a little, everybody gets heated, especially when they're passionate about their belief system and what we are arguing and so on and so forth. I've seen Fatty have great conversations where nothing gets out of hand, and I've also seen Fatty in scenarios where it's just yelling back and forth as such. But we all love Fatty. He's a good sport. He shows up. He's always on time, and he's an excellent panelist. And I love him. I love his channel, and I love everything he brings. He brings the heat. So shout out to you, Fatty. We love you, and we'll definitely see you on the next round.
I'm going to let you go, but I just want to say thanks, Fatty. I know I came at you, but I do like interacting with you. It's fun.
Same here.
Let me just say this. There's a reason the manosphere isn't really a thing in other parts of the world. It will spread, and it is spreading, but all you have to do is type hypergamy in Spanish, and in other parts of the world, in Central America, South America, all these different places that speak Spanish, the word isn't used very much because in the United States and in the West, the manosphere has been around for around 25 years. And it was in response to women's buffoonery and their behavior towards men. So men started looking for answers, and over time, all these different sectors of the manosphere started developing. Now, in reference
much
to
like feminism.
Well, okay, but wait a minute. What you said right there is important. Other parts of the world, they elected female heads of state a very long time ago, right? So you got to sit there and start asking the question, why did Mexico elect a head of state before the United States? The form of feminism in the United States is not the same as other feminism in other parts of the world. It just isn't. It became more toxic for complicated reasons.
Do you know that the majority of females who led in history, whether it be fiefdoms or nations in any way you want to describe leading as a woman, they were more prone to war and more prone to violence and more prone to having issues within their country? My point here, not to just like shit on females, my point here is to say that they're more emotion based. They're more
Wow.
Wait, that's weird.
What a massive.
That's weird because I would think like if you're going to war more, you're more of like a male brain, right? You're more fighty. You're more ready to do things.
Catherine the Great would lead.
So are you? Would you believe? So are you inclined to believe that women can't handle diplomatic relations as well as men?
Are you inclined to argue with the fact that women at a major rate kill children and the elderly? Not men, mind you. Men kill other men.
No, that's a different thing. Do women have the same capacity as men to engage with diplomatic relations?
Do women have the same capacity as men?
Well, let's make it simpler for rational thinking. For rational thinking.
No, let him talk. Go ahead.
Do they have the same capacity for rational thinking, men and women?
They have the same capacity for rational thinking, but you have to understand that women's brains and men's brains are different. You know that female brains go like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whereas men's brains go point A to point B, right? Like, you know that's settled science.
That's not. That's way too simplistic.
So how is that not settled science?
An interesting.
It's not okay. Let me put it in the way that I think it is. I don't think that it's that women don't have logic. I believe we are just more empathetic and more emotionally inclined and intelligent. And by saying emotional, I don't mean that in a bad way. We consider how people feel in a situation. We consider how it appears. We consider what the consequences are in terms of the human element aspect. And I don't think it's a lack of logic. I think there's a lot of incredibly logical women out there. Not to say there aren't dum-dums either, but there are some pretty fucking stupid men that I've met as well. All right. So it kind of goes both ways. But I think women are just more emotionally intelligent and empathetic, that we make the connectors a lot more broad-based. We look in a bigger picture than just point A, point B.
So I would argue the same thing. But
Mark, what is the utility in this distinction?
Have a larger hippocampus, the center of the human memory, which is the higher density of neural connections.
Yeah. Where's the utility in this? Where's the utility in this distinction, Mark?
So
what is the point that you're trying to make here?
Women
are emotional, men aren't emotional.
I'm trying to make
it's boring and uninteresting now. Anyway.
Well, here's the thing. What Mark doesn't understand about the whole thing.
Rather than
I'm saying this is all a massive derail.
Let's let him land the plane. You've got 60 seconds to land the plane.
Let him justify it. Or
you're arguing the fact that we're the same. We're not the same. We are inherently different, and women argue with emotions, whereas men.
I don't think
prefer
anyone
things more
said that.
Can you show it in anything such as the border crisis or I don't know, anything else in life? Women argue emotionally, whereas men argue.
Yes. We all know this, and despite that, men have the biological, fix in their mind to act stoic, but they fight aggressively. right? And women have the emotional, internal stuff to be emotional, yet they act with restraint. The irony. So what the fuck is the point that you're trying to make here, Mark? You're just yapping.
Allow
You're
me
yapping.
to address a super
what's the
chat.
point here?
Mr. Hawkins, I appreciate the $9.99. However, I'm not going to pull that up and I'm not going to read it. I think you can apply enough common sense or some type of emotional intelligence to that super chat and think of why I'm not going to bring that up. That is a big no-no for me, especially with the communities that we tap into and the people we bring on our panels. I'm a very open community type of person, and by way of we tap into a lot of different arenas. This is why we can sit here and get 8 to 10 people on a panel from completely different backgrounds and actually hear what they have to say, because we allow it and we don't say stupid shit like that. So thank you, Mr. Hawkins, but fuck that at the same time. Anyways, and let me do one more thing. I have to pee really bad. Can you guys behave for 2 minutes without me like worrying about the panel being stupid?
Something that I respect, about Mark, that I'll just add in here, is that I think Mark was at least intelligent enough to inject his own anecdotal negative experience with women before then trying to convey all of his red pill talking points. Most men are just going to act like that doesn't exist, like they haven't had any negative experiences with women, when we all know they're all coping and seething. It's an emotional response, and they're all in one big trauma-informed group, just trying to pave over those terrible experiences instead of looking in the mirror and addressing those things.
Can I go to Mark and then Mark and then Knight?
I think you should let Mark. I think you should let Mark. Yeah.
I wasn't trying to interject. I just want to know who's talking right now. All of the mics are muted, and I haven't seen anybody's mic moving or
that was Neve.
Yeah, it's his name. Yeah.
I don't see that anywhere.
Here's the thing. Let me just say this real quick.
Oh no, I see it now. Sorry.
So when women are asked, what's the main reason?
I just said a lot about. I just assumed a lot about Mark's intentions. I'm wondering if he has a justification for that.
My intentions for what? Sorry, I had to figure out who was talking to me first.
Well, I'm just saying that you're a symptom of the larger issue, is that men will try and act like they're being objective, or by being objective about the descriptions or the dating site, when reality it's all informed by their anecdotal negative experiences with women, right?
I understand that that's what you think I'm justifying it off of, and I will obviously admit to that is a part of it. You can't ignore the fact that something happened to you in life. You just can't ignore that.
No, that's true. I respect you for being upfront and honest about it, but most red pill men don't.
Then fair. But realistically, I spent a lot of time in the Marine Corps, and a lot of the men that I knew dealt with not only divorce, but ridiculous cheating scandals. I know it sounds ridiculous to use the word scandal, but when you realize that a lot of the women that I knew, like I met these women, I shook these women's hands, and they ended up sending my friend, somebody that I went to war with, somebody that said, oh yeah, I'll lay my life down for you. They said to him, if you don't send me fucking $5,000, I'm going to send this message to your command, and you're going to be in trouble and blah blah. So it's not just a one-off. I won't say it's like every person. It's
anecdotal, but yeah.
But no.
Doesn't this also contradict the idea?
No, but the point is, what Mark is trying to get across that you guys aren't connecting is, it's not about what's wrong with Red Bull. It's when you realize how much they get right. It's kind of an Alex Jones situation, where the things that they get right hit so hard that it doesn't really matter what's wrong with it. With the information.
What would you think is the strongest example?
Like he just explained.
That demonstrates
endless amounts of anecdotal evidence from men having experience.
Knight has one. Knight's gonna tell. Knight.
I know what's wrong. No, one of the things that's wrong, but here's the problem. The people that are anti-manosphere can't come over here and correct some of these issues, some of the stuff that's wrong. Not everyone in the manosphere thinks this, but there's a decent percentage of men in the manosphere that really and truly think that most women are slores under a reasonable definition. Remember, anything that's over 50% is most. But here's the problem. The people that really and truly hate the manosphere, they cannot come over here and explain why most women are not slores, which is the truth. Way under 30, I'll tell you what it is. More or less 1 in 4, 1 in 5 women are slores under a reasonable definition. But you know what the problem is? The people that hate this space, they can't come over here and explain why that's true.
I think hate is a strong word. I feel like you guys are all just kind of like, as a content creator, as a red pill creator, I mean, you just position yourself in a space where you can just be like laughed at. So I don't think there's any hate. I think people want you to keep talking. They want you to keep substantiating on these things.
Okay,
because the more you talk, the less
but you know that's
reasonable and
objective.
grounded you seem, right? Like,
People's
okay, but here's the
channels are getting
problem.
taken down all the time. I mean, let's be honest about it. You act like there is zero pushback or anything to the red pill. When time and time again we are seeing men's rights activists be shut down. We're seeing these channels be shut down. So be
okay, so
honest.
can you provide me an instance? Can you provide me one instance substantiating what you're saying?
Home app was demonetized.
Would you like videos of it? Would you like me to look up articles?
No, just some.
What do you
okay,
want?
something that you have prepared to make your point. Otherwise, you're just yapping, right? Like, why would you just say that?
Otherwise, I'm just yapping. Okay.
Well, you're
let's
basically
see.
just yapping because you don't seem to have anything.
Okay.
To
Andrew Tate started speaking out about it, and he got taken down.
He denounced the red pill recently. He denounced the red pill recently.
It doesn't matter. He
Oh, it does matter. It does matter
got
because he
taken
can.
down.
Okay, the consequences can be detached from his ideology, right? He could double down on his ideology because he's been removed. If he really truly believes those things and he's being dampened for speaking on those things, you would think that he would double down, but he didn't. Why is that?
Why was he
Whatever
removed?
podcast, Fresh and Fit. I mean, we can keep
Wait,
going.
Okay. Both channels.
Brought TOS. A lot of those people broke TOS also.
Okay,
Let's not forget that.
Fresh and Fit, pivoting to debate has moved off the shit completely. And whatever podcast can't host a panel without Andrew Wilson. So what are you talking about? It's not the same
Here's
shit.
the thing.
No,
When
man.
people, the entire sectors of this space, and I've been in and around the space of the manosphere for a decade. Entire sectors of this space exist because men were so vicious in challenging other men on their philosophies. Anyone that wants to come to this space and try to come and say that's not true, you're being disingenuous. And number two, you don't know what you're talking about. So when people come to the space,
right now, she's being disingenuous.
I agree with that.
The problem that's happening is everybody that's anti-red pill space keeps conflating the creators and the descriptives or the solutions to problems as the problem, but it's still at its core a data set of realities in the world. As soon as you add prescriptives and people to it, then yes, anything can be trash if you do that.
Yeah, but
the wrong person
you can apply perspective to data and statistics as well. When you introduce the context to that data, it seemingly doesn't exist. It doesn't bear what a lot of the red pill conclusions make. I think the specific one is the custody with kids, right? Like a lot of men will talk about, having that custody battle is just, shouldn't try or whatever. But the reality of the situation is that men, when they go for custody, they get it overwhelmingly. Like we're applying perspective. The implication.
That's true.
No, it is actually statistically true. Look it up. So the implication is that you would look at statistics and say, okay, you would look at statistics and look at a situation talking about the custody fight. That's the conclusion you come to. Here is the actual reality of the situation.
No, that's
right?
the reality.
That's the perspective and the context that you apply to these statistics to meet your own ends.
That's the plain fact.
Let me jump in here because I want to forget this point because I want to jump off of what Chris said.
Go ahead.
Chris, I agree. Maybe they don't have prescriptions. Like I think that's one of the big issues where there's all these talking points that are maybe there's some maybe they should bring attention to these issues, but all these young impressionable people are coming here without prescriptions and they're coming out of it with a really wrong takeaways to the point where there's maybe an over awareness of these pitfalls. And that going back to the core of this issue, the problem is red pill ruining relationships. I think the problem is there's an over awareness of these issues to the point where it's really leading to bad results in these relationships overall.
no, your logic is flawed. It's in the other direction. Because of the issues, men are coming for answers. Yes, there's people that get poisoned by the red pill.
Let me interrupt. Russell Russ comes in with a $5. Neve and Prawncess talking about how men should be like sheep, trying to tell a lion how to be a lion. We don't take your opinions seriously. Thank you, Russell Russ.
Prawncess is a man. What the fuck?
Russell.
Well, let me say one more thing. Russ is broadcasting from his parents' basement, so I don't really care what he says.
Are you arguing with someone who donates
possibly
money
be
to your
destroying
chat?
it if
And I just before you go, Mark, I will give the floor back to you. We'll probably shut down here in about 10 minutes. I'm starting to get sleepy, and I do have to get up in like 6 hours and go to work. So
I'm also going to jump early. I'm actually going to leave you guys. It was fun.
Sure,
Hey,
Chris.
Chris.
Do you want
Have a good one.
to do a final thought or anything? Oh, or
No, it's cool. Don't worry about me. I'm bad at grifting.
Why did
I have my name? That's good enough. Have a lovely evening, everybody.
Fair enough. And I think Mark just jumped. Did he jump? Bye, Chris. We'll see you next time. Did Mark just jumped? I don't know why.
He said he had to go soon.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Well, I appreciate Chris's effort to try and steelman the red pill. I think he realized it was harder than it looked. But I really appreciate that guy. He's really insightful.
I
Sorry, what
like
were you
his
saying?
mustache though. Like that thing's legit. I love it.
Dave's,
I think
you're
Dave's trying to talk to me.
Yeah, Dave's just talking to one of us.
Prawn and Neve both said that the red pill was reactive, but now they're claiming that it's responsible for destroying relationships. How is that the case? How can it be a reactive movement? But
A reaction can be destructive.
No, the relationships.
A reaction
were being
can't be
destroyed
destructive?
Long before red pill. The relationships were being destroyed long before red pill. It's a reactive movement to the destruction of relationships. You've both admitted
I think the culture is a culture of unwarranted hypervigilance spread through anecdotes and word of mouth. You're trying to tell me that somebody looking at a prospective relationship, if they're in a friend circle who take this sort of culture to heart, isn't going to be maybe poisoned by those sorts of talking points before entering the relationship and kind of setting up a self-fulfilling prophecy for like the end of the relationship? You don't think that's possible?
Let me respond to that. So the manosphere was established through the help of tens of millions of men from all over the world, different cultures, different races, different socioeconomic groups. They collectively got the knowledge. They challenged each other in a vicious way. And then we got to where we are now. I would say about 80 to 90% of the information is correct. Now, are there people in this space that are a little extreme? Yeah, but here's the thing. The reality is, and what y'all were saying earlier, a lot of people, they don't like Fresh and Fit. Let's just be real. A lot of people don't like Fresh and Fit. A lot of people don't like Kevin Samuels. Rest in peace. And a lot of people don't like Pearl Davis because they're just jealous of their success. That's just the truth. Attack the talking points, don't attack the people. Do they
I
take
see
some of
people
their
with
stuff to the
6K
extreme?
with more
I mean,
video
you
views
kind of
than
gotta
Pearl
be a
does in the
tard
millions
sometimes to say certain things, though. Like, I mean, you could still attack the person for being stupid.
The other people, yes, Pearl's channel is dead, and like I feel like the ratio between the amount of followers she has and the amount of viewership she gets is pretty sad. Like, I mean, in any other context, I would look at it and think, okay, whatever, you get views, that's great. But with Pearl, come on, like that's
Okay, well,
negligible. I don't
the
know
fourth
why.
person now, Andrew Wilson. A lot of people have kind of harassed him and done a bunch of stuff because they're jealous of his success.
Like
And
you're
that's-
acting like these people can never be criticized. I've talked to Andrew Wilson directly. He tried to act like he knew what a capacitor was, and he literally described something else. And I tried to make fun of him, and his chat got super defensive on his behalf. And that's the only reason that he can talk like authority on anything. That guy is not as smart as he pretends to be, and I can say so from firsthand experience. You need to stop defending people who dig their own graves.
Well, also, like, I'm sure that some people that are jealous out there, but I think a lot more people are arguing with them and going against them because they disagree with them.
And I think Andrew Wilson's value is outside of the opinions that just so happen to overlap with, angsty online men, right? Like, he does make prescriptions for society, and a lot of those coincide with, a lot of the conclusions that Red Pill men make. But when he's on whatever podcast, his prescriptions and the things that he contend with are aligned with his worldview, not necessarily the Red Pill one. And if it works to your ends, then that's just a convenient thing for you because he's not arguing the same, he's not going through the same list of talking points that you are. I think you're pretty different.
The Bible has a lot of red pill elements to it.
Okay, well, you can try and co-opt the Bible to add legitimacy. I think that's what whatever podcast is doing right now. But I think at the end of the day, most people are going to be able to look at, again, anecdotal people driven by their anecdotes, crying and trauma bonding online versus somebody who's actually grounded their worldview in religion, right? There's a significant difference. Intelligent people with discernment can see that.
And also in 2024, like nobody's really like I know more Christians who are like, yeah, the Bible is totally bullshit. Like it has some nice things, but I'm just a Christian because I want to be a good person kind of deal. I like Jesus, that kind of thing.
Andrew
like,
is orthodoxy, right? Like that's a little bit.
All I'm gonna say is like Red Pill is not an original movement. Prawncess was trying to make the point before, and I think somewhat poorly because pickup artists aren't the best thing to point to. That there are other ways to get this stuff. You can join a sports team and probably get 99% of the confidence out of that men are seeking from Red Pill. And I think that's the most important thing to acknowledge if we are going to like try to support men in this, is that men are looking for confidence,
No
right?
interaction between sexes. That's ridiculous. You see women on the football field with men? No. You're not
Well,
gonna meet
there are
them.
actually such thing as co-ed teams in sports.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Ninetales, why do you let people drag you into these stupid fucking arguments?
Hey, this is amateur
You're too
sports.
smart
We're not
for that shit.
talking about. We're not
I
talking
don't
about like
understand.
a actual league. We're talking like playing flat. What's called ultimate frisbee. It's not like professional sports.
Here's the thing: when y'all start talking about that,
Neither is
in
high
theory,
school football. So don't pretend like men and women are going to meet on the high school football field or the basketball field or the baseball field or the soccer field. That's ridiculous.
No, but you're definitely not going to get like positive, healthy camaraderie from other men by spending most of your time shitting on women. And by the way, linguistic and meta-analyses of the Red Pill movement by actual academic sources show that they spend way more time shitting on women than they do trying to build up men.
in
It's an
theory,
emotional
my
circle
opinion.
jerk. It's a
But
big
here's
one.
the thing: a
Emotional
lot of guys
circle
have an
jerk.
ego and they don't want to listen to other men when it comes to their stuff. A guy really has to phrase it.
So
and
isn't
build-
that the issue? Isn't that the issue? Like what?
No, there's people in the
men need
space
to
that do
support
it.
each other emotionally way more.
No, there's a bunch of people that do it, but some of them have just the charisma to be able to carry out alpha male strategy stuff. Is
But you can agree that like say your bro's having a hard time, it's not cool to like be like, yo, let's have a little cuddle session, you'll feel so much better, right? Like that would like you guys would be like, no, that's gay, right? You guys have a lot of barriers to actually supporting each other emotionally.
I didn't say there's not content creators
to
that do it.
make
I'm just saying
men
it's
like
difficult.
women.
It's
We are not
difficult
the
for
same
some men.
emotionally.
Yes,
Right,
we
but
know that's
men-
like fucking
men, I can tell you-
ABCs. We already went through that. That's why Mark got shamed.
And anybody who's ever dated a man can tell you you have at least more emotional needs than women do, because you're not emotionally intelligent, you're not emotionally regulating everything. You have you need half the time when you go through something negative, you need to take it out as violence. And this is what I'm saying, like if men could actually be there for each other, maybe just like not even something that has to be gay, just like giving a massage just to help the other person fucking relax instead of needing
This
to punch someone
idea
out,
that men is
then
violent
maybe you guys wouldn't have such negative
Well,
outcomes all the time.
This Reddit for men's rights was close. And okay, can I address what Patty said?
Hold on. This
Okay.
idea that men is violent is absolute nonsense. If men were as violent as everyone claims it, there would not be a woman walking around unscarred, unbruised, or in a cage.
Have you
Stop-
never seen
What
a
are you
man
talking
who
about?
feels
What?
slightly emasculated
Yeah,
go up to
it's-
somebody and
it's
punch them in the
mind-blowing.
face to prove how masculine they are?
If men
Here's
if
what
men were
we're gonna
violent,
do.
They would brush
Here's
off.
No, and neither have you.
Yes,
all
I have.
assumptions,
I
but
definitely
they
have.
don't. They take them,
Especially when they're drunk.
Here's what we're gonna do. All right, Neve, I'd like you to address Fatty's comment during that
For sure.
time. If you guys want to go for 15 more minutes, I need $15 more right here, right now. I'll give it until Neve finishes her addressing Team Fatty. Only because my goal was a certain number tonight, and we're $15 shy of it. So I will go another 15 minutes. If that super chat comes in, rate meow. If not, we're going to go into closing thoughts. So, Neve, to you.
Okay, so I just want to say the Reddit for men's rights being closed, if you're trying to identify this as some sort of like bias or issue, let's be really clear with the issue, okay? When you provide a platform for men to sit down and talk about their issues, men talk about women. If you gave that same platform to women, women talk about women's issues. And when you get these very big collective environments online, men will spend more time diminishing women instead of actually addressing their own issues to try and increase that disparity that already exists, that they already need to, that they feel they need to harp on with like, biological realities, all these different things. It's all cope. I'm just saying, if you want these sorts of groups to exist, you should probably focus on the intention of the group instead of turning them into big, massive anti-woman circle jerks.
Or maybe
Mark.
the majority of men's problems are women.
Mark gave us 10 minutes, but I'm not bringing your comment up because I just spoke to this like 10 minutes ago. But we will go in an additional 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
It's too bad he couldn't have said it when he was on the panel. I feel like he just he shut down his Call of Duty game to like try and hop into a discussion. And all he did was end up trauma dumping about how his wife fucked someone else while he was overseas. Honestly, it's pretty sad, Mark. I feel like between you and Black Dawn earlier, putting a photo of Ava on screen instead of actually ripping on into her when she was on the screen. Like, this is the type of soy shit that you would expect from like
Neve,
red pill men, right? I think generally speaking,
realize
I
why
think they're just
men aren't
really,
vulnerable.
really cringe,
You just
emotionally driven, and they don't really
Why
have
did you
anything
do
to
that?
contribute
Neve,
of
why did
substance
you do that?
within the conversation. Again, they're
just
gonna really
shit on a
focus
man
on
for being
really,
vulnerable.
really shitty
Why?
examples of that.
You are a piece of crap, my friend. You
Okay,
just
tell
shit
me
on
why.
a man for being vulnerable, and you made fun
Yeah.
of him. You are the
Mhm.
reason men don't open
Yeah,
up.
totally. And then what did he just say to me?
Understand
What did he just say to me? Can you acknowledge that? What did he say? What was his
It doesn't
intentions for saying
matter.
that? Oh, it does matter. I think it does matter. I think it definitely does matter. Okay, so what is his justification? Okay, so I sympathize with his situation, even though I use him as a demonstration for my already inferior. Okay, sorry. This is such an emotional man right now, not acting in his masculinity. Okay,
Yes,
can you just do
because
that for
it's
2
pieces of
seconds?
crap like you
Can you do that
that
for
say
2 seconds so
one
you
thing
listen to my
and then walk out of
justification?
the other side of
Okay,
the
this is a
mouth.
really emotional
Because you're
woman
two-faced.
behavior. This is so emotional. You know, you're tone policing. You're obviously really focused
You are
on
the problem.
what I said and not
Look
why
in
I
the
said
mirror.
it, right?
You are the
Can you
reason that
focus
red
on?
pill
Okay,
exists.
sorry.
If you
Can
don't
you
like it,
can you
look
stop
in the mirror.
focusing on the tone of my voice and instead maybe just focus on
No,
why
I'm
I'm saying
gonna
the things that I'm
focus on
saying?
your actions.
Okay,
Be
well here
accountable
comes.
for what
Okay,
you just did.
you're a Superman.
openly
Obviously,
shit
you're
on a man and
sweeping
made fun of
for
him for
somebody
being
Well,
in the
hold on,
chat
Stone
that
Balls,
already said something
because
shitty about me. I'm striking
in all
back. Okay?
fairness, Mark was the one who came in with the super chat saying, "Someone do $5." LOL, Neve is a dude, right? So he just shit on Neve, and that's fair game. Now, I chose not to read it. Neve understands why I chose not to read it originally, but because of what Mark said, she's gonna clap back, and she has every right to clap back.
I was sympathetic at first. But after that thing, I feel like he just kind of memed himself into the
Men
existence.
open up, and this is what happens in real time.
I don't care. No, I actually don't care. I don't care if you guys talk about your emotions anymore. I don't care. And I'll tell you why. Because there's a lot of women. Okay. Oh my God. Somebody just kick this. Somebody kick this man, please. But anyways, there's a lot of women that would like to infantilize. There's a lot of women that would like to infantilize men by telling them they should talk about their emotions. There's a lot of people that need to do that, and I think that they shouldn't do that. But what they should do is they should provide some sort of solution for themselves instead of blaming everything on everyone else. Barely. You gotta wipe the cum off your fucking camera.
Sorry.
I can
Yeah,
barely
so,
see you.
Yeah, I hear you. You got issues with everything but what you are. You're a fucking man. We can all hear it in your voice. We can see it in your throat. We can see your atoms.
So is this a bit of, is this a response to?
Actually, let me do this. Stop. There's a whole bunch of TOS lines you're about to cross, and I'm not going to have it on this channel. I am too friendly with that community, and I'm not about to allow it. So if that's what that's the route that you choose, Mark, I'm just going to keep you backstage. So be mindful. I'm all for having conversations and going all of those places and directions, but I'm just not. I have no tolerance for this gibberish. I just don't. Whether you choose to be agreeable to people's decisions or not, it doesn't affect you. You're not being hurt by it. Nobody gives a fuck. But we're not going to have the argument on screen. If that is understood, I'm going to bring you back up for a second. Do we have an understanding?
Fair enough.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to put it back to Neve then.
Can I ask
Mark, no, well, I just want to be really clear and give an honest retelling of the circumstances here, right? So I think in your situation, right, you told us that you got cucked by your wife, and then that gave you your whole life. Then you decided to go with the self-fulfilling prophecy instead of addressing any of your own shortcomings, like maybe going for a run and trimming your face because you look unhygienic and
you're
unkept.
very
Despite all of those things, you've formulated all of that hate that you have for your wife as a worldview, and now you expect us to take you seriously.
Whenever
Okay.
you want me to talk,
And
I will.
you got mad. Okay, you being mad at the fact that your wife cucked you, fine, for one thing, right? You are now
But that's
sending
not-
that at me. Okay,
No,
now you're
okay.
pearl clutching because I said something you don't like. Okay, so which part of what I said do you disagree with?
I disagree with all of it because if you know what cucking is when somebody gets fucked while they're together. That's not what happened. And I explained
Okay,
that.
so then what? Okay, sorry. If they weren't together, then why did you need to divorce?
Are you not going to let me talk? Or are you just
Wait,
gonna
didn't you
use
get
man
cucked?
voice to
Didn't you
talk
say that your wife was
So
you
you're
were
just gonna use
overseas
your man
and your
voice
wife
to
had sex
talk
with your
over me?
best friend? Did your wife have sex with your best friend? Or are you just gonna focus on my voice instead of contending with what I'm saying? That would be easier for you because you're a dumbass. But maybe you should focus on my words, okay? Because that would actually help you in the situation.
You're very
So
upset.
you
All
got
I'm trying
cucked
to do is talk.
by your wife, right? Because she engaged sexually with another man during your marriage. Is that what happened, right? That was the catalyst for you getting the divorce. Otherwise, why the fuck did you say all of that earlier?
It wasn't. I explained it very properly. You're just very mad and you keep insulting.
Well, why would I be mad? I didn't get cucked by my wife.
So
I have no reason to be mad.
So when I try to talk to you and you keep talking over me, that has nothing to do with you being mad.
Yeah,
right?
focus on the meta discussion. Stop using your windows of time to just talk of the discussion. Just focus on the meta
My
discussion.
windows of
That's all you're
time are
capable
when
of.
you shut your fucking mouth. Like,
Yeah. Well, you would need that. You would need that to get your voice across because you're so soy.
And for the record, we have
Your
3
mic sucks.
minutes.
Your points
three,
suck.
This
3
is what-
minutes.
I
Hold on
left
a
beforehand.
second. Hold on a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 minutes left of what Mark provided on screen to keep us going. So the choice is yours.
I left beforehand because I thought that the time was going to be up. That's why I dipped out. I didn't want to.
You left beforehand because you're soy and you didn't want to contend with anything.
He's gonna fucking keep talking.
Yeah. No, well, everybody else fights for time and speaks what they need to say on a panel. If you're saying something substantive, then maybe I'll sit and listen to you. But you're just sitting there crying, pearl clutching.
What
The fact that you got cucked by your wife.
What makes you a female?
What makes me a female? That I identify as a female through my worldview. I think that's what makes me a female, right?
What makes you a female? That doesn't answer the question.
Well, through my worldview, right? I
So
believe,
you believe
that
you're
a
an
woman.
attack helicopter? You're an attack helicopter.
Okay, well, I can't believe we just went to the cringiest argument in the book.
The
I mean,
cringiest
if you
argument
think,
in the book. What's the
awesome.
difference
If you
between
think, no,
plausible-
listen. If you think that your wife not having sex with another
Here we
man
go
is
to
not you getting
attacking
cucked.
Attacking again because you
Okay,
can't.
you asked me a
identify as
question.
an attack helicopter. Yeah, I asked you. What's the difference between identifying as
In
an
your
attack
attempts to
helicopter
reframe
and-
this, interaction, you've just made yourself look dumber. How do you feel?
It's the same thing with all transgenders. If you think
Okay,
you're a female, you
Mhm.
also may think you're an attack helicopter.
Well, it's the same thing with
I'm
all
an attack
conservatives,
helicopter.
right? It's like I can attack your life decisions. You can attack mine. That's fine.
I'm a bazooka. Everybody, put a fucking
Okay,
round,
cool.
a mortar
That's
in my
why-
ass. And let me shoot
Well, that would
it out
explain.
my mouth.
That would
No,
explain
that
why you're
doesn't
blowing it
work.
right now. That would explain why
you
you're
wanna
blowing it
put
right now.
things in your ass. Don't
Like,
do that. That's
Dude, this
bad.
is explosive. No, okay. This you being a bazooka would make sense because this is explosive retardation. I just want you to know that you are a fucking
No, that's fair.
a
What's the
retarded
difference
homing
between-
missile.
Okay, what's the difference
Yeah.
between me thinking I'm an attack helicopter and you thinking you're a female?
You thinking you're
the
funny.
difference?
You thinking that this is a dunk
My
or
smile-
something that's never been
my
said on the
smile
internet
bothers
before.
you. I'm asking you a question and you're deflecting.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
give a fuck.
answer.
No. What actually
have no
matters in this
answer.
situation is
So
you
you
thinking
have
that
no
this
answer.
hasn't been said.
You're
Do you
a
think that
coward.
this is a
You're
dunk? Do you think this is a dunk?
You're a male coward.
Okay, you've been cucked. You've been cucked by your wife. You've been cucked by your wife.
Here we go
Okay.
back to the wife. Nobody was talking about that, but
Okay,
the
you've been cucked by your wife. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy, and now that's how you inform your entire life.
Everybody can
You're
see,
you're an
Everybody can
absolute.
see and understand.
Okay,
how
you're a fucking statuesque version of a red pillar because every single poor decision
Because I
you make
asked
in your
you a
life is a symptom
I
of
haven't
every other bad thing in the
degraded
world that women are doing.
I haven't
right?
degraded you in any way. I haven't
Yeah,
insulted
well,
you.
you're
I've asked
you're
you
assuming
questions.
that. You're assuming
I've
that.
Hold up. You
questions.
kind
you're
of
assuming
did
that.
actually with
How?
this.
How?
With this.
Explain it to me how I insulted
Well,
him.
what I'm saying is that.
Well, right there is a deliberate attempt to do so, right?
No, it's
Let's be
not.
real. Oh, it 100% is. Yeah.
I mean,
No,
it's-
you're being disingenuous, of course,
hold
but it
on,
is a deliberate attempt to do so,
Hold
right?
on, hold on. This is definitely, and I don't think she's necessarily attacking you. She did it in retaliation per se.
He said cuck multiple times when that wasn't what we were talking
Okay.
about. Can you
Well-
argue?
So it's
for
a
both
deliberate.
sides
So these are
possible?
deliberate. So these are deliberate attempts right now to try and
No, this
antagonize
is
me,
me
right? No,
talking
just be
to
upfront with
fellow
them.
humans.
No, be upfront with them. Be upfront with them, because at least most people.
I'll ask you the
Mark,
simple
most people in your
question I asked you
situation.
first.
Most people in your
What's the difference
situation.
between
The difference
an
is that you're a
actual talk to
retard
me
and somebody gave you a
and to a
microphone, and that the fact that you're probably the guy who's been in your basement for 2 years not working.
In
That's
my
probably
basement,
why you
it's
isolate.
not working. I'm
Probably.
asking
More than
you a
likely.
simple question, sir.
Okay, the question was answered, ma'am.
No, you didn't answer.
Because
it.
yeah, the question
Thank
was
you.
answered.
I
Yeah, you didn't
am
like.
a female. Look at me.
Yeah,
with my
your titties
fucking
are
pretty
your titties are bigger than
long
mine. Your
hair
titties
and
are
my-
your titties are bigger than mine.
Okay.
And actually,
Right, let's
from my worldview, if you say you're a woman, you are. You're just
Yeah,
if you say you're an
because
attack
you're
helicopter,
delusional.
you're not.
Can you
Okay.
explain me?
Well, the delusion
explain
here.
me why?
Okay, sorry. The delusion here is
Explain
saying.
to me how
the
you are a
okay,
female.
the delusion here is that your wife fucked someone else and you didn't get cucked. Loser.
So
Get fucked.
The moderator here, you're telling me that that's not fucking attacking me.
Well, you brought it to a
That's
panel.
making a
You
point.
brought it to a panel. You brought it to a panel. You
I'm
brought your
bringing
own
it to a
anecdotal
panel,
experience to a panel. You brought your no. You brought your. You brought your. You brought you getting fucked and cucked by your wife. You got cucked by your wife. You brought it to a panel to try and substantiate your worldview, thinking that no one in this panel was going to be intelligent enough to call you out on that shit. Now that it's backfired on you, you're trying to virtue signal and you're trying to do some literally 2016 conservative dunk on a trans woman that makes no fucking sense. It's cringe as fuck. You're fat as fuck. It's not hitting. Stop.
And
It's
on
actually super.
that,
cringe.
it is kind of like old
asked
news.
a question.
That's
Oh,
like
that's old news. Then why
2000
can't he answer it? You can take your side, and that's fine, Sarah. I respect
What
you.
the side
Oh my
The
god.
side I-
This guy's so
the side
fat
I'm
and gay.
The side I'm taking is like this argument is like beating the dead horse, right?
Yeah, so we all know
it
he's a
it
dude,
is
and
what
we
it
just
is.
pretend
Like
it's not in the room.
if it's there, it's there. But like we don't
Yeah,
have
no,
to spend.
we all get it.
Would you shut the fuck up? What is my number one
Be
rule
honest.
here?
Be
What is
honest.
my number? God damn it, rude mud crab. 5 more minutes.
Be
folks.
honest.
Drop the obese cock.
Drop
Which
it.
one's the
I don't give
obese
a fuck.
cock?
You're
I
not
think
honest.
that's
You're,
you.
you're clearly a liar.
All right,
Perfect.
5 minutes out for you.
That's what you need to believe, I guess.
Thank you, rude mud
let me
crab.
add
But
something.
allow me if you don't mind. The point of the matter is like this argument is beaten so fucking hard. And it's like it's not 2005, people. It's fucking 2024. It's here to stay. Get the fuck over it and move the fuck on. Right? It is what it is. How people present is how they present. There's nothing you can do that will change it. If you don't like it, don't join the fucking panel. Don't watch the fucking show. Don't show up in the chat. Don't do anything that involves yourself around it. If it bothers you so much, go the fuck home. Crawl back into your mama's bed and suck on her tit. Nobody gives a fuck anymore. Like, it's just beating the dead fucking horse. And I'm so tired of the immaturity, the arguments, the whatever that has to do with like transgenderism. Get the fuck over it. There's nothing you can do to stop it at this point. And it's not worthy of an argument on a panel about red pill. It's not. Cucking, cheating, that actually has to do with the topic. I can take that. But all of this other bogus is just fucking bogus. Get the fuck over it. Move the fuck on. The floor is yours, folks.
I do want to say, Nate, one second, real quick. I gotta make a joke. Another classic demonstration of male stoicism, right there.
All right, so this is what I would say. There's one thing that summarizes everything that's going on in this society. So we have high inflation, World War III. A lot of people say this, but it is a little bit of close, right? What's
That's
going
two
on over
things.
there?
That's two things.
What's going on in Israel and what's going on in Ukraine. But if you sit
Or-
there and you look at some polls, if you go online and you ask women, because they've already been asked, what's their number one issue, number two issue of why they're going to vote on this election? You know what it is? It's abortion. So it tells you everything what's going on. Women's pathological obsession with getting over on men, because it is. A woman doesn't own the fetus. It's a man owns half of it and a woman
But
owns
they
half
own
of it.
they own the uterus, retard. Like, how is that lost on you?
I don't
Like,
want to get
don't know
too
what
deep
you're
into
saying.
abortion, but the point is.
Okay,
the
can we?
point
Can
is-
we? Wait. You identified.
Let me bring it up,
okay.
though.
No, listen. You said you had one thing, one issue, and then you identified 5. Prioritize one of those issues. Which one do you actually think is the sole issue, or is it
No,
5
I'm,
things?
I'm just saying
you
that
can't even
it's
be
just, to
consistent with
me,
your own
Their
prescription.
pathological obsession with that issue tells you everything you need to know.
That's
with
how
dictating
feminists think.
that pathological obsession with dictating their own uteruses. Wow.
Their reproductive rights. Sounds
They
like,
don't
my
know the
God.
fetus. They don't
Oh
know the
my
fetus.
God.
The Fetus fetus is is not not there.
Okay, well, they own their body.
For all of Trump's flaws, he removed this from the national debate scale. It is now handled at your state level, period. So the emotional argument that the left uses when it comes to abortion is going to disappear from a national scale. And
I
that's
guess we'll see after the election. I guess we'll see after the
100 years
election.
ago, it would be different, but now you got women in these legislatures that are voting against it, whether they're Republican or liberal, because some of them, there's liberal Republicans, but there's women that are involved in these decisions in these legislatures, and it isn't like it was 50 years ago.
But there's nothing to see.
I just want to give a shout out to Toxic Angel for making the correction. Thank you, because I always want to tell people there's no fucking H at the end of my fucking name. Thank you, Toxic Angel. You're a doll.
Well,
Back to you, Knight.
Night and Days, because you brought that up. You are aware that the majority of both men and women are for like pro-choice or not having that be a.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that statistic. But at the end of the day, when you have the Supreme Court,
But why are you bringing up like it's a women's issue? Both men and women want that to be available.
The point is, and Trump talked about it, just because I mentioned this doesn't mean that I'm anti-abortion. The point is women's obsession with this issue, the redundancy of it. When there's other things that quite honestly and quite frankly are more important, women want to have an obsession with this, but who's going to go over there and fight for those rights for women?
You just contradicted yourself. A second ago, you just agreed that both men and women care about this issue, and now it's a women's exception.
Who's
That makes no sense.
Bullets for women to have these rights to speak up for their so-called rights for abortion. Who's going to be, if World War III starts, who's going to be over there ducking bullets on the front lines? Is it going to be men or women? Who's going to be up there?
You're out of, wait, Neve, let me get in here. You're so out of touch. You know, like most of the things are done with drones these days. They can do it with the Xbox controller. You don't have to be like this big fucking The Rock guy to be in the army anymore. You can.
No, it does.
Even you can sit behind a desk and fire a drone and participate in the war.
It requires boots on the ground.
You think it made? You think less? You think less so than it used to? You think so?
Ukraine and Russia.
All right. We are coming to the close this evening.
Yeah, I'm running on empty. I've been here for a while.
So we can do closing thoughts, Sarah?
Yes, sir. We are going to do closing thoughts. Why don't you go ahead and start, Knight?
Okay, so this is what I would say. You know, a lot of people come to this space and they're always taking shots at the manosphere. If you teach men how to get laid, pickup artists, dating coaches, feminists don't like that because, okay, it's my body, my choice, but you can't actually teach men how to get laid with women. They don't like that. If this space, because there is a sector, if men are like, okay, you know what? I don't want to deal with women at all, MGTOW. Now you're labeled as an inkwell, you're a separatist. Okay, what if you want to get a passport and you don't want to deal with women in the West? Okay, well, you're taking the resources away from women, so that's an issue. They get attacked, they get ran out of countries by feminists. So it's you know, you got the black pill just because you teach men that women care about looks a bunch, which is the truth. Okay, those guys are inkwells, those guys are militant, those guys are such and such and such. If you're red pill and you teach men how much money and status matters to women, okay, those guys, they hate women because they're going to leverage and they're going to financially abuse women through their resources. So at some point, it just becomes comical how much women go out of their way to insult the intelligence of the men that come to this space and the leaders of this space and the content creators of this space when, okay, there's some people that are misogynistic. Yes, that's true. But overall, the space does more good than harm. I would say maybe 90-10, maybe 75 to 90% is good. And okay, maybe 10, 15, 20% of it's bad. That's what I would say.
Thank you, Knight. Stone balls to you, my friend.
First of all, thanks for having me on and allowing us to use your platform. The red pill speaks on what's best for men. Feminism speaks on what's best for women. And the problem is the two ships pass. Marriage was never about the man or the woman. It was about what was best for the children. And they always get overlooked. Every time. Period.
Thank you, Stoneballs. Neve, I leave the floor to you.
Well, I think that a lot of times, like, I think when you're arguing against something as nebulous as the red pill, I mean, none of the red pillers seem to agree on any core tenets about any specifics. But if we entertain the small examples that we saw here today, when I asked Fatty to substantiate what sort of like, specifics, what sort of behavior in a family would actually like work towards making a better family. So how to be a better parent, how to be a better father, how to be a better husband. Fatty had nothing to say, right? He saw that as a dunk. He couldn't address the situation. It turned into a big ran around, a lot of yapping, right? Earlier, when I talked about it at the very beginning, when I talk about red pill, I talk about men, again, just injecting their anecdotal experience into society and then trying to prescribe solutions for, situations and circumstances that don't really exist. Or if they exist in such a small microcosm or in such a small removed culture of dating that who the fuck cares? Sorry, not me. But what I think is incredibly funny about people like Mark is without missing a beat, he comes on, leads with his anecdotal experience, and then tries to use it to substantiate some sort of like consistent worldview or some sort of description of like the dating society. And then whatever devolved into the attack helicopter meme. I was very consistent in my response to that and saying, from my perspective, in my worldview, like being a woman is identifying as a woman. A lot of people don't like that, but I was careful to characterize that in the initial statement. At no point did I introduce that as some sort of like prescription for the entire world. I said from my perspective. So if he's going to sit there and try and contend with, with his sort of worldview and my worldview, like obviously we're talking past each other. But don't act like you're not being disingenuous, right? I think the antagonizing element in that situation is what is kind of irritating. But aside from that, I mean, I did say that he is a cuck because he is. Objectively, he is. So I can understand why he's mad. Anyways, that's my closing statement.
Fair enough. And Prawncess to you.
Thank you. I just want to address this really quickly. We talked about how emotions kind of, I think for women, it's more a feminine thing. I've seen a lot of emotional men on this panel, so it makes you think differently. And I also wonder why, if men are more or less emotional, why most violent crimes are committed by them, and why also most of like people that delete themselves are men as well. But to get back on the topic, I think there are some good points that the red pill makes. There's very, very minimal, and you can get them from many different places. You don't need to go to the red pill. It's dog shit. We should throw it out. It kind of poisons your mind. It makes you think false things. It makes you think false things that you can't learn pickup artistry. You can't talk about picking up women. It's a huge thing on YouTube. You can talk about these things. It's not something to be worried about. I think it's just a false belief in people's heads. This fills people's heads with false beliefs. You don't want to go into an interview assuming you lost the job. You wouldn't go there assuming you're going to win. And you should go into dating like that. You should not be full of all these like, what if, how it's going to end. You want to go into that with a positive mentality. And lastly, I just want to say, it's interesting how we talked about how what red pill is not about talking shit on women, but we spent about 90% of the panel doing just that. And I want to mention how also almost anytime there's a physical insult, it was always a man toward one of the women on the panel. Interesting how that is. So I'm just going to end it there. Thanks for having me on the Prawncess.
Thank you, Prawncess. I appreciate that. Pardon me, I have to go delete a message unless Uncle Gun's already got it. I think maybe... Oh, it's still moving. Hold on. There's so many messages. It won't... It's got to get to the bottom. Are we at the bottom? There we go. I have to delete that.
Should I make my statement longer? Sorry.
No, it's totally not your fault. We just have people saying dumb shit. Listen, I'm going to put you guys all backstage. If you do want to hang around and continue your conversations with each other, that's perfectly great. But I'm going to put you backstage until the closeout, okay? There we go. All right. So to everybody, thank you so much for tuning in to Moderator Monday this evening. It was fun. It was great. It's always a blast. I always get exhausted after these. It's a lot of work in the backgrounds to make these happen, and it's incredibly exhausting. So by the time the 2-3 o'clock hour hits, I'm just like beat. And then I still have my 9 to 5 that I have to tend to. So if I could take this and go all night till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, I 110%, 100,000,000% would. But I have to, make my exit at some point. A few things I want to address real quick, because I don't think this kind of shit's okay. Making PDF accusations or anything to that nature, or attacking a very well protected group of people. You can get us shut down for stuff like that, me or any other channel that's restreaming, and it's you're either spreading rumors or you're just angry because somebody made a decision. And that's just shit that we're not going to put up with. I've started putting my foot down much more, and I think that we should just recognize that there is, to some degree, an amount of respect that you have to have, not only to the panelists, but especially to the hosts. Whose channel are you on, and what kind of trouble can you start for them? And we're just not putting up with it. And that's a good way to get booted permanently. You can get put on our naughty list. Just ask a few others who have been put on our naughty list how much it's going to cost for them to be allowed back up on our panel. Because for that kind of shit, we charge money, because that becomes an investment to have you on our panel. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed the topic. We're trying to kind of refrain from doing too much Manosphere talking points, because it does get kind of boring to do it, over and over and over again. And it's just not our appeal anymore. So, stick around. We've got more Mod Mondays coming ahead. Don't forget, Michelle's Dono link gets dropped in the chat every so often. She's the one that comes up with these wonderful, amazing topics. It's really fun. It's great. And she's really good at it. So we want to at least try to help her out and buy the girl a drink or a coffee or something for putting up with all of you and doing all of this research to bring the freaking topics to you so that you can enjoy these panels. Anyways, to our panelists, Team Fatty, the Prawncess, Neve, and then we also had DL Saint, who did exit earlier when we went into open panel because he wanted to avoid this shit show. But to our panelists who show up, we appreciate you. We love you kindly. And your efforts here are not forgotten. We will be taking care of you in return for doing all of this work. Anyways, to everybody else, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced, and with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.